Hello and welcome to the ActualTech Media Enterprise IT Virtual Summit. Today's topic, Supercharging IT. Thank you so much for joining us. On the summit today, we've got some of the most innovative leading companies in the industry today. You'll hear from experts at KnowBe4, Illumio, Nebulon, Red Hat, Couchbase, Gigamon, Druva, Ping Identity, Zerto with TierPoint, Sequence Security, Rubrik, and Thycotic. What an incredible lineup. My name is David Davis of ActualTech Media, and I'll be serving as your moderator. Before we get started, there's a few things that you should know about the virtual summit. We've got some awesome prizes. I'll talk about those in just a minute. We want your questions, and we encourage those there in the questions panel. We'll also have some poll questions for you during the event. We want this to be a social event. You can tweet from your console on the bottom of the screen using the Twitter icon, and the hashtag for today's event will be automatically appended. And then finally, resources. In the handouts tab, we have a number of resources, ebooks, white papers, solution briefs, special demo trial links. Make sure that you check those out. I said we've got prizes. We have 36 Amazon $100 gift cards. I'll be announcing the winners of 3 gift cards after each presentation on the event today. We've got 5 iPad Airs. We've got 5 Oculus Quest 2 VR headsets, 5 PlayStation 5 consoles, and 5 Samsung Galaxy Note 20 Ultras. What an incredible lineup. You must be live in attendance to qualify for these prize drawings. All prize winners must be able to submit an IRS Form W-9 to ActualTech Media. We'll reach out to prize winners via email after the event. All prize winners have the option to make a donation to selected charities that you see here on the screen. We've donated thousands of dollars to charities over the years, and we appreciate your help in advance if you'd like to do that. We've done it in partnership with the Gorilla Guide Book Club, where you can download free educational IT books at gorilla.guide. You'll find a link to that in the handouts tab. The social hashtag for today on Twitter is ATM Summit. We appreciate your tweets in advance. Follow ActualTech Media and me, David M. Davis, on Twitter as well. I also encourage you to subscribe to all the ActualTech Media social channels, YouTube, Facebook, and the 10 on Tech podcast, as well as LinkedIn, where we post all of our latest and greatest content. You can do that in the top right-hand side of your audience console. And with that, it's time to kick off the summit with the first of 2 expert keynotes. I'm excited now to be joined by Mr. Bill Clayman, the one, the only. Bill, it's great to have you back on.
It's always a pleasure. I wish we could just record our banter before this actual conversation, which is equally as fun. Thank you, David Davis, as always, for having me on this conversation. It's an honor and a pleasure. Thank you.
Absolutely. So we're here to chat about the AFCOM State of the Data Center in 2021 report. This report has been recently released. You are the author. And I want to hear about what you found. You know, you all polled, I'm sure, many IT professionals out there, and you have some really fascinating data points. I know the first one we're going to talk about is cloud repatriation. So are people coming back to the data center? What did you find out?
So a really interesting trend there. And what I want to talk about is a balance, right? Where we finally see this balance between what belongs in the cloud, really agile, quick deployment applications and services and data points, and what needs to be living on premise. Now, before I give you the stat, really fascinating article on ZDNet actually talked about how there's an entire new job category called FinOps. I'm not kidding. These people exist out there solely for the purpose to monitor, measure, and mitigate the cost of moving to the cloud, right? And the dirty little secret, according to the foundation, a financial partner of the FinOps organization, the dirty little secret is that the cost of cloud doesn't always go down. So you need to monitor that. But I'm not going to say cloud is awful. I think cloud is amazing. I literally started my career in that space. So I think it's wonderful. The balance is there. And I think our industry is finally starting to see what needs to be living in the cloud and what needs to be living on a data center. And they're asking better, more introspective, more reflective questions of the app, the service, the user, the business to get to that balance. All right, so here's the stat. This year, still a majority, 58% stated that they are seeing a repatriation of workloads from cloud computing back to on-premise data centers or core locations, but fewer are seeing this happen at a higher frequency. Now, last year, we asked the same question, and last year, that number was 72%. So clearly lower. So we're clearly indicating a trend that, yes, it's still happening, but definitely organizations are seeing a balance between what needs to live in the cloud and what needs to be living on in the data center. I think this is a great trend. I think this signals a wonderful level of maturity and just a really cohesive nature between something that was seen as it's going to kill the data center. It's not going to kill the
Right.
data center. Oh my God, it's not. Just chill out. It's cool. It's really much going to give you a partnership and a balance between these two technologies.
Fascinating. I mean, so cloud's not a utopia. It's not the silver bullet. It has a specific use case or use cases, and that's really interesting to hear. So good info. Let's move on from the cloud. Now let's go out to the edge. What's happening at the edge?
So really interesting stuff here. And everybody listening, if edge computing to you is this super high 100,000-foot view of a really cool technology that you don't know what it is yet, study up on it, do some reading. It really is contextual. It could be as small as something that's attached to a telephone pole. It could be a regional data center. Just simply know that it's there to support users, applications, data points, services as close to the source as possible so you get that kind of experience. Most respondents are either implementing or have implemented an edge location. 87% said that they either got something right now or they're going to have something over the next 12 to 36 months. And what's interesting is that 76% said they're going to have 6 to 10 new locations, and 37% said 21 to 40% new locations. And I thought this was fascinating, and I'm really not surprised by these trends because it's important. We are absolutely seeing what we call, food deserts, right? We have connectivity deserts in the
Right.
country, also all over the world. And what edge computing is trying to do fundamentally solve these challenges with new kinds of communications tools, new kinds of telecom solutions, everything from 5G to SD-WAN, better control of the wider area network. So this is exciting, right? We're actually helping more people connect using this edge ecosystem and also deliver really rich services. So definitely an exciting time, and the trends are showcasing that as well.
Absolutely. I love the idea of this data center on a telephone pole. I mean, these electronic cars, the amount of data they collect is, comparable to an old school data center. It's really fascinating. And like you said, all these hot new technologies connecting these remote edge locations, 5G, Starlink satellites, things like that. And so speaking of high tech, let's move on. Let's talk about robots in the data center. Are us sysadmins going to be out of a job? Are we going to have a robot racking and stacking the gear?
You know what? We're talking about this, and I just wrote an article that they're not here to take over your job. They're not here to rack and stack. In fact, I do believe we're a little bit away from, a machine picking up a server, putting it somewhere else. Even though I'm seeing some really cool integrated liquid cooling solutions, but these are really sort of use case specific. So are we going to see robots in the data center? So what's fascinating about this trend is that 41% stated that in the next 12 to 36 months, they're going to see robotics and automation systems deployed within a data center. 41% is not a small number, right? I was thinking maybe it's going to be a little bit less, but these are leaders in our industry that are seeing applications for robotics not as something that's going to be taken out a network switch or a server, right? It's going to be doing things like concierge services, patrol, drone technologies, doing like, personnel-less edge locations, for example. More of the use cases that can support the functionality and operations of a data center, and probably less of the rack and stack functionality. The uniqueness of the data center, especially when it's not a hyperscale, a single tenant kind of environment, you're going to have co-location challenges, and nothing bad. It's just the uniqueness of the data center and all the stuff that we can put in there. So robotics are in. I think they're really, really cool. What I think is also interesting is that organizations are looking for use cases around robotics. I've seen everything from Oracle using the Boston Dynamics Spot to do a touchless architectural design and actually engineering and construction environment, to seeing them in the data center as well. So something pretty fun to look forward to.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I'm still waiting for that Domino's pizza little ATV thing that's robotic driving down the sidewalk to bring me some dinner.
Yeah,
Um,
I got to pause you. At CES in 2019, before this entire pandemic thing, I don't know if you saw this or not. Everybody listening, you can Google it. They showcased a Charmin robot, a little Charmin robot that would come into your bathroom with a toilet paper. Holy cow, that could have been really useful in 2020. My goodness. I don't think it took off, but it was this adorable little robot on two wheels that would come up to you with a toilet paper on top of its head. Amazing.
Things I learned from Bill Clayman. It's remarkable. All right, let's move on to security. What about protecting the data center? Zero trust. What have you seen here in the report?
I know that we are doing this pre-recorded, but if I were to ask people, shout out what you think the one of the biggest challenges in security, where it's going to be something around data, and you're not wrong. For the fifth time in a row, ransomware, the exfiltration of data, holding that information hostage, stood at the top of the challenges facing my world, the technology and data center world in general, right? Followed closely by things like human threats, DDoS, advanced persistent threats. Human threats is very real, and I want everyone to sort of focus on that, both on the logical side of things, so like physical environment, as well as the physical environment, as well as the logical, so like the software tools that you incorporate. That was a real thing. Now, for the first time ever, we asked a question about zero trust, which quite basically, trust no one, verify everything. Please just start doing some research on it. We don't have perimeters anymore. We don't. Look at you, look at me, look at David Davis sitting, at a remote office. We don't have a perimeter, right? So you need to be looking at technologies that incorporate perimeter-less security architectures. 56% of respondents said they're going to be looking into a zero trust security model in 2021. This is a moment for you to take a deep breath and think about your own security architecture. If you're still protecting the perimeter, ask yourself, what does your perimeter actually look like today, and what it's going to look like in the future? Zero trust, I really think that's going to become an architectural security model in the very near future that's going to be adopted by mid-sized, small, as well as large organizations.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, in 2020, no longer can we assume that a laptop connecting to the company VPN is a secure device. I mean, people are using that same laptop to do homeschooling, and the kids are playing games on it and everything. So, zero trust absolutely is something that everybody needs to be looking at. Moving on, what about staffing? What are the challenges you're seeing when it comes to finding the right people to work in the data center in 2021?
It's not, you know, it's not easy. It's still not easy, right? We saw the 3 and 4 respondents, but 73%, just shy of 3/4, reported difficulties in recruiting at least some type of personnel, everything from engineers, operators, cloud architects, security personnel, and so on. What was also interesting is that almost 80% are actively trying to entice young people into their organizations, offering things like continued education, training, flexible hours, and so on. It's not easy. We're trying to get more people, especially young folks, into the industry. And a big way that organizations are doing this, and this is kind of the exciting part, is through diversity, inclusion, and equality programs. So much so that organizations are actively increasing their D&I and E programs specifically to attract young people into this industry. So this is something for everyone to be taking a look at. It drives growth, it drives profitability, and it also drives an improved awareness and vision of your own organization. So interestingly enough, or maybe not so surprisingly enough, people are still having some challenges. There's really no one factor that's indicating a challenge is why it's a problem getting good people into the door, but it's still happening. We're trying to get more of the millennials and Gen Zs. It's going to happen. It's part of what I do. But it's still hard to find good help, but we're diversifying the way we're doing it, which is pretty cool.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I saw actually a video of Elon Musk talking this week about how people should stop going into, doctor and law colleges and instead choose to be engineers and move into high tech. He was trying to do his own recruiting. So it's obviously a big problem in the industry. Um, I mean, we're running out of time here. I know we want to make this a quick chat to hear about what's going on in the state of the data center. Before we go, I want to ask you, what's new at Switch?
Oh my goodness. Everybody check out switch.com. We continue to do amazing things in the industry, everything from our Gigawatt 1 project, building one of the world's largest solar plus battery capacity arrays, to designing the future of edge technologies and working with advanced telecom support systems. We're going to Texas. We just acquired Data Foundry for, I think it's like $400+ million. And we are so excited to be having an amazing organization join our family with an extraordinary customer base, a loyal organization. So we are going to Austin, we're going to Houston, and that is such an exciting time for us. By all means, read about it. A lot of different publications are covering the story, but I cannot wait to go to Texas and get my cowboy hat out. That'd be cool.
Awesome. I'm from Texas originally. I love Texas. Uh, Fantastic data center down there in Austin. I've toured it myself. So, congratulations to the Switch team on the new move into Texas. And Bill, before we go, one last question. Well, two last questions. Tell us the name of this report again and where to find it.
The AFCOM State of the Data Center Report. This is our fifth one. You can find it on afcom.com. You can most likely find it on datacenternowledge.com. And by all means, you can also find it on Google, on your favorite search engine. And I know that I did the keynote on the 13th. By all means, check out the replay. It's just going to be just as lively and energized as this. It's not going to be boring. And we're going to dive into more trends, more specific notes from the industry, get a chance to dive into some more of these really cool patterns that we're seeing in the industry. So by all means, that's where you can find it online, or send me a direct message as well.
All right. And you are Quad Stack on
Quad
Twitter?
Stack on Twitter, and just put my name into your favorite search engine. You'll find me.
Oh, yeah. Every search engine knows Bill. All right. Well, it's been fantastic chatting with you as always, Bill. Thanks so much.
Thank you, David. Thanks, everybody.
All right. It's always excellent to have Mr. Bill Clayman on the event. Again, QuadStack on Twitter. You can find Bill at a number of different blogs around the internet. So much energy, so much expertise and wisdom. Great keynote interview. We've got another keynote coming up later in the event with Mr. Ned Bellavance. So watch out for that one. But now it's time to kick off today's summit event on Supercharging IT with our first expert presenter. Welcoming Mr. Roger Grimes, data-driven defense evangelist at KnowBe4. Hey, Roger, it's great to have you on.
Hello, glad to be here.
Always enjoy your presentations, Roger. Take it away.
Okay, thanks everyone. Again, I'm Roger Grimes, here to show you 3 incredible ways that you can be hacked with email. If you haven't met me before, I talk fast all the time, but I'm especially going to be talking fast today just because I got some really cool stuff to show you and really cool demos and some videos and stuff like that. But I've been doing computer security for 34 years, written 12 books and over 1,100 magazine articles. There's some of my books. My last one was Hacking Multi-Factor Authentication. I work for KnowBe4. We're the world's largest integrated security awareness training and simulated platform phishing vendor. Basically help you to try to help your coworkers not to get phished. And I'm going to show you 3 incredible ways that you or your organization might be able to be compromised involving email that I would say that most people have never heard of 2 or sometimes all 3 of these methods. But at least, even if you're a pretty good person, you follow hacking in general, usually there's going to be one of these that will be at least surprising. But I'm going to start out with one of the most interesting ones, which is password hash theft. And most people know about password hashes, and that, when you type in your plain text password, it gets converted by most operating systems and many applications into a cryptographic hash that would kind of looks like gobbledygook. In Windows systems, it would be an LM or an NT hash. LM's landman hash, or the NT hash. These days, it's mostly the NT hash. If you have an older Linux system, it might use MD5, although both LM and MD5's kind of been deprecated. You're probably using, if you have a Linux or a Mac system, SHA-1, SHA-2, or if you're lucky, you might be using Bruce Schneider's bcrypt. But essentially, your plain text password, like if you type in frog, gets converted to this cryptographic hash, and that's how it's stored in memory and stored on disk. If you're on a Windows system, for a local password, it would be stored in the local landman registry hash file. If you're on an Active Directory network, it's stored in the ntds.dit database. But if a hacker is able to extract those, and typically in the past they've had to be admin, local admin, or root to see these hashes, but if they could somehow get these hashes, they could then brute force crack them using something called hash tables or rainbow tables. There's a rainbow table cracker called OptCrack. And essentially what happens, the attacker takes the hashes that they've learned, they upload them into the tool, they upload some password dictionaries that have been pre-computed hashed, and then they compare hashes, the dictionary hashes versus the captured hashes, and try to determine what the password is. What's different about today is that most people don't know that you can lose your hash by being sent an email and or clicking on a link, and that simply opening the email, or most of the time you have to click on a link. You have to be tricked into clicking on a URL link, but that can transmit your password hash to an adversary over the internet where they can then crack it. So the way that this type of attack works, and this is a real-world attack, it's at least occurred a few times, is that the hacker creates a malicious web server on the internet using some hacking tool that makes it a malicious, what we call malicious proxy. They then create a malicious URL that links to any object on that web server. They send that to the victim, usually use an email, or maybe it just appears in the browser. The victim opens the email and/or clicks on the link. The browser program or email program attempts to retrieve that object that's located on that malicious web server. The server says, hey, you can't log in anonymously. You need to log in using Windows integrated authentication. The email program or browser will attempt to use that Windows integrated authentication, and during what's called the challenge response logon session, the hacker software is able to capture the hash, the password hash, in this case an NT hash that I'll show you today, and then crack that using some type of rainbow table attack. So again, what happens is that the victim gets sent this malicious link. If they open the email and/or click on the link, most of the time they have to click on the link. The web server is like, hey, you need to authenticate to download this object, and the email program or browser tries to authenticate. The hacker is able to capture that, and through that capture the hash, and then crack it back to the plain text password. I'm going to show you Kevin Mitnick, our chief hacking officer and longtime hacker, using this trick. He's using a trick where in the URL link, he uses file:////, which is typically what's called a NetBIOS SMB link. But really then he puts an internet link after that. So instead of it trying to open a local file, it tricks the browser, the email program, into opening something out on the internet. If you want to learn more about this attack, I've got a couple of links there on the screen. You can watch this demo later on, or you can read my article from CSO Online Magazine that talks about it. But it's a really cool demo if you've never seen it before. Most people, if they haven't seen something like this before, are a little bit shocked about how easy it is. So let me try to play that video for you now.
And as you can see, we have lots of email here. So let's look at what would be an interesting email. Hey, we have an email from guess who? Roger Grimes. So it talks about some sort of NSA promotion or something weird. But let's take a look over here. This is the attacker system in the cloud, in the Amazon cloud in Virginia. And we have, I'm logged into Outlook 365 here. I'm simply just going to click on the email. I just clicked. It takes a second for Office 365 to load. And here we go. We could see that the email's from Roger Grimes at nsa.gov, which is quite interesting. And there's nothing there. There's no hyperlink to click on. There's no attachment. But if we go over to the attacker system over here in the cloud, we were able to intercept or obtain the victim's NTLM v2 hash. Go ahead and highlight this. We're going to copy it. We're going to go over to our password cracker over here. We're going to create a file. Here we go. We're going to paste in the hash. Very simple. And then what I'm going to do is just run a shell script that tries to crack the hash through a dictionary attack. And this is using a tool called Local Hashcat. On this particular Brutalis cracking rig, I have 8 GeForce GTX 1080 GPUs. So we get about 26, 27 million password attempts a second. So when we're doing dictionary attacks using permutation, it's actually quite fast. So let's see how long this is going to take. And guess what? It's already cracked the hash. So if we take a look at this, it started at 2236.49 and ended at 2237.18. So that's about 30 seconds, right? So if we scroll up here, we see there was a user named Kevin, right? And the password to the hash is Kevin123.
So pretty wild if you've never seen that before. Again, I apologize for talking all over Kevin there, but he was using a tool, a hacking tool called Responder. Anybody can download that from GitHub. Again, and you create an email. If you want to, reproduce this demo, you create a UNC link, a URL link that has file:// in it, and send it to the victim, and then the victim opens it, and it sends that NT challenge response to that web proxy server, and he then captures that and cracks it back using Hashcat in this case. If you want to, a lot of people say, well, will this work in my system? Will it work with if I'm using a Mac? Will it work if I'm doing this? What I tell people is instead of asking me, and let me say, I've tried it 100 times. It's worked everywhere where I've ever done it. Although instead of just opening the email, most people have to click. I've never had one where the person didn't have to click on the link. So most of the time you have to click on the link. But go ahead and if you follow these instructions here, you can actually create your own demo. And see if it's going to work with your email clients and tools and networks and stuff like that. You have to know a little bit of Linux, but if you follow these 10 steps in under an hour or two, if you know a little bit of Linux, you can test this using, on your network and your system and that sort of stuff. It has been, I used to say that this has never been used in real world attack, but over the years it has been used in real world attacks. It's not super common, but it does happen in the real world. Here is a link where it happened, where it was attacking Ukrainian and Canadian organizations. You can look that up. So it was used there, and it was also used in a San Francisco airport attack in the States. So if you go read those two news stories, you'll see that they did this exact technique, that they sent these malicious links. Somebody clicked on it. They were able to get the NT hashes and then compromise the victim's accounts. So real world attack, not super popular, but it does happen. The defenses to this, well, number one, and this is at the very bottom, Microsoft on Windows machines actually has a patch for this. It's been out for years, but it's optional, which means nobody applies it. But if you're really worried about this, go find that Microsoft patch, follow the instructions, and patch it. You can also use in a firewall, block off all the ports. Like NetBIOS really shouldn't be going from a PC to the internet, or LMNR is another popular port that's abused. All these ports I have on your screen can be abused to capture someone's password hash. Those should not be allowed from client workstations to the internet, typically in a corporate environment. So block them. You can also filter outbound or inbound links that have file:// in them for that particular trick. And of course, it's always nice to use long passwords, 16 characters longer, to withstand password hash cracking attempts. So if an attacker is able to get your password hash, so that they can't crack it back to the plain text password. The next attack is called an SMS rogue recovery hack. If a hacker wants to use this against you, you have to have an email address and an email address that has account recovery that can happen via SMS, short messaging service. They must know your email address, they must know your phone number, and from that, they can actually pretend to be tech support. Like suppose you have a Gmail account, they can send you a text saying, hey, we're Google security. We've detected a rogue sign-in to your good guy account. In order to determine legitimate login, we're going to send a verification code to your previously registered phone number from another Google support number. Please retype the sent verification code in response to this message, or your account will be permanently locked. You have to threaten them. They're like, oh my God, I need to do something. Then the attacker just goes to your, tries to log in with your Gmail email address, in this case, Roger A. Grimes at Gmail, and they tell Gmail, oh, I forgot my password. Gmail's really nice. It's like, hey, you want to try your last password? You say, no, I want to try another way. It then gives you 4 or 5 different ways to recover the account. The attacker chooses SMS, which sends the recovery code to the victim's phone number, and this is a real Google verification code for account recovery. The victim is tricked into responding to the original message, and their account is taken over. And the problem is with SMS, it's very unauthenticated. Unless you know the phone number that's supposed to be texting you, you don't know who they are. They can claim to be Google security, Microsoft security, Bill Gates, Roger Grimes. If you don't know what the legitimate number is, you don't know what you don't know. So I tell the defenses of that is just be aware of rogue recovery messages. Typically, if you get a pin on SMS, you're typing it into a browser. You're not typing it in response to another SMS message from another phone number. It's always good to use multi-factor authentication whenever possible. And try to avoid SMS-based recovery methods in general, because you can't trust SMS. The person sending you an SMS message can be a fraud, so be careful about that. This last email hack I'm going to show you has to do with bad mailbox rules and forms and email clients. Hackers have been abusing email clients for decades, especially these mailbox rules. I'll show you them, but it's really the new forms that have been abused more recently because of a hacking tool called Empire PowerShell. But essentially, to do these sort of things, the attacker has to know your email address, or your email address and password. It's not that hard to fish somebody out of it, but if they know it, then they can modify your email client, putting in malicious rules or rogue forms to do things that you don't even know about, and antivirus will never detect this. And I have people call me all the time, go, Roger, we know we got hacked, and the hacker had access to our email, and he was sending emails to our clients, and we changed everything, we redid the network, we got rid of all the malware, we reset our passwords. I even have a new machine, but I can tell the hacker's still in my email. How is he doing it? It's many times this trick right here that they've created a rogue email rule or form. And most popular email clients, Microsoft Outlook certainly, but also Mozilla Thunderbird or Gmail. Gmail calls these types of things filters versus rules or forms. But essentially, in this case, I'll show you in Outlook. There's a rule setting in Outlook. And I'm going to act like I'm setting a rule to copy every incoming email to another rogue user. That's a very common tactic that's used by ransomware gangs so they can spy on people's emails. But in this case, I'm in Outlook. I tell it I'm going to create a new rule. And again, maybe I'm doing this as the bad guy attacker. And I'm saying apply this email rule on all messages that I receive. This would be the victim receives. And it says, are you sure you want to do it on all messages and things like that? Yes. On all accounts? Yes. And I say, okay. And then send this, forward this email to some other people. And then you put in the rogue email address and you create that email. And again, it's called filters in Gmail, but it's the same concept. But once you create these rules, you can literally do anything. You can forward somebody's email to you. You can delete emails. You can intercept and change and update things like banking details. You can monitor and look for particular keywords. You can even format your machine. You can actually create a rule that says, if an email comes in with the word frog in it, I want you to format the machine. In Outlook in particular, you can even run entire applications and scripts in Outlook. And what's kind of new, those are with rogue rules, which again have been used for decades. But now hackers are starting to use these rogue forms. And if you didn't know it, when you're in Outlook and you're opening an email or a message or a task, it's put in a particular format, and that's a form is what they call it. And essentially, these forms can be modified to do something malicious, anything the programming is capable of. If you're in Outlook and you've never seen one of these forms, you have to go to the Developer tab to see them. You can say File Options, Quick Access Toolbar, add the feature called Design a Form. And if you do that, you'll see two new buttons on your screen called Design This Form or Design a Form. And if you open that up, you'll see the default Outlook forms in there. The one that's used to read all emails by default is called Message. And the trick is that they can be modified to have malicious code in them, and they will look at incoming emails and then do what the instructions of that script tell it to do. In this example here, I'm actually modifying the default message form to say, I'm using what's called the Windows script shell, which is Windows scripting host, to run a hacker tool called Netcat. That's the netcat.exe to connect back to a rogue server over the internet over port 443, so it's not scanned it's allowed outgoing on most firewalls. And I tell it to open a remote command shell. Literally, you can publish this and you can call it a message form, or like if you call it, like in this case, I'm calling it standard inbox form. All an attacker has to do to kick off this rogue form that they created with the script in it is actually create the exact same form name on their side, send the email to the victim, and then it will trigger whatever commands are in that rogue form. So you get an email that looks like a spam or doesn't look like anything. You don't know that it has anything malicious. It has no file attachments in it. It has no bad URLs. But when you get it, you click on it, and it ends up running the scripting command. So the way that attackers do it is they can modify, if they know your email address and password, they can actually modify your Outlook forms remotely using a tool called Empire PowerShell is the most common one. But there's a white hat hacking tool if you want to test this. Metasploit allows it, Empire PowerShell allows it, but also SensePost Ruler does. SensePost is a white hat hacking firm. They created a tool that anybody can download and use from GitHub called Ruler, and allows you to create custom forms that you can then trigger to cause maliciousness. With the Ruler tool, it runs in Linux. You can add a form and send an email that then triggers the form. They have some really good demos. If you haven't seen it before, they've got at least 2 or 3 good demos where you watch them and you're just kind of like, oh my God. So again, to pull this off, the attacker has to have your email address and password. Again, I guess you've been phished out of your password. Then they're going to, in this demo I'm getting ready to show you, they're going to use the Ruler hacking tool to create a rogue form in the victim's Outlook that adds the Empire PowerShell. That's one of the most common hacking tools in the world that then connects back to the hacker and gives them a remote shell into that. So again, they're going to use the ruler hacking tool to create this rogue form that then fires off Empire PowerShell to get into the victim's machine. So here's the demo. It doesn't have any audio, so I'm going to talk while it's going, but it happens quite fast, and you can watch it later on. But here it is at the top of the screen. They have the ruler tool, and they're just checking on the version of the ruler tool 2.0. This is the victim's outlook that they're now looking at. They're going to show you that there's no rules or forms in there right now. On the right-hand side of the screen, they're running the Process Explorer from Microsoft that will show you when the command shell comes up. So in this top one now, they're on the ruler tool. They're showing you that they have the email address and the password to that victim works. At the bottom, they have Empire PowerShell in what's called remote listening mode, showing you that there's no agents that are activated. Now on the very top, they're actually showing you that they're going to have Empire PowerShell. That's Empire PowerShell. They're going to encode it so that it's not detected by antivirus. Now they're actually going to create that rogue form. They're actually going to create a rogue form. They're going to add it. It's called demo. So this, and it's including the Empire PowerShell. So it's sending the rogue form to the victim's email right now, and it's going to trigger it. And again, it's going to create this reverse command shell that then logs into the victim's machine remotely. And all they had was an email address and password, and they're going to turn that into a completely compromised machine. So look for the email to come in on the left-hand side. You'll see that come in. And on the right-hand side, you're going to see a little command com kind of pop up there, conhost.exe. That shows it's been so there's the email, and boom, look at that. Email came in, boom, con host, and now they're going to show you that Empire PowerShell is running on that machine. There they are. They're interacting with that victim machine. They can now copy malicious files up there, copy data, and do further compromises. So they went just using the email address and password. They were able to completely compromise that machine. It's a pretty wild thing, and this has been happening. These types of tools have been out for years. The SensePost Ruler tool is just a demo tool, but Empire PowerShell, which is the most common hacking tools in the world, has been using it for years. What are your defenses? Well, use multi-factor authentication to log in email whenever possible so that your password can't just be stolen and reused. Also, check for rogue rules and forms. Microsoft has a script out there that you can download for Office 365 called Get All Tenant Rules and Forms. SensePost actually made another script called Not Ruler that works for on-premises versions of Exchange. If you have something besides Exchange or O365, you have to make your own script, but you need to monitor and do an inventory at least every half year to see what rules and forms are installed and find out if any of those are malicious, or more often. I mean, the better thing, if you could really do it, is to actually find out when any new rule or form gets created, and then make sure that the potential victim intended that rule or form to be created. With that, also know that if you're worried about whether your passwords are out there, you can go look at KnowBe4's Password Exposure Test Tool. It's a free download, and you can find out if your passwords are out there on the internet or the dark web. But right now, we've got a couple minutes left to take a few questions. If we don't get to your question today, feel free to email me at rogerg@knowbe4.com, and I will answer your email within 24 hours, and you can follow me on LinkedIn and Twitter. With that, let's take a few questions.
Fabulous presentation, as always, Roger. We do have some questions for you, and while we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone out there. What additional information would you like about the KnowBe4 solution? We appreciate your response there in the slides window. So, Roger, so many questions here. I'm not even sure where to start. I do like this one from Scott, who's asking, do you have any recommendations for best practices around MFA security?
Actually, I do. I wrote a whole book on it. But you can, if you search on my LinkedIn account on MFA, I've got all kinds of recommendations. There's MFA that I like and MFA I don't like SMS. I don't like any SMS-based MFA, but there's all kinds of ones I do like. But it would take 10 minutes here. But if you go to my LinkedIn account, search for MFA, there's a lot of good articles there.
Excellent. There's a couple questions here about like how long does it really take to decrypt a password? A strong password versus a weak password, or?
Well, these days, some of the best machines can decrypt an 8-character Windows password. They can crack an 8-character password hash in under 20 minutes. You can do that. They can do that with less than $15 of Azure AWS storage. If you want to keep your Windows password from being password hash cracked, it needs to at least be 16 characters long. You want it to at least be 12 characters. We don't know anyone that's ever broken a 12-character password, but we do know people that have broken everything up to that, up to 11. And again, if you have an 8-character Windows password, it can be cracked in minutes, in 20 minutes max.
Wow, that's incredible. It's very scary. This is an interesting question. It's a lengthy question. I'm just going to rephrase it. Basically, they're saying they have trouble getting their executives and business leaders to buy in to security solutions, security awareness, things like that. Do you have any suggestions for them to help kind of justify better security at their company?
Yeah, I mean, certainly email me, and I can send you a lot of resources. But the biggest thing to make is that social engineering and phishing is responsible for 70 to 90% of all successful attacks today, followed by unpatched software, which is about 20 to 40%. If you're not doing everything you can to fight social engineering and phishing, including training, you're just not going to succeed. And these days, ransomwares ransomware companies or malware is coming in and taking over organizations and locking them up and putting them out of business for weeks to months. But if you have a problem convincing your staff, email me at rogerg@no4.com, and I can send you a lot of resources.
Excellent. And it looks like that's all the time we have here for our live Q&A. But Roger, there's a number more technical questions. We'll be routing these over to you. And if folks have questions, I see some questions here about, hey, how can we get access to this video or more information on this hack? They should email you. What's the email again, Roger?
rogerg@no4.com. I'll send you the slide deck that has the links that you can download the videos.
Awesome. Thanks so much again, Roger. Great presentation.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
For more information, of course, visit knowbefore.com and also check out the handouts tab. It's there that you'll find the red flags of rogue URLs. This is an excellent resource that you can actually send out to your users as well, or IT professionals there in your organization to help them better secure themselves and know what to look for. I'll leave the poll question up while I announce our first 3 Amazon $100 gift cards. These are going to Ed Fabian from Missouri, Ethan Tran from North Carolina, and Ashley Moreau from Maryland. Congratulations. All right, with that, it's time to keep the summit moving, and I'm excited now to bring in our next expert presenter. Welcome, Mr. Matthew Groves, Senior Product Marketing Manager at Couchbase. Matthew, are you there?
I'm here. How are you doing?
Excellent. It's great to have you on, Matthew. Take it away.
Great. Yeah, thanks very much for having me. I want to talk to you a little bit today about Couchbase. So my agenda today is actually we're going to just cover as much as I can in this short period of time. We're going to give you a Couchbase overview. I want to focus on one of the really interesting directions that Couchbase is going this year, and that is the multi-model design, the multi-model support that Couchbase has. And I'll show you a demo of that in action, and then we'll have time for some questions after that. So let's start with an overview here. Very briefly, Couchbase is a NoSQL database. It's most commonly described as a document database. It's able to store JSON data on a distributed cluster. But Couchbase actually supports multiple models of data storage and retrieval. And this is one of the things about NoSQL as a buzzword, is that it's a very broad umbrella. And Couchbase has lots of different approaches to storage and retrieval and modeling. So you can use Couchbase as a simple key value store if you want to. You can actually use it as a document database, as I mentioned, to store JSON data. You can use Couchbase all the way to mobile and edge devices. You can use Couchbase to do text-based search and geography-based search. And finally, you can use Couchbase for HTAP analytics. Now, what's not pictured here is the traditional relational database model. Now, Couchbase is not relational, but Couchbase 7, which is currently in beta, a free download for you to try out right now, will be released later this year. It does support a relational style data model with both SQL and ACID transactions. So later in the demo, I'm going to show you all these models in action, with the exception of mobile and edge. I'm not going to show that. We don't have enough time for that sort of thing. And what I'm going to show you today doesn't require any extra modules or plugins, anything like that, for this functionality for it to work. It's all built right into Couchbase Server. Couchbase has leaders across a range of industries are using Couchbase to power their critical applications. And so, for instance, all of the top 3 credit reporting companies, all of the top 3 GDS companies, the ones that power the online travel. So when you go online to most travel websites and book your hotel, your flight, and so on, those are using GDS companies. Half of the top 10 telecom companies, and so on. Now, you may not have heard of Couchbase before this presentation, but when you scroll through the apps on your phone, many of them are using Couchbase in some fashion for interacting with users and user profiles, including some big ones I'm not allowed to show the logos of, at least not yet. We've started to ask customers why they chose Couchbase and what features of Couchbase they value the most. And not to our surprise, but they've listed performance and replication, or high availability, and scaling. Those are the top 3 things that Couchbase has always done really well. And then the features they like the most that differentiate us from other NoSQL databases is, my favorite, of course, is Nickel N1QL. That's a full-blown SQL implementation for JSON data. The next most powerful feature in Couchbase that customers really like is XDCR, which is cross data center replication. That's replication between various data centers to keep your data in sync across the world, multiple data centers, and so on. Flexible schema, that's the JSON data we're talking about. And memory first, which is one of the features that gives Couchbase such great performance. I'll show some of that later. These are some more of the common use cases we see our customers and users building with Couchbase. User profiles are a very important component of any and all applications because they contain customer information. And session management is a caching solution that helps improve performance and availability of that user experience, updates stored information in the user's profile, and usually these 2 use cases go hand in hand. Customer 360 then evolves from the personalized user profiles in session to give your customer service or your employees a single pane of glass to look at a customer pulling in data from multiple data sources. And Couchbase is great for building those types of applications. Product catalogs, especially virtual products like tickets, for instance, a very popular use case because this requires tracking many, many interactions leading up to and including the transaction that's executed at the end of that process. Things like digital transformation, mobile, and IoT, these applications round out the use case for kind of offloading older systems, so offloading legacy mainframes or relational databases to provide better performance and more flexibility for engagement use cases. And each one of these use cases are just accelerating because people need to start containing costs, and they don't want to do this without compromising competitive features. All right, so I want to talk about the multi-model support of Couchbase because this is something that's really powerful in Couchbase's approach now and in the future. So these are the various core advantages and benefits of Couchbase. So JSON's flexibility, that's the document database model. You can evolve the schema as required by the application. You can store arrays and nested objects in there, very complex structures if you need to. The next one over there is Nickel N1QL. That's the SQL-friendly, full-blown SQL query language that can use to be queried to query JSON data. The third one there is the memory first data management. So these are this is the built-in memory first cache that's in Couchbase. So you don't need to bring in another caching tool in front of this database. It's already built right in. Full text search is there, so things like language awareness, like a Google search for your data, for your catalog or your website or what have you. Analytics service, this gives you reporting and BI for big data sets from Couchbase, both internal Couchbase clusters, multiple Couchbase clusters, and even S3, large data sets in S3 you're storing in AWS or an S3 compatible store. Eventing also gives you the ability to, gives you some programmability to respond to data change events. So if data is updated or deleted or inserted, you can actually run some code to respond to that. So here's just a quick comparison of the query language. So on the left there, the Nickel query language I wanted to talk about. On the left there is MySQL. This is a traditional relational database that uses SQL query language. In the middle is actually Couchbase's query language. And it is, when I say it's full-blown SQL, this is what I mean. It's very much a rich SQL language with all the syntax you'd expect, including insert, update, delete, joins, aggregations, common table expressions, windowing functions. Everything you'd expect from a SQL query language is there. And it's just querying over JSON data instead. And then on the right is another popular NoSQL database that doesn't go down the SQL route. And it's a whole new language that you have to learn and apply to interact with your data. And you have to focus more on the how with languages like that than the what. You know, your enterprise probably already has a lot of SQL knowledge already. You can take that same knowledge and apply it to a NoSQL database like Couchbase. So I want to switch over to a demo right now and show you some of this in action while I still have time remaining. So let me go ahead and share a screen. So I'm hoping my screen is visible now to everybody. Whoops. If it's not, please let me know, operator. You see it okay? Okay,
Yes,
great. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start here with a SQL Server. So this is a relational database. I have a sample data set here called AdventureWorks, and I actually wrote a little utility to transfer data from this into Couchbase. I did this all in advance. It takes about 15 minutes to copy AdventureWorks in its entirety over to Couchbase, so I didn't want to make you wait 15 minutes. But let's go over to Couchbase here. I've just got a Couchbase server running locally on my computer here. I want to, this is AdventureWorks, so all the data has been copied over here. I want to show you here this RAM usage here. Couchbase, these are called buckets, so Couchbase buckets are memory first, which means when you do a key value lookup, you'll often be reading that data, that value, right from RAM. It's one of the things that makes Couchbase so fast. But note that with a Couchbase bucket, it's still stored on disk as well. So you can see it's being stored in RAM and on disk. So if that happens to be the data is not in cache, not in RAM, the lookup's going to go to disk and pull it into cache. But of course, in this case, it just happens that all of AdventureWorks fits into memory. So you can see I've not even exceeded my RAM quota yet. So every time I do a lookup by key value, it's going to pull that right from RAM. It's going to be a very, very quick, low latency lookup. So inside of AdventureWorks here, I'm going to drill into what's called scopes and collections. This corresponds to schemas and tables in SQL Server. Looking at the person scope here, you can expand that. And now there's a bunch of collections in here. These correspond generally to tables. And there's address. So again, you can see at the address level here how many items are in there, 19,000 items, how much memory is being used, how much disk is being used by that collection. And I'll drill into these documents here at the address level. I can just, this is a list of all the address documents in that collection. So I can go ahead and click on one of the keys here, and that will do a key value lookup right there is what we just did. Not terribly exciting, but what that's doing is pulling it right from RAM. And if I zoom in here, you can see this is actually JSON data being stored in this document that corresponds to an address from AdventureWorks. Now, not all data in Couchbase has to be JSON. This could be a key value store storing whatever you want. Some sort of binary value would be fine. But if you stick to JSON, as most Couchbase users do, then you unlock a whole other world of functionality beyond a key value lookup. Additionally, one point I want to make here before we go into the next model is that Couchbase 6.5 actually, which is the current latest general available release of Couchbase, actually introduced ACID transactions that work with the key value APIs. So that further supports a relational style data model. Now, the JSON supported by Couchbase is plain JSON. It's the JSON standard that's used and understood everywhere. It's not our own custom JSON format or anything like that. So I want to show the document database capabilities off here. I'm going to go over to a query. Now, I mentioned the Couchbase language is called Nickel N1QL. It's based on SQL standards. So relational developers are going to be comfortable with reading and writing queries in Couchbase. So here's a query that actually executes a join between a person and they may have one or more email address. I'll execute that there. And there's the results. The results are in JSON. I can also view them in a table format. It's still JSON behind the scenes. Now, unlike relational style SQL, Nickel works with JSON data. So it has additional functionality beyond the relational basics. So for instance, this previous example represents a typical relational style join right here, just doing a join. But it's going to likely require additional processing by the client to map those results to an entity in your application. So it's going to be the same sort of issues you have right now that you solve with an ORM tool like Entity Framework or Hibernate, something like that. I'm going to, instead of using a standard join, I'm going to paste in some Couchbase syntax here. It's a different kind of join called a nest. This is a nested join. Everything else is exactly the same. I'm doing a nested join instead. And I'll execute this. And in this direction is a customer can keep going once their data is in Couchbase. They can start to aggregate and remodel the data into a single user profile document and start to cut down on joins. But here's what you'd end up seeing is something like this. You'd have a user object, and it would contain an email addresses array. And that array, in this case, only has one item, but it could be multiple email addresses for that user, all stored in one place. So we can start cutting down on joins, if that's what you need to meet your performance goals. And just to reiterate, Couchbase has SQLs with joins, aggregation, ACID, CTEs, all the stuff you'd expect from a relational database, except we're doing it in a large-scale NoSQL database. Another model that Couchbase supports is full text search. This allows you to create text search indexes on the exact same data, so no need to copy or sync the data into another search tool. It's right there in Couchbase. So I'm going to create a full text search index here, and full text search supports a lot of features that you'd expect from a search engine. So stemming, language awareness, phrases, relevancy scoring, geographical indexes, and a lot more. Indexes can be complex to create, but we've added this quick index feature to help you get started. I'm going to go into here and I'm going to create an index on the product description, call that FTS product description. That'll be on AdventureWorks. And I'm going to switch this to production. Yes, that's fine. And product description, which is right here. Okay. And this will give me a sample document that's in that collection right now. And I got lucky because I got an English one first time. When I do this demo, it's usually a foreign language. But luckily, I got the English one right away. So I could refresh this to go to a different sample if I wanted to. But this is fine. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the description here. That's one of the fields I want to search. And these are all fine over here. I can choose other languages if I want to do searches in whatever language is in your database. I'm going to check all these options here. These are all optional. They provide enhancements to the index, but they take up more disk space perhaps. So there's a trade-off involved there. And let's go ahead and add this. So I'm just going to create an index that's searching just the one field for now. I'll create that index. So that index is going to run for the first time and load all those documents in there. This is a real-time index though. So as you add and change documents, this index will be updated automatically. AdventureWorks is a bike shop data set. So I'll go ahead and just search for the term bike in here. And we'll see some results that contain bike or variations on bike, because this is language aware. So plurality, for instance. There's also a scoring here, so it's relevance scoring, just like a search engine. It'll have the most relevant search that's at the top. And then based on this, I can combine this with the key value engine, click on this and get the key value lookup for that particular product. So we've done search, relational, key value, and document database all in one system here. And we can take another step further here and go back to our SQL workbench and combine this with search directly. So I can have this keyword called search. I'm going to search the description field for bike, and I get the same results here. But now I can combine that with joins, with SQL syntax, and other types of, if I want to put a date range in here or something like that, and I can use that here for this and even more advanced use cases. I can mix and match for performance reasons, for instance. And the last thing I want to show you is the built-in analytics engine. So this is the equivalent of like OLAP data querying, so stuff for big data, business intelligence, reporting, complex queries that are typically low concurrency but high complexity. And usually the way you do this is you have to build out some sort of nightly ETL that's going to copy your data from your OLTP into your OLAP database or something like that. some of the database. With Couchbase, we can do this all in the same cluster. So just like with full text search, you don't need to make a redundant copy in another system. However, it still provides workload isolation. So we're not going to affect the performance of the OLTP system. We're going to make a shadow copy of the data. And so the end result is real-time, up-to-the-minute BI results with a performance massive parallel processing MPP SQL engine. So Couchbase, right now I've just got a blank slate. I'm going to add some links to local collection here. I'm going to create one for sales order detail, and that is in sales and sales order detail. So I'll create that link there. I'll create another link for, I'll just call this one sales order. And that's sales and sales order. This is going to be sales order header. So in a relational model, these are two separate tables. Since I've just lifted and shifted the relational model to Couchbase, they're in two separate collections. In the long run, I might want to combine those into one collection. But now I've got those linked up. I'll go ahead and do a quick count. You can see that I've linked up about 32,000 records there. And from sales order detail, I've got 121,000 records there. So this is a shadow copy I'm working on. This is not the actual live data that your website's using, for instance, but it's a shadow copy just for analytical data. And that's done automatically. There's no ETL I have to enable or run or build or maintain to do that. And I'll just put in a complex query here that joins together the sales order and sales order detail, filters it by a date range, and then I want to filter further by just the ones that have more than 5 items. I'll go ahead and run that query. This is something that is completely done without indexing. I can add indexes if I want to improve performance in the future, but it's completely just going on the strength of the MPP engine to do this level of analytics. I can show you that this is real time by going updating some data. I don't know if we have enough time for that, so I'm going to skip that step in the demo now. But if I went and changed the data in my operational bucket, it would be reflected almost immediately in my analytics shadow copy. So again, very much real time. I don't have to wait 24 hours to get a view of my data. Okay, so let's go on back to the slides here, and I'll finish up. Let's just make sure the slides are there on the screen. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. Looks good.
All right. So the thing with Couchbase, as I wrap up here, there's something for everyone that differentiates Couchbase and makes it a tool that can help you solve the problems that are facing you, whether you're a developer or an architect or you're in a DevOps-focused organization. Couchbase has something powerful that can help you solve problems. And I'm not going to go through all these icons, but it's a great deal of features and capabilities that Couchbase has. I want to finish up by saying check out Couchbase Cloud. This is a database as a service offering. It's currently available for AWS and Azure, a fully managed database as a service. And this can run inside of your own AWS VPC or your Azure VNet. And again, this lets you focus on the what and not the how, and let Couchbase Cloud manage the infrastructure, the scaling, and I think I didn't skip the slide there. There we go. That's the slide I meant to show. Let you focus on the what and not the how, and let Couchbase manage the infrastructure, scaling, and maintenance for you. Okay, so that's it. Definitely go check that out, couchbase.com/cloud, and I'm happy to answer any questions we have at this time, if there are any.
There are, yeah, many more questions than we have time for. Thank you, everyone, for the excellent questions. While we do some Q&A, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone out there in the audience that simply says, what additional information would you like about the Couchbase solution you just learned about here? So really cool demo, Matthew, by the way, appreciate that. Let's see, first question, I'll just start off with this one. They're asking, where can I deploy Couchbase at exactly? Is it only available in the cloud?
Oh, right. Good question. So Couchbase Cloud is the fully managed database as a service offering. So if you want to turn over your management of the cluster to that, you can. However, Couchbase can really be deployed anywhere you want to. Couchbase Server is something you can just download and install like I did on my local machine here. You can install it in your own data center. There's a Docker image available. There's actually a Kubernetes operator. We're one of the first NoSQL databases, actually the first NoSQL database to release a operator for Kubernetes. So if you want to deploy to a Kubernetes cluster, you can do that as well. You can deploy through the marketplaces, AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. And I think there's other cloud providers in there as well. So basically, anywhere you want to run Couchbase, you can. And I mentioned the cross data center replication, XDCR, earlier. If you run Couchbase clusters in 2 different places, you can sync the data. So it's a great way to have disaster recovery. If you want to copy your data into the cloud or onto your own data center, you can do that. You can copy it between Azure and Amazon if you want to have a multi-cloud solution there. So really good question.
Very cool to know that this is available in so many different places. It's available as a SaaS. Any details on the SaaS model? Like, how does the licensing model work with that?
Yeah, so with the Couchbase Cloud DBaaS there, one of the great things about it is that it actually deploys to your VPC or VNet. So we're not just turning around and reselling you Amazon or Azure. It's actually going to go into your VPC, your area. So any sort of pricing arrangements or discounts that you've arranged for your existing cloud infrastructure, Couchbase can take advantage of those prices and use it there. If you want to check out Couchbase, there's actually a free trial right now for Couchbase Cloud. They'll give you the Couchbase Cloud service at no charge for, I believe, 30 days. It could be more. And then there's also some developer options as well that are, if you want to just do a dev and test with Couchbase Cloud, you can do that with like a lower powered cluster to do that work in before you go to the enterprise production.
Very nice. James is asking if Couchbase supports at-rest encryption.
So that is something that is something we've partnered with other companies to do. There is some field level encryption that you can do with Couchbase SDK. So I showed you those JSON documents. If you have specific fields in there you want to encrypt, our SDK does support that. If you just want to encrypt the whole thing, that's a feature that's coming on the roadmap, I believe, in the near future. But we do have some partners that support, just encrypting the whole thing on disk as it's at rest.
Awesome. And then another question here, is Couchbase open source?
Yes, so Couchbase is, so there's a community edition of Couchbase, and the source code for that is open source. It uses the BSL license, I believe. And I believe that reverts to Apache 2 after a few years. We just announced a licensing change there, so you can go check that out. It's a BSL, which is a open source, relatively permissive open source license that you can use that if you want to. And the community edition is a totally free download you can use in production as well with the community support.
Okay, very cool. And then another question, what's the difference between Couchbase and CouchDB?
Oh gosh, so this is a question that I get asked all the time. It's complicated. There's a little bit of a history there, long time ago, maybe 11 years ago. But really, CouchDB is a separate project in the Apache Foundation, and Couchbase is a project of Couchbase Incorporated. They're both JSON document databases, but that's about where the similarities end. They're not the same API, don't have the same features. CouchDB doesn't have the built-in memory first cache, doesn't have the SQL language or anything like that. So they're not API compatible. It's just kind of a similar name sort of thing, and there's some esoteric history for that, but it's not the same thing. We're not like the enterprise version of CouchDB or anything like that.
Got it. Okay. And so if folks want to try this out, you said there's a free trial at couchbase.com/cloud?
Yeah, couchbase.com/cloud.
Awesome. All right. Well, excellent presentation. Really love the demo. Thank you so much for being on the event today, Matthew.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And for more information on Couchbase, check out the handouts tab there. And there is a link actually to couchbase.com, which will show the button right there. I'm looking at it, start free trial, and you can try out the Couchbase Cloud Database as a service for yourself. I encourage everyone to respond there to the poll question. I'll leave that up while I announce our next 3 Amazon $100 gift cards. These are going out to Francisco Salas of Texas, Renee Carroll of Colorado, and Jenny Keister of Michigan. Stay tuned. Up next, we'll have our gift cards and our first grand prize for 5 Oculus Quest 2 headsets. And with that, it's now time to bring in our next presenter. Welcome, Mr. Rob Langley, Network and Security Architect Solutions Engineer at Gigamon. Rob, are you there?
Yeah, hi. I'm here.
Hey, Rob, it's great to have you on the summit today. Take it away.
Okay, thanks for having me here today. Again, my name is Rob Langley. I'm a Network and Security Architect Solutions Engineer. Just going to go ahead and start out by talking today about profiling and posturing your IoMT network. That's our subject for today. And I'm going to go ahead and just tell you a little bit briefly about myself and who I am, and that way you can kind of get a little bit of a feel of what my background is. I've been in the industry for a little over 25 years now as a network and security architect engineer. I've deployed many networks, data centers, hospital networks all around the world, and I've had some pretty fortunate experiences and learning curves during this long journey and path. With that said, let's just go ahead and kind of start talking about some of the important points of profiling and posturing your security network. And as you can see here, we have a lot of challenges in a medical network. The healthcare is a very large, vast industry with many complex devices on it. So when we look at things, when it comes to the medical side of the house, we have a lot of the same commonalities that you see in a traditional network, where you have cybersecurity using IoT devices. And then we have to also understand that there's a lot of data being pushed around. So there's a lot of information sent from patient records that can really be challenging on systems and servers, that warehouse this data. So we look at it and we think, are we creating a big digital black hole with all of this information that we are gathering and collecting on patients and people in general? So as you can see, we have this massive amount of data and we have to forensically analyze it. This is where our analysts have to come in and be really mindful about how they dissect the data. So we have to be very understanding and careful about how to mitigate all of these issues and risks that we can run into. So, we look at things like smartphones, and we have computers, and we have access everywhere, and we have to be able to profile these devices appropriately and securely to make sure that, the patient data and the record information is not being exploited. So in turn, now our doctors have to have very close patient care and interaction, because now as we are learning more and more and more about what we can and can't do, we now become our own doctors and practitioners of our own sort that a doctor, may not necessarily be as engaged with, because they also have a lot of background in technology, and they have to be proficient in something that an IT expert would also be proficient in. So we have to have these really close relationships between each other so that we make sure that we're securing all of this information and providing appropriate device, context. So our devices can be exploited, via personal or via corporate land, and we have to make sure that we do everything that we can to secure it. So examples of this, can be, wrong patient records being tampered with, medications being tampered with, a wrong diagnosis could come about of it. And this is important because we're talking about human life and making sure that we're not getting sick or getting the wrong medications or causing more problems and complications on top of it. So we like to kind of bring the human element into this aspect as well, because most all of us access our patient records online at some level. If you have access to a phone, a computer, any other type of a device that gives you access into an infrastructure via secure means. So, with that said, let's just kind of jump into our next slide here and take a look about what a hospital network can look like. And as you can see, it's not traditional. You have a lot more devices here. You have monitoring devices for the heart ward, where they monitor a patient's heartbeat and make sure that the rhythms are correct and that they're not going to an arrhythmia. We have devices that are medical scanning devices, such as an MRI or a CAT scan or a PAX machine or imaging. So again, these are not your traditional devices on your network. These are things that have to have very specific profiling aspects and caricatures and signatures because they're very intimately designed. Some of the devices are very old, in fact, which are still in production and use today, and they're still supported because their technology doesn't always necessarily change in some components. The imaging systems are still very much relative today when it comes to an MRI or a CAT scan. That radio technology has essentially been quite static. Now, it's become more refined and tuned with better hardware and silicon. However, it still has its own unique signature. And when it comes to this type of stuff, we have to remember that we're profiling against it. So we have to make sure that the stuff is done in the sense of protecting a medical device or a patient on the other end of the medical device. So this is important that we are taking care of business the right way. And, we have to make sure that we're refining and putting things in the right categories, in the right places. Is there by design, or did it get in there accidentally? Sometimes you can have a device on a network, but it doesn't belong there, even though it's a legitimate device. So we have to be able to make sure that we can remediate this and put it into the correct place. This also goes the same for the rogues and the unknowns. We have to be able to police them, and again, via group policy or security measures, we put them in the right category and we deal with them so we can, again, secure and trust, at the end of the day, our network is healthy, clean, and clear so that exploits aren't happening. And then we have to think about, well, where are we going to send all of this data? How does it get logged? How does it get analyzed? What do the analysts have to do with it from a forensic standpoint? Are they using their time wisely and efficiently, or are they chasing the red herring, proverbially speaking, and where they don't know, if the device is legitimate or not? So using good, analytic systems, using good forensic software, using, different profiling tactics allow us to actually help, figure out what we're supposed to do and solve these problems. And let's go ahead and kind of take a look at our next slide here and talk about what a hospital network kind of looks like in a packet flows perspective. So as you can see, kind of at a high level, you can send your data from different areas. You can have Bluetooth, you can have Ethernet, you can have wireless, you can have radio networks because there are medical devices that use a radio transmission. And when all that data flows, we have to be able to collect it and disseminate what that data is doing and generate, IPv6 records or flow records or enriched metadata records so that we can have our tools forensically analyze it. So as you can see, flowing from a hospital network, it goes into a data center, a local on-prem data center, or even into the internet, depending upon what type of access is being gained inside or outside if you're a trust and untrust zone. We send it into a Gigamon next-gen packet broker where we can generate the net flow and the metadata, and then we can send it to the tool appropriately. We can filter down at a very granular level, making sure that we're categorically sending the correct data to the tool so that it can do its job in the most efficient way. Because that's one of the key components that Gigamon provides is the ability to optimize all of this traffic, including deduplicating traffic when you have multiple, switches in a fabric running up into an aggregation layer. You can get a lot of extra cross-chatter packets because switches don't really mine sessions so much like a router or a firewall might. So we have to have the Gigamon in place to help kind of clean up all that data, wash it, send it to your tool appropriately so the tool's resources are not overburdened. It's also a really great way to send multiple copies of the same data to different types of tools. So not necessarily just your NDR, but your application performance monitoring system, or maybe your network detect system so that you can, again, monitor for packet loss, monitor for latency or transaction problems that can occur. Because in a hospital network, transactions are critical. They have to be able to be seamless between a doctor and a patient system so that the medical care can be provided as accurately and as quickly as possible, because sometimes certain health issues demand this type of sensitivity of timeliness. So let's kind of go ahead and move on and talk a little bit more about what the security components that build all of this infrastructure out. So as you can see here, kind of at a high level, we're talking about the security services. We have authentication, identification, group policy, and self-help automation. And we haven't really talked about the self-help automation, so I think I'm going to start there really quickly, just to kind of, give a thought process of what it is that means. So we want to be able to remediate any issues as quickly as possible for users so that they can kind of get their own help and not overburden our IT resources, because IT is already stressed and strapped for resources. I know I've worked many long days and nights where there was a lot of tedious work that wasn't very productive. So being able to provide like a landing page to kind of self-help, a password reset, maybe to your email or to a cell phone, like an SMS text message, to help kind of provide some of that, which leads us into the authentication component, which could be something like a 2FA. Everybody knows that it's something that you should try to do to secure your network is run a 2FA system, or like a key pass and a CAPTCHA, or using trusted certificates on machines, because that's the critical source of security, is authenticating who you are so that we can trust you. Does it work 100% of the time? Absolutely not. But we do everything we can to make sure that we are doing as much in the authentication spectrum to do so, using complex passwords that are not as easy to exploit and things like that. So we want to be able to identify you so that we can profile the device and isolate it appropriately, so that we know that if it's a known or unknown, and then categorize it correctly and put it in the right bit bucket so that it gets handled. So again, this is a part of your identity access management, or IAM, as an industry would know. The group policy allows you to put it in the correct place so you get access by design. If you're not accessing something by design, that means you've probably slipped through the cracks and you're exploiting something that you should not be exploiting. So these are some of the components when it comes to building your security architecture reference, so that you can actually have a way of solidifying and hardening your environment to make sure that it is secure as possible. So security by design is what we're after. So I'm going to kind of skip ahead a little bit here, and I'm going to talk a little bit, since we've touched on base about NDR, is it something that Gigamon also offers, which is threat hunting with our Gigamon Threat Insight product. It's a threat hunting system designed by threat hunters for threat hunters. And as you can see in this simple slide, there's a lot of devices on your network that need profiling and attention. And how do you go about visualizing them, seeing them, and addressing them one by one? And as a human being, this would be an impossible task. The manual effort would just be, too much to be able to take on. With using automation and being able to put your policies in place and putting your remediation tactics in place allows you to categorically select, identify, and threat hunt and remediate the issue at hand. So again, as we kind of move forward, we'll see how the Gigamon Threat Insight plugs and plumbs into this infrastructure. Again, it's the same traffic flow of data, but now, as you notice, the Gigamon is sending all the traffic to the Threat Insight sensor, and it's putting it into Threat Insight to forensically analyze, categorize, and help automate and get down to business and start mitigating those threats. And again, we're trying to do this in the most efficient, optimal way possible, because human life could be on the line, and we want to be able to mitigate that risk. So we need to find these infection points, and we need to eliminate them. We need to remove alert fatigue and resolve the issue faster. As we all, in the industry think about, mean time to repair, mean time to resolve an issue, these are the components that we offer that can actually help mitigate all of these risks. And it is very important, particularly in an IoT sense, when we're trying to find out what a device is, where it's at, and why is it there. And that's one of the key components. Why is something on your network, and where is it going, and does it belong there? These are the parts of mitigation and trying to solve these complex problems that we have created in the industry at large. All right, so let's just kind of summarize what we've been talking about here, because it is an IoT network, which has a lot of traditional components of an IoT network, if you will, but then we throw in the medical stuff. So we have mobile smart technology, where everybody can have access to their patient records online via secure means. We have to be engaged with our patients using this network technology as a resource, because it helps leverage the ability to solve complex problems for patients, not just the computers themselves at large. So we're, having to have an increased awareness of the value of digital health as the doctors become more up to speed, as the patients become more up to speed with technology and medical awareness. We all have the ability to access this information, and we need to be able to be mindful and take care of it. There's a much larger demand in the industry at large for what we call a connected health network, where there is a secure network of patient records being shared, not just between the hospitals themselves, but sometimes to a general practitioner or a specialist who needs access to these records as well. How do we trust that? We have to make sure that that's secured via a site-to-site VPN potentially, or is it done via other mechanisms? Because we don't want to have any of this stuff exploited as leaving the infrastructure. And as we've seen, more and more of the healthcare systems are embracing these technologies, and they're relying on it very heavily. In fact, in many ways, without it, they're kind of lost, because now we don't want to rely on what we remember as the old snail mail solution, or you having to walk into an office, get your patient records, and then carry them physically off to the next doctor. This helps expedite that process, because now we're doing it via, our network media. And we have to secure all of this, because at the end of the day, we're talking about HIPAA compliancy, and all sorts of other compliancies that are all medical secured. Now, traditionally, we talk about SOX and PCI and other types of compliancies in a traditional network, but when it comes to the medical side of the house, there are even more strict controls and guidelines and mechanisms that actually have to put this in perspective. So it's one of the things that we want to make sure that we're aware of, and that we're ensuring that we're doing our due diligence to secure all this media. And I think at that point, we're pretty much ready, I think, for some Q&A here, because we've kind of wrapped up and summarized. We want to go ahead and take it away from there and ask some questions?
We do have some questions for you from the audience, and I'm just going to bring up this poll now for everyone out there. Rob, I got a lot of great questions coming in for you. I encourage everyone in the audience to respond to the poll while we take your questions. So let's see, first question that came in. Rob, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fantastically, yes.
Okay, good deal. First question that came in here, they're asking, what does Gigamon collect in terms of network data? Does it vary from tool to tool, or how does that work?
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. I think Gigamon and packet broker technology is one of those kind of misunderstood technologies. If you think about it, we're tapping all of the traffic or catching span feeds from your switch fabric or routers or firewalls, depending upon where it's been plumbed in. We're like the device that sees all of the data in the network. So we're like that nervous system. We're almost a man in the middle in some ways, where we see all of the transactions occurring based on where the tap has been put in, or test access point, where we're stealing light or a copy of the data. And we're able to generate metadata, net flow, IPFix, Ceph records, things of that nature. And then depending upon what your network is looking for, what the tool is looking for, we can filter it down based on filtration rules that you can write, and we can help automate as well. You can plumb and funnel that data to the tool correctly. So for example, a network tool maybe only cares about layers 1 through 4, whereas maybe a forensic SIM tool might care about layers, all the way up to layer 7 for the application layer. So it just depends upon what it is that the tool wants. And that's where we come in, and we can direct that traffic appropriately. And that's where that optimization happens, so that we only send the right information to the right tool. So it could be any type of a SIM, an NPM, APM, it could be a threat hunting system. It's just basically relative to the device at hand. And we don't store data, because we're not in the business of collecting and storing data. We're in the business of jobbing the data, making sure that the right data goes to the right place. Great question.
Interesting. Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Christopher said that as a Gigamon customer, they like the product, and support is always very helpful. So it's great to hear that. Another question here from Levi, who's asking, would monitoring the traffic with Gigamon cause any sort of slowness or delay in the traffic?
That's a really good question as well, because the tools themselves can only ingest so much of the time, and the networks themselves also have to be, running at full capacity. So depending upon the transaction type, there could be little to no latency, or depending upon if we're decrypting traffic, because we can also decrypt SSL or TLS traffic, that could cause a very, very minuscule performance hit, but honestly, it's negligible, and that's not something you would really see in the environment at large. Whereas if you're just, for example, with a tap, we're just a passive device, and we're not touching the traffic, we're stealing a copy of it. So there's no latency gleaned by this. That's where that impact would not be seen. But the same for like a span port. A span port puts burden more on the switch itself versus on the Gigamon packet broker, because we're just collecting the data at that point and funneling it off. So we analyze and send, The latency you might see is where if you're doing an inline deployment, and again, it's very negligible because we've specifically designed our hardware and software to run at the most optimal levels to decrypt SSL TLS traffic inline. And again, you take that burden off of any other type of a device that can perform that type of transaction. Whereas we do know that those types of transactions are very very processor intensive. And it's kind of a candid answer to say, like, look, you're doing a very large job decrypting and re-encrypting traffic to analyze it forensically. So, where do you put your eggs in the basket, and where do you stack things that have the most processing dedicated power to be a more efficient transaction? So by putting the Gigamon in line, that's what we're doing. We're boosting that capability.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Another question here. Kimberly's asking, can this run on-prem? She says we, have a rural IT organization, not a lot of high-speed, say, internet access, or does it just run in the cloud?
Oh, great question. So Gigamon was first and foremost a hardware company many, many years ago. We've evolved exponentially, and we've been in the cloud now for many years on top of that. So we have hardware and we have software. So we have the ability to do both, and we can do hybrid cloud as well. So you can do on-prem and cloud at the same time, and it can be all done and managed through a single pane of glass system, which is our Fabric Manager. So we have kind of a suite of 3 different chassis types, from an HD1 up to an HD3, which is our flagship model, physical hardware, and then we can do the cloud one. Then that's a great question, because we have to be aware that hardware is our lifeblood, from data centers to on-prem, but we also have the cloud option too. So
Very
yeah,
nice.
that's an excellent question.
Yeah, and David is asking, what happens if the Gigamon solution were to fail? Would network traffic stop at that point, or if this is not inline, then does that really matter?
Yeah. Again, perfect question, because if we are inline, we're tapping inline. So let's say, for example, even inline, if our system does power off, traffic continues to flow. We're what they call like a bump in the wire. So it's in via light and out via light, because the card doesn't require power. And actually, with a passive tap or an out-of-band solution, there wouldn't be any hit again. What you would see happen or change is, like, for an example, with an inline deployment, since we would be the one doing the decryption, that action would stop, but traffic would still continue to flow. So your tool is still going to get the data in an inline sense, but it may not necessarily be able to handle the data because now it's encrypted. So you may only glean simple things like a header or some very basic IP information, but you're not going to get into the meat of the packet without us actually doing the job. But that's an excellent question, because it does illustrate that, even if we fail, the only thing that actually could happen is that your out-of-band tools or even your inline tools may not necessarily be able to forensically analyze. So, one of the things we do offer is we do offer HA solutions as well at the hardware and the software layer. So depending, again, upon how your architecture of your network is, we can easily make sure that these fail-safes and checksums are in place. Yeah, that's a great question.
Got it. Okay. And then here's a question around any best practices or recommendations when HIPAA, of course, is, an important part of IoT monitoring and network monitoring. What about HIPAA? How does that fit in?
Yeah, HIPAA is kind of near and dear to me, because I actually have worked for hospitals, and my wife actually is a nurse at our local hospital here. So HIPAA is a very specific, categorically scrutinized thing that is regulated at the local, state, and federal level from a protection agency standpoint to ensure that patient record exploits do not occur. And part of the solutions that we provide is that we categorically can, particularly when it comes to decrypting traffic, is we will not touch HIPAA stuff. We will actually do a couple things on top of it, because we have these control capabilities, is that we can mask the data if it's in that category, or we can not decrypt it and ensure that it doesn't get encrypted or decrypted by us. So that's really important when it comes to securing that mechanism and being compliant with the medical record sanctioning. So we have to ensure that data is preserved intact and is not accessible except for by the correct people, which would be the doctor-patient relationship, and shared only based on where it's supposed to be shared via that governance. So that's an excellent question. So again, we will not decrypt the traffic, and we can even mask the traffic so that it can't be read. that's a fabulous question.
Yeah, very cool. Interesting. All right. Well, Rob, I'm afraid that's all the time we have here in our live Q&A session, but I've put 28 more questions, technical questions there in the queue. If you don't have, or if you don't mind getting back to those folks, I'm sure they would appreciate it. Again, great presentation. Thanks for being on.
Yeah, my pleasure. And again, you can always go to community.gigamon.com and register for free, and you have access to all sorts of great information like white papers. Thanks for having me. Have a great day.
Excellent. Thanks, Rob. And thank you to Gigamon for supporting the event. Also, check out the handout that's available there for download in your audience console on Johns Hopkins Medical Institution, how they improved network health with Gigamon visibility. All right, I'll leave the poll question up while I announce our next set of Amazon $100 gift card winners. These are going out to Nate Krakowski from Indiana, Heidi Zhang from California, and Anthony Wallace from Arizona. Congratulations to those prize winners. And now we have our first grand prize drawing for 5 of the Oculus Quest 2 VR headsets. I've actually used one of these. They are awesome. So congratulations to Mark Girk from Nebraska, Michelle Covert from Michigan, Brad Scott from New Jersey, Dan Kerr from Illinois, and Brian Church from New Hampshire. Congratulations to all the prize winners. And with that, let's keep the summit rolling here. I'm excited to introduce you now to our next expert presenter. Welcome, Mr. Joseph Carson, Chief Security Scientist at Thycotic. Joseph, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Many thanks. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm really excited about today's event and conference.
Absolutely. Great to have you. Take it away.
Fantastic. So for my session today, I'm really excited to share with the audience to really take you on a bit of a journey into how you can be successful to your path to privileged access security, to really showing you the steps and what techniques you can do in order to make sure that you can secure remote access, privileged accounts, and also employees who are actually accessing infrastructure, whether it being on-premise or in the cloud. And it's really my methodology to really help you, no matter what stage of the journey you're on, you might be already kind of at the beginning and starting to manage passwords and rotate passwords and so forth, or you might already be, further down into actually managing privileged accounts and doing different types of security controls. And I'm going to take a little bit of a journey into how you can get more value. So no matter what stage of the journey you're on, hopefully this will give you more value and get you on the path to success. So I'm joining you all the way from Estonia and really excited to share my insights. So first of all, the threats are real. They're not something you just see in the news. They really do keep security leaders up at night, and when they do attack, they really cause catastrophic events and really bring many organizations to complete full stop. Whether it being malware getting itself into organizations and stealing data and enabling remote access or backdoors, whether it being business email compromise, which can impact things like invoice fraud or financial changes to accounts information, really kind of get where it's costing organizations huge amounts of money. And also the devastating digital weapon, that being ransomware, which is really causing a lot of havoc. And for me, I think this is ransomware is probably the #1 threat that organizations will have to deal with for the 2021 and 2022 and beyond. I've seen firsthand experience with victims of ransomware. I get involved in a lot of incident response and digital forensics, and I've seen organizations, major organizations, losing a complete year of their digital data, and having to then go and recover, through paper backups and paper receipts and invoices and try to digitalize that information again from their inventory and assets. So, ransomware can cause major havoc to organizations and businesses with significant financial costs. I've also seen individuals losing their entire digital life, 25 years of family photos and history and, documents, and their basically digital life, completely erased for the past 25 years. And we really have to make sure that we strengthen, put best security practices in place. I've also, this also relates to compliance failures. We've also seen data breaches after data breach. And also this impacts things like application service downtime, and also ultimately impacting organizations with both revenue impact and brand damage as well. So why does this continue happening? What are the reasons? What are some of the techniques that cyber attackers take advantage of? And definitely up here is, these are the common data breach causes. And up there at the top is poor access management. Many organizations still have simple security controls protecting their digital assets, whether it being also insecure applications. One of the top increased causes is also misconfiguration. Users configuring things by default, by setting default users, default credentials, default configurations into the security systems. And it really means that attackers, it makes the security and almost sometimes turned off by default, making it easier for attackers to gain access. We also see many organizations giving users more privileges than what they really need, especially employees where they've had to go working remotely for the past year. And for those organizations to deliver the laptops and allow the employees to take those devices home to the home networks, they've had to give them local administrator rights and permissions so they can attach it to their Wi-Fi to make sure it works for their home printer, to work with other devices at home. So they're giving employees too many privileges. And for attackers to really, to go from local administrator to full domain, it's only a matter of a few steps, a few small steps. So, by giving employees too many privileges also puts organizations at greater risk. And employees also tend to share credentials with other employees or even third parties. And for organizations, still passwords being sometimes the only security control keeping the organizations protected. And also then, of course, third-party access, remote employees, and we're also seeing a significant increase in shadow IT. So, what's the main area of this is that really attackers really do target privileged access. And there's a main reason for that. I've also been doing some digital forensics and its response in some recent cases. And a lot of the cases that I see is that the attackers want to get privileged access because when they gain access to a privileged account, they can cause the most damage. It also allows them to clear their tracks, to delete log files, to clear events, to make sure that they can remove and actually make it more difficult for the evidence gathering in its response to determine what exactly was the root cause. So cyber attackers and criminals really do want to gain access to privileged accounts. And that's not just about the human-based accounts, the accounts that we tend to be using for things like IT administration or help desk workers to troubleshoot employees' devices. It's also the non-human accounts, a lot of machines and IoT devices, all those things that work in the background to keep the business going, whether it being service accounts or application or SaaS-based accounts, even I see a lot of scheduled jobs and batch jobs that's running things like, clearing up memory, restarting applications, doing backups of certain tasks and jobs. So a lot of things, those automation that runs in the background. But we've also seen an increase of also normal user accounts, but they have access to sensitive data. And that's another area that attackers really take advantage of. So they can actually exfiltrate the data out of the organizations. When you think about, doctors having access to patient records or pharmacists having access to prescription data and so forth. So really it means we're really seeing that almost all identities are privileged. It's not to say they're all equal, but they're definitely, should be considered privileged. And it means that you must take a risk-based approach. You must really identify the most riskier accounts and make sure that you apply the right security controls to those accounts to make it more difficult and actually force attackers to create more noise. We really want them to take more risks. And the more risks the attackers take, the more we actually have a better chance of detecting them much earlier in that attack path. So they can actually prevent them from causing catastrophic ransomware attacks or financial fraud and so forth. But for many of these accounts, organizations are still protecting them with simple passwords, with human-created passwords, passwords that people are choosing and selecting. And we've proven years after year that humans are not the best people at choosing passwords. And we really need to do better. We need to find ways to move passwords into the background. So this is something we really need to take advantage of and actually do our best to actually make security usable for employees and actually help them take away one of the biggest cyber fatigue causes, which is remembering and changing passwords. So how can we move passwords into the background? How can we reduce the risk to organizations? And we really believe that privileged access management is one of the areas that organizations can get huge value from. It's one of the areas that actually employees actually enjoy using
It actually removes that cyber fatigue and cyber pain of remembering and changing passwords. It helps organizations achieve things like compliance and regulatory needs. It also helps actually have a return on investment for the business. It's actually one of the few security solutions out there that actually makes value to the business. It helps innovate. It helps create much more return on investment. And some of the reasons for that, if you think about it, I've heard the term that, data is the new oil, and, probably some people would say cryptocurrency is the new value. But for me, time is the most valuable thing that we have on this planet. It's our time. And the more time we can actually save, the more time that's wasted, we can actually take that away, the more value we add back to employees. And that's what's significant. How can we automate? How can we enable access? How can we enable better authorization and interoperability? And this is really the fundamentals here is about privileged access management, creating a life cycle, creating a systematic approach that creates consistency, predictability, better choices of actually passwords and credentials, rotating them more frequently, making it more difficult for attackers to be successful. And my privileged access management lifecycle really starts at the beginning about defining privileged access and the risks, understanding about what is the risk to your organization, how it can reduce those risks, which accounts have the highest risk to the business, and what more security controls can you apply. The next phase is really about automation, continuous discovery of those accounts, because it's not a one-time checkbox. This is a systematic approach to making sure you have that continuous discovery. And actually, when you discover those accounts, making sure you apply them into the right security containers and actually make sure the right security controls are applied to them in an automated way. And of course, this means that you're continually managing and securing privileged access, making sure that it's a continuous process. You're looking and reviewing security controls, you're refining them, improving them, and ultimately making it more difficult for cyber criminals, even insider threats and insider risks, to make it more difficult for them to be successful and forcing them to take more risk. And as I mentioned, we want them to take more risk, meaning they will make more noise and allow you a better chance of detecting them much earlier in that attack chain. And also continuous monitoring the usage and access, allowing you to get much better understanding of the actual behavior of credentials in your environment, so providing you visibility and transparency, alerting on that privilege abuse, and really also integrating privileged access into your incident response plan. This is also essential to make sure. I've been doing incident response for many years, and sometimes when I get involved, I end up having to use the same credentials that the actual attackers have already compromised and gained access to. And that causes a lot of problems because you end up contaminating evidence. You end up contaminating the log files. So it's really important to make sure you have that separation of accounts and making sure you have dedicated privileged access accounts for incident response that you can enable on demand when you need to, making sure that any audits, any logging is actually completely separated, and also making sure that you can actually disable or deactivate those accounts that the attackers have access to. So really make sure it's integrated and part of your incident response plan. And this is something you continuously review and audit and update. One of the next stages is really, probably early in the cycle, is really to make sure you have an understanding about your risk matrix. One of the biggest steps in actually your path to success with privileged access is to make sure you understand the risk. What risks do you have? What accounts are the most, biggest impact if they ever compromise? And actually create a continuous risk matrix so that as you have newly discovered accounts or accounts that have, maybe you have virtual machines that get rolled back to previous snapshots, and those accounts need to be discovered and actually brought back into management. You've got accounts that haven't been registered. You want to make sure you've got a risk register in that approval process to make sure that you actually move accounts into the right security buckets to make sure they get the right security controls to automatically reduce the risk, to automatically make sure they become compliant with different standards, whether it be PCI, GDPR, NIST, and so forth. And also, this is something you also integrate into your zero trust strategy. Privileged access is one of the fundamental areas that really allows you to apply the principle of least privilege to a zero trust a framework and strategy. It's one of the fundamental ways in order to help you get there, to help you achieve that. So this is something you continuously do and make sure you have a continuous risk coverage and understanding about what your privilege account visibility and transparency is. So this is something you continually do, and it's one of the earlier steps I highly recommend doing. The next phase is really asking the right questions. It's about mapping your journey, about which accounts you want to actually do first. What's the use cases? What's the risks that are compromised? So I call this the privileged access management matrix or checklist, and it really helps you to make sure that you actually get visibility into all the different accounts And I've actually created a self-assessment tool based on this checklist. So you can actually take and actually, go through the actual checklist, get the right answers for your organization, and really map out your path to maturity, your path to success using this checklist. So really understanding about why even are the accounts needed, what's the use cases, the different types of accounts. As I mentioned, that there's many different privileges, but they're not all equal. They all have different risks and different security controls that need to be applied. Who interacts with them? Who uses them? Is it the security team doing a vulnerability assessment? Is it application owners doing something like DevOps and DevSecOps or continuous delivery and integration? Is it IoT devices that you're actually adding to the network? Also, the location where they found. The world is so diverse today in regards to whether you actually have a hybrid environment, a cloud environment, an on-premise, traditional, remote workers, third parties, all working together. So it means that privileged accounts can be actually found in applications, they can be in virtual software, they can be in servers, endpoints, and cloud. How do they get used? Is it interactive? Is it humans actually entering the credentials in? Is it an API that's automatically communicating with, checking on an account, gaining access to a network resource, and then that account being automatically rotated? So looking at what security controls are applied. And then also understanding the risks if they ever do get compromised. So this is really the guide to help you ask the right questions, to take you on the path to making sure that you're well prepared, that even if you do have an existing PAM solution or a password management strategy, that this will help you get as much value out of those solutions as possible and actually take you on further to really getting into that zero trust framework, to making sure you actually have the principle of least privilege, and ultimately make it much more difficult for attackers to be successful. And also providing you, this is actually one of the few security solutions that actually provides employees enjoy using. When you think about employees, you want them to use security, you want them to embrace it. You've never heard of employees saying that they love their antivirus software or they really enjoy the firewalls that keeps them secure. The firewalls have been taking a vacation for the past year as employees have been working remotely, accessing cloud solutions directly. So it's really important here to make sure that we think about security, and actually security today and the perimeter today, it all lies with the identity, and security is with the access. And that's what organizations still have control of. So let's make sure we actually embrace it and take a path to getting the best visibility and the best security as we possibly can. And this means that ultimately getting into the way I look at it and the way I see, I always try to make comparisons into how does this look in a physical world. So for me, access security is really, and privileged account management is really like a continuous digital polygraph test for access. That is what it's like as employees are requesting authentication, and you have different security controls or different methods of authenticating that user. Maybe you're adding additional things like multi-factor authentication in, or additional biometrics for identifiers. And then privileged access actually then checks the authorization to make sure that only authorized users are gaining access to those target systems where possible. So it's almost like a digital polygraph test for access, and that's what privileged access security is providing you. It is so much more than a password vault. Organizations tend to look at, just managing the password by enabling the users to use the password to, check it in, check it out. Privileged access security is so much more. It's about interoperability. Privileged access is almost like the conductor of an orchestra, making sure that as all those different groups and different solutions and different people who require access and authorization to different systems, and making sure that you're actually verifying continuously that that identity should have the access to that target system or network resource. It's so much more. It's the conductor making sure that everything works in symphony, making sure everything can actually access, and you're putting the right security controls in place to make sure that only those authenticated users can gain access, and preventing bad malicious attackers or even insider risks from getting access to systems which they shouldn't necessarily have access to. Ultimately, I've realized in my career, which has been spanned well more than 25 years now, that I've realized that I used to think my job was security. I used to think that my job was being a cybersecurity expert and helping organizations implement security. And I've realized that that is no longer my job, and it's no longer our job. That's our skill set. That's where we're experts in. That's where our knowledge is on the security side of the things. But our job is to help organizations identify the risks, to help listen more to the business and what their needs are and their use cases, and what we actually need to help the business be successful. And that means our job is to help reduce the risk, is to help organizations become more resilient to cyber attacks, to help them be able to recover quickly when they do become victims. And it's our cybersecurity knowledge and expertise is what helps reduce those. But we have to always think about, how do we make it usable? How do we make sure that organizations are successful? How do we make sure that security is something that is actually better than the alternative? It's something employees want to use because it makes their life easier and better. So to really help you take this journey and to really make sure that you actually have all the resources that you need to be successful, Thycotic has created the latest definitive guide to securing privileged access. And this is an all-around book about making sure everything, whether it being web applications, cloud applications, on-premise, whether it being traditional perimeter security, firewalls, whatever your SIEM, any type of application, whether it being endpoint privileges as well, whether it being server privileges, everything to do with privileges in the organization. This is really a guide to help you make sure that you actually have the right knowledge, the right preparation, the right integrations, the right planning to be successful, especially when organizations have been very let's say the environment has changed significantly, where employees are working remotely from all around the world, including myself. This remote working has impacted me, but it's something that we have embraced and made sure that we have the right processes, we have people that's trained and aware, and we have the right solutions to help us make sure that we're able to stay as efficient and as productive as possible. So this is a free definitive guide to help you take that journey to success. So hopefully this has been educational. It's a bit of a kind of quick, take you through the journey, but definitely there's a lot of more resources that we can help you make sure you've become prepared and ready. So I'm really happy to open up for questions. If the audience has any questions they would like to ask, I'm here for a few more minutes to make sure that people get as much value as possible.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation, Joseph. We do have some questions for you from the audience, and while I do that, I'm just going to bring up the poll question that we always have here for the audience, and that is, what additional information would you like about the Thycotic solution? And I encourage everyone to respond to that. We do appreciate it. We want your feedback. So a lot of great questions. Let's see, Deepak is asking first, let's get this out of the way. Where is the guide available? We have.
So I believe that should be in the handouts. So there should be some additional assets available for download in the view link. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah, in the handouts tab, Deepak, and everyone out there, check that out. There's a link to the Privileged Account Cloud Security for Dummies book. That one is there, but the one that you showed, we'll have to get back.
You'll be able. Correct. You'll be able to find it actually not far from the same location. So the link that takes you to is actually one of my own personal books that I've actually wrote just recently, and that's all about the changes from on-premise access security to actually how you should take a different approach. You can't just take the same security that you do on-premise and actually just put it in the cloud. It doesn't work that way. So that book that actually the link takes you to is something that will actually teach you about how to actually prepare for cloud security and cloud access, and fundamentally the difference between that and on-premise. So that's also a great resource and something I do highly recommend reading. But on that same page that it takes you to, you'll find a link that will take you to our resources. And on the resources tab, you can find all of our ebooks and reading material, including some of my recent work, which is, I'm an ethical hacker by background and pen tester. And I've also wrote some recent books about an ethical hacker's guide to protecting endpoints, and also an ethical hacker's guide to protecting Active Directory. So additional resources that if you do want to, you can find those in the same location.
Excellent. And thanks to Larry, who actually just posted a link to the book on the definitive guide to securing privileged account or access in the questions box there. So I'll share that with everyone as well, in case you want to just copy and paste that link to check that out. So let's see, another question they're asking, can Thycotic scan for weak passwords and then alert users to change their password to make them stronger?
So, I mean, absolutely, we can go through and basically make sure and check to see what credentials. Remember, there's a difference between one is, let's say, human-based passwords, which are the ones that people interactively use. And then, of course, the system-based passwords were automated, for things like service accounts and applications and automation and so forth. So there's two different accounts. For the system accounts, we can make sure that those are complicated as possible, that we can take the maximum types of credentials rotated. So people don't need to know them. They just need to use them. They just need to gain the access. So that's something, and of course that rotation and password creation is automatically generated, so people are not selecting them. So that's something that, moving passwords into the background. And I highly recommend doing the same for human passwords, so that they have something that is, a very strong passphrase that allows them to get access to the system, that also includes things like multi-factor authentication or, geofencing type of security to gain access to the vault. But then make sure they move all of the rest of the credentials into the vault itself, because that can make sure that humans are not choosing the passwords and creating them, that we can have the system doing it for them. Let privileged access take care of the cyber, let's say the password pain and selecting passwords for you. So therefore, the employee can focus on getting the access and being as productive as possible.
Got it. Excellent. And then next question, just to clarify, I think you talked about this, but how does a PAM solution differ from a password manager?
That's a great question. And one of the reasons password managers are for yesterday's business. They're probably good today for, let's say, the consumers and individuals or very, very small businesses. But businesses and organizations need to move beyond password managers. Password managers, it's still not fundamentally solving the problem. What it's doing is it's allowing the employees to still have to manage the passwords themselves, but they're using a solution to do it. It means that they're still accountable. They're still self-managing it. You end up with inconsistent results and inconsistent security. You have a lack of integration, a lack of visibility and reporting. So, password managers, they are yesterday's solution, but they are still good for the likes of consumers and individuals. But privileged access goes so much beyond that. It provides more centralization, more automation, and actually it takes away the pain from the employees having to be responsible and accountable for it. They end up just using the solution and gaining as much value as possible. And it comes, of course, with huge integrations, more consistency with things like regulations and compliance, and again, making it much more difficult for the attacker to be successful. So there's a big difference, and it really lies where password managers still rely on organizations for the employee to make smart decisions when it comes to choosing passwords.
Excellent. Another question here, how does PAM fit in with the zero trust security model?
That's a great question. For me, zero trust security model, I like to think of it as more of a framework or strategy. It's not a solution. It's something that really is a baseline. It's a starting point to making sure that you look for ways to do continuous verification, continuous authentication. And what Psychotic and what Privileged Access has the capability of doing is really providing that fundamentals. When you think about getting into zero trust, where I look at it, it's all about basically building digital trust. It's about a risk-based approach. And it means that really looking at that, making sure that employees don't have full privileges. They have standard users, and let privileged access apply that principal least privilege. It can go and discover your local administrators. It can remove the rights, but actually add policies to allow them to still do the tasks that they actually need to do, like it was having privileged access, but letting the solution do that elevation on demand or just-in-time elevation. So this is an area that really makes sure that you can have users with the lowest level of privileges where possible and let the solution elevate it on demand where needed. And that really helps to provide that principal least privilege. It also allows you to have separation of authentication and authorization, which is also critical. You want to make sure that people are able to authenticate, but you don't want to make sure that automatically, once they authenticate, they have access to everything in the organization's digital assets. You want to then provide that separation of authorization, which is what privileged access does. It makes sure that you actually, as you're accessing different systems, whether it being customer records or financial data or intellectual property or even engineers, accessing, development repositories and source code, you want to make sure you're applying additional security controls in the authorization portion. So this is where it's really critical to make sure that you think about that segregation of duties between authentication and authorization, and that's where privileged access helps in that zero trust framework or strategy.
thank you for clarifying that. I know that's a confusion for a lot of folks out there, exactly how Zero Trust works, that it's a model and not a silver bullet of security, and how privileged account management fits into that model. So I'm afraid we're all out of time here in our live Q&A, but we've got, looks like 25 questions still in the queue for you there. Maybe you can get back to some of those folks. Obviously, there's a lot of interest in this topic. So thank you again for being on the event.
No problem. It's a pleasure, and hopefully everyone found it valuable, and look forward to speaking at future events in the future. So thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
Absolutely. And for more information, check out the handouts tab there in your audience console. That will take you to a link to the Dummies Guide to Privileged Access Cloud Security, and a lot of other resources as well on the Thycotic solution, including a free trial button. It's right there in the top right-hand side if you open up that web page, and you can try out Thycotic for yourself. All right. Thank you for all the excellent questions, and thank you to those who responded to the poll. I'll leave that up while I announce our next 3 Amazon $100 gift card winners. These are going to Walter Rogers from North Carolina, Michael New from Kentucky, and Nathan Veno from Texas. Congratulations. And now it's time for our second keynote presentation on the summit today. I'm excited now to introduce you to Mr. Ned Bellavance, a frequent speaker here on the MegaCast and EcoCast and Summit event series. Ned is a fellow Pluralsight author. He's a Microsoft MVP. You can find him on Twitter, Ned1313. Nedinthecloud.com is his website. He's got a whole series of YouTube shows as well. So with that, I'll hand it off to you, Ned. Take it away.
What's up, everybody? This is Ned Bellavance, Ned1313 on Twitter, and today I wanted to talk to you about embracing cloud ops to supercharge your IT operations. Now, you might not be familiar with the concept of cloud ops, so let me explain that a little bit. Cloud ops is a set of principles and practices that have been enabled by cloud computing. Now, that doesn't mean you have to be running in the public cloud to take advantage of cloud ops. It simply means that's where it was initially born, and now it's trickling down to your on-premises environment. Now, what are some principles that make up cloud ops? I've got 4 for you. The first one is on-demand setup of services. What this means is that you don't have to put in a ticket and wait around for a new service or application to be provisioned for you. You can simply go through a console or issue a command, and boom, that thing is ready to go. It's on demand. The second one is low admin overhead for tooling. If you think about traditional tools you might have used in your on-premises environment, a lot of the time those required a significant amount of care and feeding. As you move to more software as a service approaches, where the control plane has been moved to the cloud, you're no longer responsible for that care and feeding. You can actually just use the tool as opposed to worrying about caring and feeding for the tool. The third one is API-driven access and automation first. When the cloud was initially built, all of the services were created with an API and usually an SDK, which meant that they're all accessible through programming. That enables automation of almost everything in the cloud, and that is also trickling down to on-premises tooling. The last one is quick and simple setup. If you think about traditional applications, the setup process, well, it was rather arcane and difficult. But newer tooling allows you to get up and running in a minimal amount of time and then fine-tune it going forward. That means when you're trying to accomplish a goal, you're not spending nearly as much time in the setup process. Now let's take a look at how we can apply those principles to some existing examples of technologies that you have on premises. First, we'll start with storage. If you think about the traditional way of provisioning storage, if I were the application owner, I would have to put in a request for some amount of storage, and then the storage admin would take that request and, assuming they had sufficient capacity, carve off some portion of the storage for me using usually a manual tool of some kind, probably Java-based, not that I have any experience with that, and then they would present that storage to me. That process could take a while. If we think about the CloudOps approach to doing this, I can include the storage requirements in my application deployment, and the storage admin can carve out a pool of existing storage that I can use when I put my application deployment request in, and that storage is automatically carved out for me. There's no wait in this case. It's self-service and on demand. Now let's look at data protection. If you think about traditional data protection products, the setup was a little bit difficult. And then if I, as the application owner, wanted data protection for my application, I would have to put in a request with the backup administrator and tell them what SLAs I wanted. They would then have to apply that policy and verify that the backup was working properly. In a more cloud ops type deployment, I can include the backup requirements as metadata for my application, whether that's through labels in Kubernetes or tags in AWS. Those labels can include things like the frequency of the backup and what SLA I expect for restoration. Now, that whole backup process is not a ticket, it's automated and built into the whole system. The next one is security. If you think about the old approach to security, a lot of the times the application and even the IT operations team would set up an application and then tap the security team and go, oh, hey, can you add some security to that? Thanks, awesome. Or maybe punch a hole in the firewall for us. And that was the first the security team was ever hearing about the application. In the more modern paradigm, and when we embrace cloud ops to define our security, we can define security requirements as part of the application deployment process. In fact, the security team gets in on the process earlier, and then they can create policies and scanning that happens in the development and deployment lifecycle of the application to ensure that when it actually gets deployed to the environment, it's already secure by default. The last example is apps themselves. If you think about the old way that you would develop and deploy applications, traditionally the developers would write the application and put it in some sort of package and then throw it over the wall to IT operations, who would then try to deploy it through some sort of manual steps or maybe a bash script. And they would just kind of hope that the application worked at the end. In the cloud ops style, which also borrows from DevOps essentially, you can create a CI/CD pipeline in which the whole development and deployment process happens in a series of stages, and you can integrate different tests and checks throughout those stages to ensure the application is being developed properly and deployed properly, and that it's functional after the deployment is complete. So you look at those 4 different examples and you see the stark contrast between how traditional IT would handle it and how cloud ops empowered IT can handle it. So those are my 4 examples, and you can look for products and services that are embracing cloud ops ethos to supercharge your enterprise IT. That's all I have for today. Thank you so much to David Davis and the ActualTech Media family for inviting me, and enjoy the rest of the event.
All right. Thank you, Ned. Always great to have Ned on. So many valuable tips, so much expert advice. Again, check out Ned on Twitter, Ned1313. Check out his courses in the Pluralsight library and his blog, nedinthecloud.com. And with that, it is now time for our next presenters on today's Supercharging IT Summit event. Welcome, Mr. Matt Elliott, developer advocate at Rubrik, and Rubrik customer, Mr. Tony Carrero, who is an enterprise systems manager for the University of the Pacific. Matt and Tony, it's great to have you on. Take it away.
In this session, I'll give a brief overview of the products Rubrik offers, and then I'll turn it over to Tony, and he's going to talk about what he's doing at the University of the Pacific and their journey to the cloud. In a nutshell, Rubrik is cloud data management. But what does that mean? Whether you need to protect resources in your on-premises data center or instances running in the cloud, Rubrik has the capability to ensure that your important data is protected. Even if you haven't started your cloud journey, Rubrik has cloud archiving capabilities built in, allowing you to leverage inexpensive cloud storage and ditch depending on tapes. This is what our on-premises protection basically looks like from a high level, and we call this Rubrik CDN. At the center of our product is the SLA policy engine, which simplifies the job of defining recovery point objectives for your resources. The same policy defines retention, archiving, and replication settings all in the same place. You can use our pre-canned SLAs or create new policies to match your business needs. Then it's just as simple as pointing Rubrik towards a virtual environment and assigning an SLA to your resources. Rubrik takes over from there, backing up data and archiving it to the cloud. Simplicity is truly at the core of our product, but behind that simplicity is a load of impressive tech. After you've archived your VMs to the cloud, Rubrik can convert them from their original VM format to a cloud-native image. As you'll hear from Tony in a moment, this is a convenient way to migrate workloads to the cloud and can also be used for disaster recovery. If you spent much time working in the major clouds, you know that their APIs are at the very core of their platform. Well, Rubrik is the same. Our platform was designed to be API first. Every single action performed through the UI is making an API call to the Rubrik cluster. This means that you can easily automate tasks in Rubrik using tools like Python, PowerShell, Ansible, and Terraform. With these tools, you can integrate Rubrik into existing management tooling and build new integrations and offerings. Personally, I'm constantly surprised by our customers and the interesting ways they use our API. So with a little imagination, there's almost no limit to what can be accomplished. The last CDN feature I wanted to touch on briefly is our native immutability. Those are big words, but basically what this means is that after your backup data is written to a Rubrik cluster, it cannot be changed. This immutability is at the core of our custom file system, which powers Rubrik CDN. This means that Rubrik is untouchable by malware and ransomware, and systems protected by Rubrik are easily recoverable should a disaster strike. When combined with the defense in depth approach to security, Rubrik provides the last line of defense in your ransomware defense strategy. Attacks are on the rise right now, so if you haven't thought through your recovery strategy, consider being put in the position of having to pay a ransom to unlock your critical data. We have customers who've been in the same spot, and fortunately, they've never had to entertain paying off criminals. The current pandemic has only accelerated cloud adoption, and for these resources, our Polaris SaaS platform has got you covered. Polaris provides protections for assets deployed in the public cloud, as well as Office 365. It also acts as a control plane for Rubrik clusters deployed in your data center, allowing you to manage data protection across your enterprise through a single UI. We're continuing to add new capabilities to Polaris, such as ransomware detection and recovery and data governance. Our Radar app, which is one of the apps that runs on top of Polaris, analyzes your backups to look for signs of ransomware infection. If an attack is detected, compromised files can be restored in a few clicks. Sonar, our new data governance tool, helps you understand where sensitive data is stored, including locations you may not have been aware of. If you're subject to HIPAA, PCI, or GDPR compliance, this is an essential tool. That's enough for me. I'll stick around to the end of the session, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have. But now I'd like to turn it over to Tony.
Thanks, Matt. Hello, everyone. I'm Tony Carrero, and I'm the Enterprise Systems Manager at the university. I manage a team of systems and application engineer for the university, responsible for everything from servers, storage, to our hosted cloud services and applications. Just a little bit about the university. We're a private university based in Northern California. We have campuses in Sacramento, San Francisco, and our primary location in Stockton. We offer over 80 undergraduate programs and 30 graduate programs, serving over 6,000 students across the university. We have 3 data centers across the 3 campuses, approximately 600 servers, over 90% virtualized with VMware and Amazon EC2, and our ERP system is also in AWS. We also host several SaaS applications, including Canvas, our learning management system. And we have a complete implementation of the Office 365 suite, which is available to all students, faculty, and staff. We also pride ourselves on being a cloud-first institution. Just a little description on that. What we mean by cloud-first is when selecting technologies for university needs and processes, we look to hosted providers and cloud options first, and typically try to go with what makes sense for the given use case. This factors in functionality, usability, cost ROI, the overall goal of reducing the footprint and reliance on our on-premise data centers. This helps reduce the overall risk of disruption to university technology services, and is especially important in this day and age with the transition of the vast majority of our academic services to remote learning. This also supports the goal of providing digital equity for our student communities by providing students access to software needed to support their educational goals from any location with the internet. We believe Rubrik has played a critical role in our cloud-first journey and positioned us ahead of the curve, particularly in data protection and management, and especially given the current circumstances in California and beyond. So even though we're cloud-first, we were faced with two major sets of challenges a couple of years ago with our legacy environment that were directly impacting university business and limiting our initiatives, particularly around technology. These centered around two major factors, so requiring backup modernization and the fact that we were lacking significant capabilities in the cloud, particularly as it relates to data management and protection. These things included an expensive and dated legacy solution, increasing licensing costs, inability to scale with the hardware, lengthy RTO, excessive manual management, and then more importantly, the inability to archive to the cloud, which was a big deal to us. We were previously relying on site-to-site replication, and we had a desire to essentially move our offline backups and archival completely to the cloud, so that way we do a site-to-cloud topology instead of site-to-site. Lack of DR readiness, no AWS native protection. Like so many other institutions, we were growing in AWS more and more instances, and we didn't really have a viable way to consistently back those up, although I know AWS does provide some tools on that in that regard. We really were looking for more of that single pane of glass and the backups to match what we were doing on premise. And then, of course, no backups for Office 365. At the time, we were currently undergoing a migration from our on-premise email to Office 365 Exchange Online, and quickly realized we didn't have a protection in place for those mailboxes for the long term. So to address these challenges, we went through a process of evaluating several different vendors. This process took a couple of months, but we did quickly realize that Rubrik was a clear leader in this space. So with the help of Rubrik, we addressed these challenges by moving to what Matt called a single data fabric. As you can see in this diagram, it is a much more simple and elegant solution, and it really addressed our challenges head on. As you can see here, no longer are we doing site-to-site replication. We're basically, we've simplified backups and data management in all three locations with the help of Rubrik CDM appliance, as well as virtual appliances with Rubrik Edge, the presence in all three locations. And we're doing all our archival out to AWS S3 for long-term retention. And then we're also backing up using Polaris. We're accomplishing a few different things. So we're backing up not only Office 365 with Polaris, leveraging Microsoft Azure as the backend to that, but then also too, we're using Polaris more and more to just centrally manage everything. We do have a number of appliances deployed, and Polaris is a real great tool to not just report on, but also centrally manage those appliances, particularly from a high level. So as you might imagine, the single data fabric provided significant business value in multiple areas. We're saving time and resources for our administrators so they can focus more on start of semester activities, particularly as it relates to this fall, given the circumstances, and ensuring that students can maintain a positive experience in the new normal, basically the new remote learning environment. We now have full visibility of protected data for operations and security via Polaris, as I mentioned, and that is providing more actionable data in making decisions that affect the academic environment. A good example of this are the weekly key performance indicators, which are presented every Monday when we meet, and that helps to keep our overall cloud costs down, particularly as it relates to archival and whatnot. And then we've changed the way we archive data and backups for long-term retention. This is really freeing us up to build a better backup retention policy for the university as well. This also helps to address compliance with newer regulations around data, including HIPAA, FERPA, and GDPR. So like most in higher education, we're facing several challenges with recent events. Given the recent circumstances, University Technology Services, or Pacific Technology as we're called, we've been primarily focused on, for the university, facilitating hybrid online learning utilizing the HiFlex model, ensuring remote access for students, faculty, and staff. We're utilizing services such as AWS Workspaces and RD Gateway for remote access to resources and labs, and helping to facilitate direct use of our cloud and SaaS services outside of the VPN. We're addressing and monitoring increased demand of our hosted services, particularly as it relates to Office 365 products. And no longer is there a dependency on our on-premise data centers for email, but also OneDrive, Teams, and SharePoint are dramatically reducing the reliance on in-house services such as our department chairs and home folders. We're also assessing DR readiness and continuity of service, as I mentioned, most recently addressing the rolling power outages and wildfires in the Northern California region. For example, on this point, just over a week ago, we actually did experience a power outage on our Stockton campus. However, the data center services continued uninterrupted. And then with Rubrik archival to the cloud and Cloud On, we had the confidence that we would be prepared for a cutover to AWS should we need to utilize that in the event of a prolonged outage. We do believe that ensuring and improving the stability and reliability of our technology services are key to improving our overall student experience and success. Rubrik provides the tools necessary to transform data management, as it were, from being an obstacle into being an asset to the university's mission in providing exceptional services for students, faculty, and staff. With Polaris and Rubrik CDM, it really gives us a peace of mind for university operations for our cloud hybrid services, Office 365 and beyond. It's really shaped the way we've addressed these challenges and how we've positioned ourselves with regards to cloud hybrid agility and business continuity as it relates to technology in particular, therefore being an integral part of our approach to cloud first. And with that, I'd like to thank everyone for attending, and I'll pass this back over for Q&A.
Great presentation, really cool stuff. Thank you for sharing your real world, story about how you're using Rubrik, Tony. We really appreciate that. So, Matt, are you with us as well?
I am.
Excellent. All right, let's see. We got a lot of good questions coming in. Thank you, everyone out there in the audience, for the excellent questions. First one, this one is for you, Tony. How long did it take you to implement Rubrik?
So when we first purchased the product, or the suite of products, I should say, it did take us a little bit of time, probably about a month or two of preparation of our VMware environment and our disparate environments. But when we did the migration, it took us 2 weeks. It was very quick. A lot of that entailed, disabling policies previously and then enabling the SLAs, et cetera.
Okay, got it. Very nice, fast implementation. Next question, they're asking, why did you choose Rubrik over other backup solutions out there? What made it really stand out?
There are two primary factors involved in that. So the first is that the suite of products that they provided, even at the time, they're continually releasing more and more, but they really addressed the challenges that we had head on around data management, both on-prem and in the cloud. So services like, well, just even the CDM itself, it's highly scalable. It has a lot of features that really simplify the backup process. It's easy to use. And then that archival to the cloud was a big one. Rubrik seemed to do this in the most simplest and elegant way possible. And then the other side of that too was the customer relationship. I would say, the team presented to us and everything. It's been an excellent relationship, and we've been very satisfied.
Very nice. Yeah, that's great to hear. There's a question here about Polaris and a single pane of glass. Are you using Polaris there, and has it provided you what you need?
I would definitely say yes. And as time goes on, Polaris is becoming a lot more stronger in that arena. So Polaris can now basically manage pretty much our entire VMware environment as it relates to backups and data protection from the central single pane of glass. We were initially, like probably many other customers, were using it primarily for reporting. But then, with the addition of VMware and EC2 protection, which we moved from our on-premise appliance into Polaris, now we've really centralized a lot of the data protection capabilities. So we do use those pretty regularly. So in that respect, it does provide a single pane of glass because everything's central from within the portal.
Got it. Okay, very nice. And then what about regular disaster recovery exercises? Are you doing those, and how has Rubrik fit into that?
It really depends. Holistically, we have kind of a loosely based set of policies. Obviously DR involves much more than just technology. It's also related to business as well. I would say at a more granular level, we do regular disaster recovery scenarios. So we have utilized, live mounting and instant recovery to build out not only just to test recoveries, but then also to ensure stability in said recoveries, as well as build out test dev and stuff like that. And then we've also utilized Cloud On to ensure that, like within a prolonged DR scenario, that certain key servers and services would continue to function even in an AWS environment across our VPN hybrid architecture.
Got it. Okay. Very nice. Let's see. There's a ton of really technical Rubrik questions coming in here in the queue for you, Matt, as well. I'm not sure if you see any that catch your eye. There's too many for us to, go into in this Q&A session, but one of the ones I wanted to ask.
I'll definitely do my best to answer all of them if I can, but yeah, if there's some that you want to highlight, please fire away.
Well, I think the only one we probably have time for, since we're running out of time here in the session, is, I think just how should people get started with Rubrik? What's the best way? Is this and how would they do a POC to really prove that this is a great solution for them?
I'd say the easiest way to get started, if you have a contact for a local Rubrik rep in your region, that's the easiest way to get started, obviously. Otherwise, just go to rubrik.com, and there are a multitude of ways to get in contact from there. In a lot of learning resources as well. So you can learn more about our platform, and you learn all about all the capabilities. Aside from our main website, rubrik.com, one of the things I work on a lot is automation, and so we have an automation repository available at build.rubrik.com. And Rubrik Build is our program that highlights all of our open source integrations, automation tooling, and things like that. Setting up a POC is something we have prospective customers do all the time, but that would be, reach out to us and say hello, and we're happy to get that process started.
Excellent. That's something that I know that you all at Rubrik have always done a great job on, is providing training material, educational resources, and automation. To me, Rubrik is just super strong when it comes to automation. I think that's all the time we have, but it's been really great having you on. Thank you so much for sharing your story, Tony, and thank you for being here, Matt.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you very much.
I've just brought up our poll question for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Rubrik solution? We appreciate your feedback there in the poll. And of course, we appreciate all the excellent questions that have come in. We didn't have time to get to all of them, but I am routing those over to Matt to hopefully respond to you here shortly. While we announce our prizes, I encourage you to respond there to the poll. Our next set of prizes are 3 more Amazon $100 gift cards. These are going out to Johnny Hughes from Mississippi. Billy Mathis from Arkansas, and Carrie Wagner from Idaho. Winners from across every state, I think, here so far in the United States. So congratulations, of course, to all the prize winners, and thank you to everyone who's responding to the poll. I'll leave that up for a few more moments and allow everyone to respond. Don't forget, after our next presentation, not only will we have 3 more gift cards, but that's when we will be announcing our next grand prize, or grand prizes. We've got 5 more Samsung Galaxies to give out on the event. All right, thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll. We do appreciate your feedback. And with that, it's now time to introduce you to our next presenter on today's summit. I'm excited to introduce Anjan Srinivas, Vice President of Product Management at Druva. Anjan, are you there?
I'm right here. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being on the summit today. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, folks. Thanks for joining in. It's exciting to kind of be presenting, and I'm sure there is a lot of talk about data and how it is so important to each one of us. I think that's how kind of the last decade has shaped, both from a personal perspective and kind of from a perspective of the enterprise data that we carry. And protecting this data becomes even more important. I think, again, there are a lot of different methodologies, again, in personal lives, as we are struggling to protect all our favorite memories of our children's pictures and dog pictures and our friends and family times, especially more so as you look back at that data and you find it so priceless to have to go remember all the good times we had when there was no COVID. Enterprises are more and more dealing with data becoming their key driver. I don't have to underscore the importance of data being so important, because I see there are a lot of data management vendors that are in this conference who would have underscored that point as well. But just to kind of give you a sense, is data as kind of, there's a lot of different monikers. Is the new oil, is something critical for your business. You need to have a data strategy in place. You've got to have security in place. All of these are absolutely important. And I think while nobody disagrees that this is important, there are just that many approaches available to our customers, to enterprises, big and small, on how they want to manage it, because data has evolved over many, many decades. And now is at a point where it is not normalized in the sense where you can just kind of aggregate them into one single pool and somehow actually get them to be protected. This is becoming more and more challenging, because as we have crossed the chasm of many different innovations over the past few decades, all the way from physical servers to SAN NAS architectures to virtualization and now cloud, combine that with your application data being sometimes really tightly coupled with your application, sometimes decoupled and kind of kept in different places. It is more and more important that you kind of think about how you, first of all, bring it all together, protect it in a centralized fashion, and then that data is critical not just because somebody's going to hack into it and kind of read all of your customer information or something else and stop your business from operating, like we saw in a recent ransomware attack on a pipeline company, leading to folks filling up gas in plastic bags, as I saw some videos. But it is more about how do you then take that data and be able to provide higher level of value both for your internal audience, which is your employees, your partners, and then also to your external audience, which is your customers. So companies are figuring out that in order for them to do a good job, both for their customers outside and inside, this becomes really important. And the only way to drive a higher value is to really kind of reduce complexity, because complexity is the killer of all innovation, right? A lot of times as these companies grow big, and also all of you have seen, complexity is inherent to growth. It's just such a side effect of how growth happens. And for all of you who have seen your enterprises go from 20 people to 50 people to 500 to 5,000, complexity keeps pulling you down. So the first step in this whole journey is to really bring down the complexity, of course, while maintaining cyber resiliency. And then you are able to add on the value system on top of it. And the value could come from many different facets, and I'll talk about what you can do in the next few slides. But I think that's what really kind of the key is for everybody, and the goal should be for everyone. Now, legacy data protection, as it was presented to us, and over time, and that at that time it probably was the best in class, because you could then take a different bunch of things, all the way from backup servers to media servers, figure out what is the storage media type that you're going to put it on, a target and a tape, and then you had this complex policy and cataloging engine, and then you had to buy all those, pay for it, and then again spend a lot of time putting it all together. So it was complex. It was the way it was presented was complex. But guess what? I think even in our personal lives, no longer we are kind of going to kind of manage your pictures. Your Apple phone automatically puts it in the iCloud, and then when you kind of clicking on your photos, sometimes you don't even realize that your pictures are being streamed down to you. And that backup is so elegant and so simple because of the consumer grade thinking that Apple brought to the market. Similarly, I think for the enterprise data protection market, Dhruva has really built a very elegant solution, which has been the first company to say, look, we are going to start doing data protection in the cloud. So the Dhruva Cloud platform is truly built for this next generation millennial workforce, enterprises that who have had high amount of complexity to now genuinely simplify their whole data protection journey by moving into what kind of the public cloud infrastructure has created for us, and on top of which Dhruva-like companies have actually put together a very intelligent platform. And Dhruva has been a leader in this space. We started doing cloud backups and only cloud backups for the longest time. And now at the scale we are operating for our customers, we are the leaders in this space. While we do see there are people who will eventually use and leverage this technology, rightfully so. But I think having that leadership position gives us a lot more vantage point to help customers and prospects who really want to take on the cloud journey the right way, without having to really go back to a hybrid approach or a fragmented approach to doing this. So basically the platform then allows you, and it's also a platform because it has hooks, it is broad, it allows you to kind of back up all the way from your endpoints, which are your enterprise devices being handled by your employees, to your workloads that live in your main data center or a branch office, and also applications that you have said, look, I'm not going to host it anymore. It's going to be a SaaS application, because that's the journey we've all taken on in the enterprise. And Dhruva actually holistically tries to solve for all of these three big scenarios and provide all the kind of use case requirements in terms of a cloud backup, disaster recovery, compliance, ransomware recovery, which all become the value add layers on top of it. Because unless you can actually holistically take this data sources into one single point, you're always going to deal with fragmentation. And that's where I think the elegance of the design of the platform comes in. And that's what we have brought to the market, and we have been the leaders in. And also when you start to build a cloud native architecture, it is not like, for a lot of you who have seen, first of all, migrating to the cloud, generally what is on-prem is extremely difficult. So when you start to build something in the cloud, the mindset is different, the architecture is different. And so you have to start to think of a kind of a high security, modern cloud architecture built on microservices, no single point of failure, open with APIs. And that's kind of the mindset that you have to build. And it takes time. It's not easy for somebody who's been doing something in some way to actually go start doing it in another way. Just a simple example in my own personal life, when I was driving gasoline cars, I used to have a gas station at the corner of my street, and I would drive in every time in a week coming back from office. Once I got into my electric car, the habit was just to kind of, I pulled in one of these days when I pulled in, I'm like, why am I here? I don't need gas anymore. I'm in a different world. I'm in, and so the cloud world of what you can call from the legacy world. So that's what it requires for you to kind of really build a very elegant native architecture where it's all software defined in the cloud. You're not owning infrastructure, but not just that aspect of what your experience is. It's also about how the economics of this work. You pay for what you use. You don't over provision. You don't have to wait for servers to show up in your data center. So the whole experience is very, very different. It's utility-based pricing. There's no egress costs additional that kind of go with it. So you use, you pay, and that's kind of the simple business economics, providing the highest TCO, because a lot of the complexity that hides the cost is now finally kind of eliminated. And the onus is on us to kind of keep you happy and keep your business, because now you are now having a much more visible view into what you're spending in order to protect your data and provide the value to your customers as well as a business. And so it becomes imperative for us to really then make something that really works out of the box. So most of our customers are up and running in less than 30 minutes. And they are then able to experience the simplicity of an iPhone-like simplicity, being able to figure out how to get this set up, really get machine-learned intelligence that over time looks across data sources, looks across all of your data, and across customers, other customers' tenants, and be able to actually marry the information to give you insights and recommendation, making this whole experience a lot more rich for you without having to figure out the whole nitty-gritties of system integration or managing silos of data or silos of vendors, one for the branch office, one for the cloud, and one for this application versus one for that application. So that's kind of the simplicity of this whole approach here. And when you start to then live in a world that we are living in, where ransom attacks are becoming common, where there are very, very sophisticated attacks. In the recent attack, you also noticed that the ransom was eventually paid out because they didn't have a choice. They were actually hitting them hard where it hurts. They were very savvy attackers. So it starts to become really important to then also make sure that your data starts to be clean, air-gapped, works for you, and allows you to be more compliant both with regulatory aspects of it, but also be able to restore these things back when you really have a situation in the most confident way with a quick restore time, so that it can all kind of function the way you expect it to work without putting any security risk on top of the complexities that you're already managing with these things. So when you look at some of our customers who have achieved a lot of goodness, kind of going to this, University of Manchester is one example where they saved on a lot of costs because it was a very transparent billing, usage, consumption model, and payment. Right? It was very, very simple, and they were also using the VMC cloud, the VMware cloud, because that was their choice of platform that they wanted to go with. So this is one great example. Then you have Hope Global, who wanted to accelerate their journey to cloud, and the more linkages they had to the on-prem solutioning, the more it would slow down for them to actually be able to move to the cloud, which most people want to move, not because just cloud is a better way to operate, but it also gives the business an agility and flexibility that otherwise they are spending a lot of their time keeping the lights on in their own enterprise. And this was more also with beyond the classic suspects of a data center workload. Also, they were backing up Microsoft 365. And that's another beauty of having a solution that not just works for your VMC solution, or VMware solution, or your databases solution. You're also now able to take on the hybrid cloud aspect of it and be able to adopt it without fear, because all of this still resides in the public cloud. The Dhua Cloud Service really manages that for you. Another example here of Allergan. It was fundamentally they were kind of worried about cyber resiliency, and e-discovery, a lot of their compliance demands needed to be met, and this was the solution that they chose. And also they had a trigger event with the M&A activity. They brought in a new team they wanted to integrate. So all of these things suddenly become so simple. And finally, if you look at take a step back and say, look, a lot of these customers are succeeding. There is a massive amount of proof point in terms of the scale at which Dhruva operates, as well as the customers who have seen value. When you question yourself why, it fundamentally comes down to the simple, elegant architecture that is from day zero built for the cloud in the cloud. Unlike a lot of the different companies that are eventually figuring out their cloud strategy together, where they're eventually getting a product out for the cloud as well, Dhruva has been singularly focused on providing the best-in-class cloud experience for data protection. And that really differentiates the approach, that differentiates us from everybody else in terms of the maturity. And that's really what drives the confidence for us to now see all of these customers. And these are some of them are very big names, some of them are smaller names, but the problem that they're dealing with is the same. This is really what gets us the love that we get from the customers who have made us successful and proven out the platform for us. And again, as I said, we are not operating a small, niche, brand new guy in the town enterprise offering, right? If you look at the amount of data we are protecting, the amount of backups per year that we make happen, the amount of customer growth that we are seeing, the amount of data growth that we are managing, and across the regions that we are available, we are by far a very distant first against the pack that is lagging behind in a big way. And so that, I think, is the power of Dhruva. Sometimes not fully understood when people say, okay, you're a SaaS service, you must be doing something, you must be running a VM in the cloud and doing something fancy with it. People don't quite understand how massive and at what scale we are operating. And that's just a testament to give you an insight into what it looks like to be part of the Dhruva family, being with us and being able to manage your data with Dhruva in the most mature cloud platform that you have for backup and protection. Again, I think we are humbled when we see customers rating us highly on public forums like Gartner Peer Insights, or we getting recognized by any of the publication houses or analyst groups. We do feel humbled. But at the end of the day, I think we also culturally believe that if we were to do the right thing for our customers, these things just follow. These things are a side effect of providing the right business value proposition at the right price point and having that price performance fit for our customers. And that's what we are singularly focused on. And all of these things just inspire us to do more and build better products for the company. So net, look, I think what we have built has still a long way to go. We are just getting the cloud journey started. The next decade is going to be, we will all be living in the cloud in some form and shape. And the sooner you can actually adopt a mature, elegant cloud platform, it greases the skids in terms of getting your cloud journey started the right way, getting your data aggregated the right way, and your data protected the right way, day one, without having to go jump through hoops. Because the more friction you add, the more transformations that you do which are not cloud native to start with, will put you through more pain in order to transform that into a much more elegant architecture. In turn, meaning that you spend a lot more time managing those things internally and keeping the lights on, which fundamentally defeats the purpose. So again, I'd like to thank you for your time, but would love to see if you want a free trial, you want to try out the economics calculator, or just talk to us and get more information. We would love to do that. But I really appreciate all of you spending time listening into me, and hope you guys are all safe and stay safe and have a great rest of the day.
Great presentation, Anjan. I really appreciate that. We do have some questions for you. While we take those questions from the audience, I want to call everyone's attention to the poll I've just brought up on the screen that says, what additional information would you like about Dhruva? We want to hear your feedback. So let's see, a lot of good questions coming in. First question I'll ask you here comes from David, who says, what's the level of effort to get everything into Druva? And I'm picturing, maybe getting Druva up and running and accomplishing your first backup. What does that typically look like?
Typically, it's within the hour for most of our customers. Now, getting the whole backup done, the backup windows may take time, the amount of data, there are a lot of variability, but getting initially set up, connected to the cloud, making sure your networking, rules and everything not coming in the way, and your workload is ready to kind of just connect to our cloud and with the handshake and start talking, it's less than 15 minutes for everybody. And depending on your data set and how big the data is, it could be variable, but I think it's a really simple process, and that's kind of the goal that we have tried to make, especially given that you're dealing with a cloud service. You don't want to jump through the system integration hoops and reducing that complexity. So you will see that in our demos, and if you want to kind of just have a quick trial on, if you're wondering what it looks like, give us a shout out and we'll be happy to walk you through what it takes and how simple it is.
Excellent. And to that end, here's a comment from Roman who says that they're going to go try out the trial for themselves. Great presentation. It's excellent to hear that. Next question, what about ransomware detection and recovery? Have you had instances where, first off, I guess, can Druva detect ransomware? And if there is a ransomware infection, what's the recovery process like?
Yeah, so I think ransomware actually starts to delve into operations, and these operations are independent in each company the way they do it. Sometimes the infrastructure guy jumps in to help out. There is a SecOps team that comes in to help. There are some scanning integrations that we have done with other vendors to make sure that you actually genuinely do have a clean snapshot that you can actually bring back to life, and that is truly free of the malware and the ransomware that you go in with. So of course we have the ransomware attacks happen once in spaces for our customers. I think a lot of our customers don't want to ever get to a point where they want to really get into a situation, but they want to definitely have the peace of mind knowing that this has helped. We have had multiple customers who where they had been attacked. There was this one customer where somebody got access to their root credentials and was even able to come back. The last line of defense is the cloud backup, and came out and he thought he did delete the backup even to that effect of not even having a restorable backup in one case. And due to a feature that we have that is kind of hidden from admins, and there is a couple of multi-factor authentication handshake to have that backup be deleted. We call it delayed deletes in the backend. That backup was actually not deleted because we expect these things to happen. That is the kind of security that you have with the last line of defense, because we know if those backups were to go absent, you would not even have a restorable one. So I think we can walk you through a lot more detail. There is a lot more integrity in terms of how we kind of identify the ransomware, if it is infected, which one is a golden snapshot, how do we detect anomaly, how do we then help you restore it. There is a whole life cycle to it. We are happy to walk you through. Please reach out to us. But it is simple, and also being in the cloud, we also have this air gap protection. We are not living in the same compromised network or a data center that you were living with. So it gives you an additional layer of protection because now we are in the cloud. We are a separate service. We are living in our own world and giving you that extra additional layer of protection or gap that would eventually add to your enhancement. Of course, we have a whole bunch of certifications to go along with it to show how secure we are, even though we are in the cloud.
Very nice. And there's a couple questions here around scalability. One person is saying, we have many terabytes of video data, and it's growing exponentially. Can Druva scale up as the company's data scales up?
Absolutely. I think that's one of the beauties, right, where you don't have to wait for this big box to arrive because you're running out of this large video files that you have to store, and you're like, suddenly, I don't even know when it arrives. And the beauty of it is we are running on a platform. We are built on AWS, where, as you saw, we are managing hundreds of petabytes of data. And that is all instantly on demand turned on as our customers come in and say, hey, I have this kind of a data and what do I do? And you don't have to go through the whole procurement cycle, getting the big box in with big, large drives and then being able to back it up. It's all happening on the fly, and that's the power of the agility that clouds bring to us in our lives. And so it can be expanded on demand. And also we have various techniques for some of these larger files to be much more efficient in the cloud. Also, if these things are something that you don't have to restore very often, and these are like, hey, I need to keep it, I need to save it, it's more of a long-term retention. We have techniques to do that. So again, cloud really provides us that very flexible foundational layer for us to actually go and make these things happen in a click without having to go through the usual hoops that you would otherwise go through.
Very nice. So if folks want to try out Druva for themselves, you said they can go to, I'll bring up the slide right here, druva.com/free trial. There's also the TCO calculator there as well. And get in touch with the Druva team and try it out for yourself. Anjan, I'm afraid that's all the time we have here in our live Q&A, but excellent presentation. I've put a number of more technical questions there for you in the queue. Thank you for being on.
Pleasure was mine. Thank you, everyone.
Also, don't forget about the handouts tab. It's there that you'll find a Druva resource entitled The Top 10 Principles of a Cloud Backup Service, a really nicely done resource. Make sure that you check out that document after the event. All right. It's now time for our next set of prize winners. We have 3 Amazon $100 gift cards. These are going out to John Starr from Missouri, David Warren from Georgia, and Chad White from Iowa. Congratulations to those prize winners. And now it's time for our next grand prize. We have 5 Samsung Galaxy Note 20 Ultras. These are going to Justin Shirk from Washington, Evan Kondo from Hawaii, Hakan Lundholm from Minnesota, Robert Willingham from Indiana, and Daryl McClure from Georgia. Congratulations to all the prize winners. I'll post the names there in the questions box as well, because I know I went through them rather quickly, but we want to keep the summit here moving. And it's now time to introduce you to our next presenters. I'm excited to introduce Andy Fernandez, Senior Product Marketing Manager at Zerto, and Mike Donnelly, Director of Product Management at TierPoint. Andy and Mike, it's great to have you on. Take it away.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to today's session here at ActualTech Media. Focus of the session today is a joint session by Zerto Software and TierPoint. We're going to talk about continuous data protection. I'll go over the agenda shortly, but just first some housekeeping items. This session is recorded. This session will be available on demand, and we will be available to answer any of your questions throughout the session as well. Feel free to use the chat and question functionality that ATM has already provided. So with that, just a quick introduction. My name is Andy Fernandez. I'm the Senior Product Marketing Manager at Zerto, and I'm joined by Mike Donaghy, who is a Product Director at TierPoint. Mike is going to introduce himself and cover a couple slides later on during this session as well. So with that, let's get started and take a look at the agenda. What we're going to do first, very quickly, we don't have a lot of time, is really focus on what are the core challenges of disaster recovery today. How does Zerto, from a DR perspective, solve for those challenges based on performance, based on simplicity, orchestration, and automation, and then how Zerto enables disaster recovery as a service, and then how TierPoint is able to use Zerto's technology and their service catalog to really deliver the DR experience and the data protection experience that organizations require today. So with that in mind, let's take an understanding of what those actual challenges look like. I think it's impossible to go on any type of professional media site or talk to any type of colleagues within the industry, not understand the challenges that we're seeing today. I'm going to talk about the first one just because it's the most popular. It's something that's top of mind, which is ransomware. Ransomware is interesting because a lot of organizations target it from a backup perspective. Some organizations think it's the DR. We really think it's just a recovery perspective. Whatever technology you're using, maybe both, is what's important about ransomware. But we know that this threat landscape that people are facing is not going to go away. We're seeing those threats grow in both volume and severity, but also in sophistication. And the scale of innovation is on the side of the criminal at this point. So we really have to focus on how do we address these both protection, but also data recovery challenges that we're seeing. Cloud is a reality. I think, during COVID period, we saw that the cloud was stress tested as an infrastructure and it succeeded. Whether that's public cloud or using a service provider, it's clear that organizations have to move forward with the cloud and have seen that, but that comes with its own challenges as well. And then ultimately, I think this is one that we see year to year. It's just the growth of data, its sprawl, the type of workloads that organizations are having to protect. When you combine all of this with a lack of tolerance or a diminishing patience for downtime, both planned and unplanned, it's important to really understand that organizations need mature, effective, modern data protection. That's both for disaster recovery and for backup. But when we look at the challenges that organizations have with disaster recovery, it's really interesting. Recently, we sponsored a study that was surveyed by IDC, and it's called the State of Disaster Recovery and Data Protection Readiness of 2021. And from the disaster recovery perspective, first of all, I want to mention that there's a lot of modern organizations that still don't have mature DR. It's a lot easier said than done to execute on a successful DR strategy. But for those that do have a DR solution and a strategy, they're facing a lot of challenges. They're facing a lot of challenges on having the IT personnel that's able to effectively plan for this and execute a DR operation. So there's a skills gap, there's a knowledge gap, and also time as well, right? And that's the next challenge, which is resource availability. Maybe you have the solution and maybe you don't have people to effectively execute on that solution. And the third one's an interesting one as well, which is recovery times. SLAs are not up to par. The SLAs for DR that you had 10, 20 years ago are not the same today in a digital first organization. So we're seeing both from a business perspective on training gap, skills gap, resource gap, but also from a performance perspective on recovery times. So with that in mind, let's talk about why Zerto is a leader in DR, how we differentiate ourselves, how do we solve for these three specific challenges and the other ones that you're seeing as well. Well, first and foremost, before we even get into the technology, at a high level, no one is going to deliver the RPOs of seconds that Zerto does and the RTOs of minutes. We'll get into how we exactly do that. But just the simple ability to deliver an end-to-end both recovery, orchestration, and automation experience that allows you to treat entire sites and applications as consistent units that you can recover and fail to. This means that you have every specific capability that you require to execute on DR, and to do that with virtually seconds of data loss and RTOs of minutes. The focus that we have is regardless of your applications, regardless of your site and where it's located or what type of warm site you're using, that Zerto delivers the most simple experience. And that's why this quote from an AVP finance customer of ours really makes sense about Zerto. And it says, "I now sleep at night knowing that my systems are protected with Zerto. The first few times you use it, you will not believe how quickly your system is recovered." How do we actually execute on that? How do we get the RTOs and RPOs that are industry leading? Well, let's start with our replication. We focus our technology on a foundation of continuous data protection. And at the end, and at the heart of that, at the core of continuous data protection is always on replication. We bring the best of both near and synchronous and asynchronous replication. What we're essentially doing is observing changes using change block tracking to replicate checkpoints and observe any change every 5 seconds to another site, whether that's on premises, public cloud, or a service provider, as you're seeing within the architecture here. There is no significant difference. There's no difference in performance. And the focus is being able to deliver thousands of recovery checkpoints a day, so that the granularity you're seeing is in gaps of 5 seconds, not gaps of hours that, traditional snapshot-based approaches give you, right, where you're depending on a daily backup. We're software only. It's a simple install, no appliance required, and it uses a scale-out architecture to really allow you to scale your protection to thousands of VMs, regardless of where they are and what you're protecting. We focus on being hardware and storage agnostic, so you can pick the service and the infrastructure that works well for you. So for example, a lot of our customers are seeing TierPoint as the best service provider that they can use at that point. And so if they choose to do so, then we enable the ability to replicate over there as well. So really the focus is making sure that this replication is going on at all times. And ultimately, this is RPO, right? We're talking RPOs of 5 seconds, but what about RTOs? That's another critical aspect for an organization as well. Well, when it comes to the RTO, you need a mechanism and a workflow to be able to select one of these checkpoints and recover or fail over to another site. And that's where the Zerto journal comes in. Our journaling technology really allows you to simply select any checkpoint that you have for any application. You can even get to the file and VM level. But from a DR perspective, right, it's mostly the entire site or application level. And what this does is allows to sit on your primary storage, and then you can source it to long-term storage as well for more cost-effective reasons. But ultimately, let's say that you have a scenario that you're impacted. You simply select the checkpoint, and I'm going to show you the UI here. You select the checkpoint that works for you, 5 seconds apart, and simply perform in a couple of clicks an entire failover or an entire recovery. That's what makes Zerto different. Not only being able to give you the RPO performance, but also the workflow to do so. And I'll show you in a little bit how easy that is as well. But what I really want to make sure here is that we understand that backup technology, although is coming into the DR space, cannot inherently deliver the DR experience that you need. And the reason I say that is because if you think about the nature of snapshots, you're not able to perform granular changes. You're not having granular checkpoints. When you perform a backup job, an incremental backup job, that's happening overnight usually. And that puts a significant strain on your production environment. So you can't really afford to do that a lot. So you see a lot of organizations that are relying maybe on daily backups, maybe twice a day. But if you think about a DR scenario, that's already introducing an immediate couple hours of data loss. So that really helps you understand the difference between using a replication first approach versus snapshots. And just think of the nature of backup. You don't want to use a backup technology that is only to be used in the occurrence of data loss. But what happens if you know there's a hurricane coming and you want to be able to replicate and fail over to another site? You can't do that with backup. So it's just something to think about, not just on performance, but also on being proactive and having a mature DR solution as well. And part of that RTO conversation that we had as well is, how do you consistently recover applications? Well, if you think about the nature of multi-VM applications, right, you have your enterprise applications, you have multiple VMs that make this up. If you're performing a backup job, those checkpoints or the VMs that belong to that application are going to be at different checkpoints throughout that backup job. So when you have to recover it, it becomes a problem. There's a lot of chain dependencies. That takes a lot of time and really bloats your RTO. At Zerto, you just have what we call a virtual protection group. This virtual protection group allows you to come in simply, configure the VMs that belong to that application, and in the scenario that you have to recover or fail over, you simply select it. That's it. One consistent checkpoint for all of the VMs that belong or pertain to that application. So we talked about RPO, we talked about RTO, but I really want to emphasize the ease and how Zerto's workflows are so simple. What we have here is just our simple UI. It shows you, and it's going to show you what our failover and failback operation happens. You're able to simply select the failover operation, you select the applications, the VMs, or even the entire site, and then you're able to select the exact point in time and begin the failover. That's it. You can do that without stunning production. You can do that without disruption and without data loss. That's how effective Zerto is. And this is kind of a live GIF of performing a live failover. You can see how easy this is. And this is for an entire site, for an enterprise as well. So now that we understand, okay, we understand that we need a mature DR. Backup is not DR. We know that we want replication. We know that these are the SLAs that we need. What about your target site? what type of infrastructure are you using? So with Zerto, because we're software only, because we're vendor and storage agnostic, we allow you to pick the platform that works for you. A lot of our customers are using the cloud as a DR target site, and we enable whatever works for our customers, whatever it is, whether it's VMware on public cloud, regular public cloud, or like in today's case, a service provider. And the reason we recommend a service provider to a lot of our customers is because of the challenges that you saw at the beginning, where organizations have a skills gap, some of them. They can't meet their SLAs, so they need a mature organization to deliver those services backed by Zerto. And in some of the data that we saw by Gartner, we can see why some organizations choose disaster recovery as a service. If we look at this right now, we see that a lot of organizations are at the beginning stage. Maybe they're growing into an enterprise and they don't have a mature DR solution. It'll take a lot to build out the skill set, how to use these tools, how to develop the run books, how to align with your business continuity program, where organizations are simply seeing it is easier for us, more effective, and safer, and provides a more resilient approach to our business if we use disaster recovery as a service. We also see things, avoiding having capital because of a hardware refresh, and they just choose disaster recovery as a service. So when we look at the benefits of disaster recovery as a service with the tier point, that's when you need dedicated resources or an improvement on them. You would like an easy implementation process. You want customization, but you still want the benefits of the cloud, right? Maybe that pay-as-you-go approach. And you want mature performance and mature runbooks as well. So with that, if you have an understanding that you have the requirements, that one, you want to be able to use Zerto's technology, but you need a service provider that can really deliver differentiation in the service catalog. That's where I'm going to introduce you now to Mike Donaghy, as we introduced him at the beginning from TierPoint. He's going to go over their solution offering, why it works with Zerto, and why you should strongly consider TierPoint as your disaster recovery as a service provider.
Thanks, Andy. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for listening in today. As Andy said, I'm Mike Donaghy, and I'm TierPoint's Recovery Services Product Director. Being chosen by Zerto as their MSP of the Year is an awesome honor, and something that really excited our engineers and product folks at TierPoint. So I want to piggyback on Andy's presentation today and just take a few minutes and tell you about TierPoint's value, capabilities, and the strengths that we bring to our partners and clients. TierPoint is a leading data center and managed services provider, enabling hybrid IT solutions to guide you on your path to IT transformation. There is no other U.S. provider that even comes close to matching our unique combination of clients, facilities, solutions, and services. We have one of the largest customer bases in the industry, with 5,000 clients trusting us with mission-critical IT operations, from small businesses to mid-market enterprises and Fortune 500 companies. We represent a huge array of industries. We also have one of the largest and most geographically diversified footprints in the nation, with over 40 world-class, edge-capable data centers in 20 markets coast to coast, all of them interconnected by a low-latency, highly secure national network. Our data centers are at the foundation of just about everything we do. Our engineers monitor our systems around the clock, constantly overseeing the security and uptime of our infrastructure. To create a highly resilient environment for your business-critical apps and data, we've built in multiple layers of redundancy with physical security, power, cooling, and networks. When we match our data center footprint and our services with the options that Zerto brings to the table, we end up with a DRaaS offering that covers every business requirement. This next slide is a quick view into the services that we offer. We specialize in being your partner and working to fully understand your business needs in order to craft an end-to-end solution that both meets your current needs and can easily evolve to support future goals that drive results. Those services include co-location. Co-location is space and power in a highly secure, protected, environmentally controlled data center where we maintain your critical information, your server operating apps, and network and communication assets. With around-the-clock service and support from our team of technicians, TierPoint houses and safeguards your mission critical applications and systems so you can focus on running your business. Cloud. Our clients have a selection of choices to help them manage their data IT infrastructure. We work with every client to design the right solution for their specific needs and requirements, and we seamlessly leverage resources from hosted private clouds, TierPoint's multi-tenant cloud, and hyperscale public options such as AWS and Azure. And of course, disaster recovery. We help our clients deploy the right recovery solution for their business. We have customized solutions that help ensure the resiliency of your data, your applications, your infrastructure, and minimize the impact of unexpected interruptions. Our DRAS solutions have also been recognized by Gartner and Forrester. Now we tie this all together with our managed services. And our managed services portfolio is very robust. These services, often in tandem with our infrastructure services, can really ease a lot of the burden of managing your own IT infrastructure. We offer a full range of hosted network, security, storage, database, including MySQL, SQL Server, and operating systems management. We also offer migration solutions. Oftentimes, migrations are very custom. We have a team of consultants that do some assessments and do some discovery and get you something that works for you. From simple to complex, enterprise class managed hosting services, our team uses cutting edge technology and experience. All right, and one last slide from me. TierPoint has a unique position in this industry. We have a wide variety of offerings and the ability to customize what you need as an organization. As you can see, we support over 1,000 customers today. We protect over 10,000 VMs, most done with Zerto, which is an amazing product for us. We leverage our data center footprint, which covers, again, the US with over 40 sites. That variety in locations gives us almost endless options to build solutions for you wherever you are in the country that will meet and exceed your business requirements. We have an ability to deep dive into your environment, offer robust assessment, and provide skilled engineers and operations to manage these solutions for you. Our partnership with Zerto is absolutely a core strength. And again, we're very proud to be their MSP of the year. Day-to-day working with Zerto's managers, their product folks, their engineers. It's a very tight partnership, and it often feels like we're the same company. Having that level of vendor support and integration with the solutions that we build makes our offering to our clients, it's just a huge value add, and it's just awesome. Okay, I'll hand it back over to Andy. That's it for today for me. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mike, for that. I know we don't have a lot of time at the moment, so what I do want to reiterate is I've mentioned a lot of references to surveys and analyst inquiries and reports. So I want to leave some of these resources with you here. You'll see in the chat as well, where you'll see the Guerrilla Guide to Continuous Backup and Recovery. But really, for today's program, the State of Data Protection Disaster Recovery Report really outlines the challenges that organizations face for both DR and backup, how Zerto is able to solve for them, but also the IDC Tech Spotlight. It's an analyst report explicitly focused on continuous data protection. So I urge you to download these. These are excellent references as well. And with that, let's move on to some questions. So we don't have too much time for questions, but if we're not able to get to it at this time, please leave them in the chat and we will make sure to answer every single question that you have. One of the questions that I'm getting is, what type of workloads does Zerto protect? Is it just VMs? Actually, with Zerto, you're able not only to protect virtualized applications, but we deliver the same service now or backup and recovery for software as a service. That's like Microsoft 365, Salesforce, Workspace, Google Workspace, and Dynamics 365 as well. But we also release an offering to protect and deliver DR and backup for containerized applications, specifically Kubernetes. I'm getting another question that's interesting on analytics. Does Zerto offer analytics? Is it at an extra cost? So with Zerto, our analytics are built in. It's actually browser-based and SaaS delivered. So we're getting net new insights, reports, and features every couple of weeks that really focus on making sure we give you the insights around your DR reporting, that it's automated, that you know your performance at all times, that you can monitor your RTOs and RPOs, specifically RPOs from anywhere in the world on your mobile device or any type of device that you have in a secure manner. But also it's built in, it's free, it's included in the platform. We're not charging you an extra SKU for analytics as well. With that, we're going to move over to all the chat questions as well. So I want to thank Mike for his involvement. I want to thank TierPoint for being such an excellent partner of ours, and we're looking forward to really delivering resilience to these businesses via our DRaaS offering. So thank you so much, and we're going to go ahead and answer every other question on the chat. Have a great day.
Right. Thank you to Zerto and TierPoint. Really excellent presentation from Andy and Mike there. We do appreciate that. I've just brought up the poll question for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Zerto and TierPoint solution? And I'll leave that up while I announce our next set of 3 Amazon $100 gift card winners. Let's see, we have a gift card going out to Joshua Toll from Kansas, another gift card going to Adam Clanton from Arkansas, and finally to Rashawn Kadali from Wisconsin. Congratulations to our next set of prize winners. Don't forget, we've got 3 Amazon $100 gift cards to give out after each presentation. We still have our 5 iPad Airs that we'll be giving out as a grand prize. And then at the end of the event, our 5 PlayStation 5s. Wow, I'd like to win one of those. I bet you would as well. So make sure that you stay tuned for all the excellent content, demos, Q&A sessions, interviews, tons of really innovative enterprise IT on the summit today. All right, thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll question. We do appreciate that. Let's go ahead now and move on to our next presentation. I'm excited now to introduce you to Sam Rastogi, Product Marketing Director at Illumio. Sam, are you there?
I am. Hi.
It's great to have you on. Take it away.
All right. Look, thank you, everyone. I'm really happy to spend some time with you today. And what I'm going to talk about are really some best practices in terms of helping you to design as well as quickly implement an effective zero trust strategy for your organization. And I'm going to be talking about it based upon some of the experience and expertise that Illumio has, and to really arm you to best tackle this challenge in front of you in terms of how to design and quickly deploy leveraging zero trust. So I wanted to talk a little bit about first what zero trust is. And the concept of zero trust has been around for a while, right? It's been there well over a decade. Zero trust was coined by Forrester, and it was really with respect to the result of these high-profile breaches, which unfortunately, we are seeing more and more of those breaches take place. And it's really speaking to the sophistication and challenge that's in front of you in terms of how best to get in front of the targeted attacks that take place today, and really the realization that at some point your organization will be impacted, whether it is a breach or a targeted attack. Being able to take that mindset and to design zero trust in such a way where you're eliminating inherent trust across your environment. It's really the fact that your organization is susceptible more and more to these threats, and by taking a zero trust approach, it really helps your organization to really reduce that risk and exposure from those incidences really impacting your business. Now, one of the key concepts of zero trust is really about applying segmentation to your organization. And it's about orchestrating the right set of network-based controls, pulling in segmentation and really designing that from the ground up for your organization. It also involves being able to deploy the right set of zero trust controls to truly secure the sensitive applications and data that you have within the environment, whether it be customer data, patient health information, credit card data, there might be source code or other types of intellectual property that your organization owns. And the key part here is being able to ensure that that sensitive data does not leave your organization and fall into the wrong hands. Now, in terms of what zero trust is, it's really a philosophy, it's a mindset, it's a strategy and a framework that's really designed around the concept of really removing trust within the organization. But the other aspect is continually verifying who is connecting to the network, what flows and traffic is taking place within the environment, being able to span those zero trust controls across devices, across applications, workloads, and data within your environment. And as I said earlier, a key part of zero trust is really assuming and really taking this breach mindset. And it really requires oftentimes turning the traditional security model upside down, because if you think of the fact that at some point in time, your organization will be compromised, there will be a bad actor or adversary that's on the inside of the network, being able to then design the right set of security strategies to really reduce and mitigate against those effects from taking place. The other aspect is the ability to really disappear the difference between the inside and outside. You know, one of the key challenges is that if you look at how your networks have been designed, there really is no such thing anymore as a trusted and untrusted part of your network. You have to trust equally the users and assume at any given time there may be something malicious occurring. And so, you know, reducing this, you know, the line in the sand, if you will, in terms of what is a trusted environment, you know, being able to put together a strong perimeter with a soft inside, it really now requires you to think back how best to design security where you can, where you have no distinction in terms of external users and internal users, and then deploying the right set of zero trust controls. So that way you're always assessing and enforcing the right set of policies for zero trust. Least privilege is a really key concept. And what least privilege is basically saying there is no excessive privileges. Only the minimal set of access is granted to the users and systems at any given time. And the other aspect is thinking is only that communication that's sanctioned by the business can only take place. And it's a really important point, because what we see oftentimes with traditional solutions, whether it be firewalls, even network infrastructure, it oftentimes is built off of this model where you're explicitly denying specific actions from taking place. But what happens, though, is it's very difficult oftentimes to apply the right set of blacklist rules, right, where you're explicitly denying that activity that shouldn't be taking place. What's really required is where you're applying a default deny model, which is all communication is denied and blocked by default, and only that communication that is business critical can take place. And so what you're actually applying is an allow list or a whitelist based policy, where you are poking only those particular holes within your environment. So that way you are dramatically reducing the scope, dramatically reducing the spread and access in terms of what users, devices, workloads, and even data is allowed to communicate across your environment. And what we see is organizations that deploy Zero Trust are really moving towards implementation of default deny. And this is where allow listing can really help you to extend that across your environment. And really spanning that, again, across users, devices, network flows, workloads, and applications. Now, why are organizations moving to Zero Trust? And what we see is that organizations that do deploy Zero Trust and have an effective strategy, there's two big benefits. The first is a significant reduction in risk. And we see organizations, and these statistics are coming from Forrester, but they see that organizations can reduce their risk by 37% or more. The other benefit to your organization by implementing a Zero Trust strategy is that this allows you to dramatically reduce security complexity. And this translates to cost savings, both in terms of cost of infrastructure and acquisition, but also reducing the operating costs. So really making security more efficient and less costly for your organization to deploy across your organization. Now, the other aspect is what Forrester has said is that, and this is true if you think about the breaches that we're seeing today, right? Even some of the recent breaches, such as the SolarWinds hack, or even the recent Colonial Pipeline ransomware. The big challenge that we often see is when a breach occurs or when a ransomware attack happens, that the inside of the network is oftentimes very flat. And what Forrester has said is that microsegmentation is really one of the best ways that you can reduce against that lateral movement or that spread of bad actors and threats from propagating and moving across your environment. Now, when it comes to Zero Trust, what we see organizations do is there are really two key things in terms of enabling an effective Zero Trust approach. The first is really providing better visibility and better context in terms of what your environment looks like today and what is truly normal. So being able to profile your users and your devices and those flows that are traversing across your environment to your applications, giving a better understanding of the application architectures in connectivity, right? Being able to assess for my applications, what particular processes are taking place? How are my web servers communicating to my application servers, or my application servers communicating to the database servers? What are the approved device flows that are taking place and those users, and being able to then better understand what is normal and then also assess and identify what is suspicious or even malicious in the environment. This really gives you better insights to then operationalize the right set of controls for Zero Trust. Once you're able to build that dynamic map, the next key aspect is to then operationalize the Zero Trust control. So it is defining the policies and even testing those policies before you push that into production. So that way you're able to enforce the right set of controls. And so you can truly ensure that the right users, devices are able to access the key resources and applications within your environment. Now, what I also get asked a lot oftentimes is, why do you need a map? And what does the map serve in terms of being able to help me to operationalize Zero Trust? And what a map does is it helps you to very quickly see who is connecting to what and why. It gives you full visibility in terms of the users, the underlying devices, as well as the actual network flows. It also allows you to see in your application, what is the behavior and what is the right set of behavior that you can then deploy and operationalize your zero trust allow less based policies. It also, with visibility, helps to reduce that risk because now you can better see what is going on and then institute the right set of zero trust policies that you can then enforce for microsegmentation. Now, I also get the question, when it comes to microsegmentation, what is that and why? And the key reality that we see when we talk to organizations is that oftentimes the environment is very flat, meaning that once a connection reaches your environment, it's able to access all the critical servers, all the critical information and data that you have within the environment. Well, what happens is if something bad happens, let's say there's a ransomware attack or there's malware that's now found its way onto a particular device like a laptop or even a server, what we see is that it very quickly propagates and it moves it moves laterally from different servers to different racks. And this is what we refer to as lateral movement, or that lateral movement problem. How to reduce the likelihood of bad actors and threats from spreading within your environment. And with microsegmentation, what you're doing is you are dramatically reducing that blast radius because now you have highly compartmentalized and you've really secured that communication paths across your devices and your infrastructure and as well as your application resources. So now if any of those devices, any of those assets and resources get compromised, you've now dramatically reduced the spread, made it much harder for infection or even unauthorized access to take place in your environment. So what Illumio does is we really help you to operationalize the right set of controls, and we do this by decoupling the underlying infrastructure, and we allow you to leverage all the enforcement points that you already have, whether it be firewalls, switches, load balancers, both on-prem as well as in the cloud, and we can program and actually orchestrate the right set of firewalls that oftentimes that you already have within your environment. So with Illumio, what we've seen is there's really three key aspects in terms of being able to operationalize zero trust. And the first is building that dynamic map that I said, and that allows you to see what is going on. Then the next step is leveraging automation to help you to define, administer, provision the right set of zero trust controls within your environment. And being able to leverage automation to really do the hard work for you. It's oftentimes difficult to map dynamic controls. And what we've seen is visibility and analytics and automation really helps you to operationalize that. And then finally, being able to first test those policies. So that way, as you provision and you put in place the zero trust controls, it doesn't break your underlying environment. And it doesn't create a downtime event or some type of service disruption incident. Now, when it comes to zero trust, what we found is Forrester's zero trust model is really a great approach for organizations to really design a zero trust strategy as well as an implementation around it. And it's really built upon these 5 pillars. It's a set of security requirements around how you're securing the network, how are you securing those network flows. This is where your users' devices are communicating across your applications and data. There's data security requirements in terms of what can access the data, how you're securing and encrypting that data within the environment, whether it is across the network or when that data is being stored. Being able to apply very granular control in terms of how application instances and resources can communicate, whether it is web servers to application servers to database servers, being able to apply very granular control based upon any type of workload, so whether it is bare metal, virtual machines, containers, Also, enforcing security controls on your users, right? This is oftentimes where identity management comes into play. And then finally, being able to lock down the zero trust controls on your devices, whether it be laptops or even servers, but being able to extend that across the proliferation of devices within your environment. And then finally, leveraging visibility and analytics and allowing you to operationalize the communication flows, being able to operationalize zero trust policies, leveraging a full ecosystem of infrastructure that you have, whether it is IT, network, and security tools, really extending zero trust consistently within your environment. Now, I encourage you all to take a look at the Forrester's Zero Trust Extended Platform Wave. And this is something you can download on Illumio's website. You can also register on our Operationalizing Zero Trust Solution page on the Illumio website. But this is a very comprehensive evaluation that Forrester has made, and there was numerous security requirements that they evaluated across 15 different vendors. And Illumio can definitely help you in terms of implementing those security requirements. Some of the things that Illumio really shined in the study is that Illumio has a lot of expertise and really operational excellence around zero trust, but we also can provide a full platform for zero trust. And that's a key requirement when it comes to designing an effective architecture and implementation, is being able to operationalize those zero trust controls end to end, whether it be at the edge or the data center or cloud environment, really providing that holistic set of coverage for zero trust. Now, when it comes to best practices, there's really 3 steps, and this is really some guiding light principles that we recommend. And the first part is really about discover your environment, really look at the underlying traffic in terms of users, devices, the communication paths across your applications and workloads, as well as your data, being able to see what is normal within the environment. This oftentimes is a set of eyes and ears, and this helps the organization to truly see what is communicating across what. So whether it is users that are at the endpoint, the inside of the data center, being able to see all that communication across east-west, across your applications and cloud environments, and then provide the ability to then instrument the right set of zero trust controls, right, by providing visibility and by truly seeing what is normal, what should only take place, and also identify things that are really anomalous, and also opportunities to really reduce that access and make it more granular in your environment. Then once you're able to discover, the key part here is leveraging analytics to really do the hard work for you by instrumenting the right set of zero trust policies. So this is about defining the right policies, creating those granular access, right? Whether it is down to a host, down to a workload, even down to a process. And then also allowing you to test that policy, right? Because you want to ensure that what rules and access that you put in does not break the underlying applications. And this allows you to very quickly define the rules and to then enforce those policies for zero trust. So this allows you to then extend those policies anywhere across your environment, both on-prem and in the cloud. It gives you then the ability to encrypt that user to device to application traffic, and then also empower your organization, right? Whether it is IT, network, security, or even DevOps, giving the tools for the teams to work together to very quickly operationalize the zero trust controls. So that way you can speed that process with collaboration and even enable things like shift left, where DevOps teams may be working on new application, empowering the ability for the developer to work closely with the security team to map those segmentation controls and to really speed the time to extend microsegmentation. So as workloads move across public clouds, you can instrument the right set of security policies to those applications. And with that, I'd be happy to open it up for questions. And please be sure to visit our Zero Trust Solutions page. I talked a little bit about the Forrester Wave. You can, if you navigate to this link here, you can download the reports, and definitely recommend that you take a look to see how best you can operationalize Forrester's framework and the underlying security requirements for your Zero Trust architecture.
Great presentation, Sam. We do have some questions for you. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up a poll question for everyone out there in the audience. I want to call your attention to the poll on the screen. What additional information would you like about the Illumio solution? And obviously, there's a lot of interest in this. A lot of great questions have come in so far. Sam, I guess I'll go ahead and start with this one from Sean, who's asking, does Illumio work with my existing security solutions like firewalls, IPS, and IDS, or how does it fit in?
Yeah, so Illumio will actually work with your existing investments. We work with existing firewalls. We work with existing load balancers, switches. We actually work across a variety of different tools, CMDB, asset inventories, vulnerability assessment tools, SIM-based solutions. And what we're focused on is helping you to operationalize an end-to-end Zero Trust architecture where you can leverage basically your best-of-breed technologies and the investments that you've already made.
Excellent. Yeah, it's good to learn about how the whole security ecosystem there kind of works together. Here's another interesting question. They're asking, would I be required to install the Illumio agent on all assets that are being protected, or how does that work?
Yeah, sure. So Illumio does provide software agents that you can install across your host infrastructure. We work with all the major operating systems, but we also work with the infrastructure that you have. So what we're able to do is we're able to stitch together end-to-end Zero Trust, and we can operationalize the controls leveraging the infrastructure. So for example, with IoT devices, or even with your storage devices, whether they're NAS filers, for example, or even mainframe infrastructure, legacy infrastructure, you may not be able to deploy an agent for that, but what we can do is we can instrument the right set of Zero Trust policies. We'll actually program the existing infrastructure, whether it be data center switches, load balancers, or even firewalls.
Very cool. Very cool. And then this is an interesting question that's related as well from Thomas, who wants to know what's the average kind of planning time and then the average implementation time?
Yeah, that's tough. It actually depends on the organization. We have seen deployments as quick as 6 to 9 weeks, but we've also seen deployments that may be 6 months or larger. The key part here is looking at where you should deploy Zero Trust within the environment. Oftentimes what we recommend is start with 3 to 4 applications, create a small sandbox around Zero Trust. Some of our customers start in a brownfield environment where they take an existing application. We also see customers that are looking to deploy Zero Trust for a net new application, right? Might be a cloud native application across public cloud environment, for example.
Interesting. Yeah, so it's not something you have to turn on across the entire network at one time. I like that idea of you can start with maybe a critical application that you really need to protect to ensure compliance or something like that, and then expand out from there. Is that right?
Absolutely. That's what we see. Some of our early customers do look at a compliance-based use case. It may be PCI or a Swift application. But then what we see is over time, they extend that Zero Trust across a larger part of their environment. And we also see when a customer deploys Zero Trust, they pick just 2 or 3 applications, and then over time, they build that experience with the team, and then they start to expand across dozens, and then more and more across their environment.
Excellent. And then there's a question here. They're asking, how can the solution help to protect us specifically from ransomware?
Yeah. So what Illumio can do is we can help you to really mitigate the effects of ransomware. So we can enable that micro-segmentation capabilities. We actually build that full allow list or whitelist capabilities across your user devices. We also extend micro-segmentation everywhere across your workloads. So whether it is inside the data center or across your public cloud or multi-cloud environments, we actually offer an end-to-end zero trust platform. And we also tie into over 40 different technology vendor solutions. So we can help you to operationalize an end-to-end architecture for zero trust.
Very cool. Let's see. What about, lots of good questions here. Can Illumio help me? Oh, we covered that. What about some examples of useful integrations around like SIEM systems, vulnerability management that can reduce the security complexity?
Yeah, sure. So I talked a little bit about integration with CMDB. That's an example where your IT operations team already has an asset inventory. Being able to pull that telemetry directly into Illumio and really help you to get your system up and running. For the network teams, being able to operationalize zero trust controls across your firewalls, your switches, load balancers, and really plugging in the gap, oftentimes around dynamic policy updates to the workload. For the security teams, what we see is applying risk into zero trust and building in integration with vulnerability management. We have that. We can actually take your vulnerability scans, whether it be Qualys, Tenable, Rapid7, and we can enable you to dynamically map micro-segmentation policy based upon vulnerability data, or you can pull Illumio and actually enrich your east-west visibility and enable even dynamic quarantining, through a SIEM-based solution such as IBM QRadar or even Splunk, for example.
Very nice. So if folks go and sign up on your website, is there a trial or something like that, proof of concept they can sign up for?
Yeah, there is. Definitely, I recommend that everyone go to the Illumio website, visit the Zero Trust Solutions page that I talked about earlier, and we do have some workshops and webinars and a lot of rich content around Zero Trust to really enable you to all understand a little bit more about Zero Trust and how best to design the strategy and to operationalize it for your organization.
Excellent. Well, really great presentation. There's some more technical questions there for you in the queue, Sam, that we didn't have time for. Maybe you can get back to those folks. But thank you so much for being on the event today.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
As Sam said, for more information, check out the link. It's there on your screen. In fact, you can even click on it. It's a hyperlink that will open a new tab or window in your web browser, taking you to the Illumio Solutions Zero Trust landing page for more information. And of course, also check out the handout that's available there in your audience console under the Illumio link right there, and that will bring up the Enable End-to-End Zero Trust to Achieve Effective Outcomes paper that Sam referenced in his presentation as well. So thank you to everyone for all the excellent questions. I've got a question now for you. It is up on the screen, and the question is, what's your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company? And I'm talking just across the board here. We're talking about supercharging IT in so many different ways: security, data protection, storage, authentication, authorization, disaster recovery, so many different ways to supercharge your IT infrastructure. And so that's really what this question is, kind of a broad question. Just what's your time frame for taking action? And I'll leave that up here for a moment, allow everyone to respond to that while I announce our next set of prize winners. All right, we've got 3 Amazon $100 gift cards, These are going out to Simon May from California, John George from Illinois, and Mitchell Orr from Michigan. Congratulations to all the prize winners. After our next presentation, we'll be doing 3 more gift cards and 5 more iPad Airs. All right, let's get a few more poll responses. I appreciate everyone's feedback on that. Excellent. Thank you for your feedback there in the poll. It's now time to move on to our next presentation. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Tobias Flitch, Director of Product Management at Nebulon. Tobias, it's great to have you on. Take it away.
On-prem IT infrastructure. Now, if you look at your on-prem IT infrastructure landscape today, you may be thinking, wouldn't it be nice if I could just run all of these applications and workloads in a public cloud? Then I wouldn't have to worry too much about infrastructure maintenance, automation is a lot easier, and I can manage it all from anywhere remotely. But of course, these workloads are on-prem in your data center or in enterprise edge locations. And reasons may be because you need lower latency than what public clouds provide. It's too expensive to run these workloads in a public cloud. You don't want to re-architect them and make use of the specific services of different cloud vendors, or you're just blocked by regulatory requirements and you can't move your data to a public cloud. And now for these workloads that remain on-prem, you're challenged with delivering a phenomenal infrastructure experience to the product teams and the application owners that make use of it. Or you're on the receiving end and you just struggle with the speed and the agility of your IT organization to provide you with new infrastructure on-prem. And at the core of these challenges is really the supporting IT infrastructure. It's because existing on-prem solutions were not designed to deliver the experience of public cloud on premises. Enterprises are challenged with slow application deployments due to the lack of the required skills in every single team. And these are required to run compute, storage, and networking services end-to-end and to support new application deployments. They're also challenged with high infrastructure management overhead, where the IT organization has to manage on a per device level. They lack end-to-end insights, and they're mostly occupied with mundane tasks such as firmware or software updates. And then there are only restrictive alternatives to expensive 3-tier architectures that are quite complicated to manage and they're slow to deploy, which ties back to requiring highly skilled resources. And existing hyperconverged infrastructure alternatives that would allow the application owner to manage their own infrastructure limit workload density, and they lack support for native workloads that are outside of just virtualization. So they have to work with the complexity and the cost that is associated with 3-tier architectures if they want to use bare metal for their applications or if they want to leverage native Kubernetes for their applications. With Nebulon, IT organizations are enabled to deploy, manage, and maintain on-premises enterprise application data at scale as simply and as rapidly as it would be in a public cloud. Now, if you are familiar with Cisco Meraki, you know the model. Otherwise, the way to think about how Nebulon does this is by applying the lessons from smart home consumer technology and applying it to enterprise IT, specifically in three relevant areas: the model, the benefits, and the use cases. Looking at the model first, in a smart solution in the consumer space, let's take Nest as an example. The control plane is moved to the cloud and it connects to IoT endpoints in a physical device, your thermostat, for example. And suddenly you gain immediate incremental benefits that are normally exclusive to the cloud. You get incredible time to value because it is super easy to deploy because it just plugs right into your existing HVAC system or simply connects to your home Wi-Fi. It's simple to automate for a variety of applications. In your home, you can adjust the temperature based on weather. You can control security cameras, lights, and other devices. And you can build entire routines on your own and when you need it. And you really don't need a technical degree or anything for this. It's really self-service infrastructure for your home. You also gain the ability to centrally control all of your devices from anywhere. Your software is kept up to date behind the scenes, and you gain the ability to leverage the intelligence of the cloud that monitors your preferences and constantly adjusts to better fit your personal needs. And the third parallel or lesson are the use cases. Taking Nest as an example one more time, it supports any application as a thermostat, for security cameras, for smoke detectors, anywhere in your home, in your office, your vacation home, and it adds better control to those use cases. Now, wouldn't it be great if you had the same capabilities for your enterprise on-prem IT infrastructure, for your virtualized applications, for your bare metal applications, and for your containerized applications, both in the data center core and at the enterprise edge? With Nebulon Smart Infrastructure, we bring the public cloud experience on-prem through server-embedded infrastructure software that is delivered to customers as a service. You get self-service application infrastructure provisioning for virtualization, but also containers and bare metal applications. So product teams and application owners can rapidly provision and scale their own infrastructure. You get infrastructure management as a service that ensures your on-prem infrastructure works reliably and most efficiently by using cloud analytics and recommendations along with behind-the-scenes software updates that keep your infrastructure fleet free from vulnerabilities that are caused by software or firmware issues. Plus, with a server-embedded data plane that runs entirely on a PCIe card in the server, you no longer have to rely on complex and expensive external arrays for your shared and for your local block storage needs. And you can simply use the server's SSD capacity without the density and the workload restrictions of hyperconverged infrastructure software. This is achieved by Nebulon's architecture that consists of two key components: a cloud-based control plane that ensures the operational simplicity, and a PCIe card that is embedded into your application servers that serves the data plane for your enterprise application workloads. With this smart infrastructure solution and its architectural approach to on-prem infrastructure, you get a single top-down solution that addresses key challenges for the core data center and also the enterprise edge. And since the reference architectures for Smart Core and Smart Edge under the Smart Infrastructure umbrella use the same technology, customers no longer have to decide for different infrastructure approaches for different deployment models. It's one smart infrastructure solution that works top-down across core and edge for virtualization, for containers, and for bare metal applications. Let's have a closer look at some of the core benefits. Let's first talk about self-service infrastructure provisioning. Now, a key challenge for IT organizations with their on-prem infrastructure is being able to quickly respond to new product initiatives and to deliver the necessary IT services to support the product teams and the application owners that want to make use of these services. Now, with traditional approaches, on-prem infrastructure provisioning is quite slow. The reasons for it are often organizational barriers, but mostly because traditional on-prem infrastructure is not built to deliver a public cloud experience. With a cloud experience, the problem is really solved by putting the application owner into the driver's seat, by allowing them to provision their own infrastructure. With Nebulon, this is done by means of a service catalog. This service catalog defines what operating system to deploy, what application, the right data storage services for that application. Now, having a service catalog makes infrastructure provisioning quick, reliable, and repeatable. What that means is that IT organizations can build a catalog of services that meet their company guidelines, and then the application owners can provision services and scale these services rapidly at the core or the enterprise edge wherever they're necessary. And they can do that consistently and without involving the IT team. Actually, let me show you. Let's assume I need a new VMware cluster. Right now, there are no clusters, or as we call them, npods provisioned. And all I have to do is create a new npod up here. And during the process, I select the number of servers. I select a template from the service catalog that's provided by the IT organization. Then I specify some network configuration options. In this case, I'll just use DHCP. And then I'll provide some basic identification information for the npod, like a name, and I assign it to my team. Now, once I request this new npod, the Nebulon Cloud will first validate all of my choices and check if there will be any issues with the deployment. Once this is successful, I can then confirm the creation of the npod, which kicks off a background operation that provisions all data services as defined in the template. This includes the operating system, the application, and the right data storage services for the application. And after a couple of seconds, the npod is built, and we can see the new npod in the Nebulon On web user interface with snapshot schedules, with the selected servers and their properties. And we can see that there are a bunch of volumes provisioned to all servers in the cluster as defined by my template, including the VMware boot images. And there was no SAN zoning, there was no multipathing or other infrastructure setup required. I was able to provision 3 VMware servers with all data services provisioned all by myself. Now, once the infrastructure is provisioned, it's all about keeping it running and optimizing for changing needs. With Nebulon's cloud analytics, we can monitor and predict changes and give valuable insights into your infrastructure that is relevant for configuration changes, for sizing, or for other planning activities. And the same insights can be used by the control plane as part of command execution. Since every command passes through the cloud, it can intercept these actions that are possibly harmful or misguided. Now, another major challenge for IT organizations managing large infrastructure environments is keeping firmware and software current. A major pain point here is navigating through compatibility lists and identifying the right mix of versions, and then rolling them out across many devices. With Nebulon, the cloud control plane with its user interface are constantly and automatically updated behind the scenes. So you don't have to worry about it. Eventually, you just get a new feature in the user interface, and after simple browser refresh. But when it comes to the data plane, the pieces that are running in your on-premises infrastructure, you are in control over when the update happens. And it's super easy to do. You can literally, by a click of a button, update a fleet of infrastructure. Now, every larger organization has invested in some form of automation for their infrastructure. Some are quite advanced, and some are still adjusting to this new paradigm. In any case, it is done for the same reasons, and that is eliminating repetitive tasks and doing more with fewer resources. It turns out that this is not very easy to do with on-prem infrastructure. It is a lot easier to do within public cloud because there's just one API and it's consistent across all services. But on-prem, every device has their own API endpoint. They have their own version and they have their own functional level. And all of that has to be considered when writing scripts or when you're designing automation workflows. With the Nebulon Cloud Control Plane, it's one API with one version that works and scales for the entire enterprise. That makes reporting and that makes automation so much easier, and that really helps organizations to achieve infrastructure as code and doing more with less. So the other ingredient to bringing the cloud experience to on-prem is a data plane that supports any application anywhere with better control. Now, there are many reasons why certain applications and their data is kept on-prem and is not moving to the cloud. And there's also many reasons why any particular application is using virtualization, Kubernetes, or bare metal as their infrastructure. Now, limiting your infrastructure to just support one type of workload will come with challenges, specifically because it restricts developers and the product teams in terms of design and architecture. An application that is built for virtualization is built quite differently than an application that is built on top of Kubernetes. So in order to quickly react to changing needs, infrastructure that is hypervisor agnostic and operating system independent is really required. That gives you the freedom of easily shifting services and support your application teams. Along the same lines, you want to have a cost-effective infrastructure that delivers the same data services in different deployment scenarios, in the core, edge, or as a hosted service, where the size is really the only factor that changes. So an application that is developed in the core is easily rolled out at the edge, just as at a smaller scale, but it still receives the same enterprise data services. Now, this is done by having an enterprise data plane embedded into the server, not on the CPU, because the CPU is required to run the applications, but on an IoT endpoint in the server, a PCIe card. That gives you higher density since you don't have, an external storage array, and you don't have to compensate for the CPU overhead of software-defined storage that would normally run on the server. Lastly, and also quite importantly, full control over the boot device and separation of data from the operating system is required. This is really what enables to quickly alter the personality of servers and application clusters from one application to another. This is what enables customers to deploy application clusters with operating system, with application, and the data volumes in just a couple of minutes. And this is also what enables customers to remotely update clusters without service interruption, because the data plane is not impacted when the operating system reboots, fails, or undergoes other maintenance. So why Nebulon Smart Infrastructure? Application owners and product teams are put into the driver's seat and can self-service provision their infrastructure from rack to the full application stack on their own, accelerating time to value. Massive gains when it comes to operational overhead through zero-touch, remote fleet management, AI cloud assistance, and API-first infrastructure management that is delivered as a service. You get cloud-like operations for your on-prem infrastructure. And by avoiding the expense of external storage arrays and avoiding the restrictions of hyperconverged infrastructure software, you gain significant efficiency and cost improvements. And lastly, with a solution that is operating system and application independent, you protect your investment for today, but also in the future. Now, if you can get all of these benefits for your application workloads in your on-prem infrastructure, you no longer have to force applications into the cloud that are better served on-prem. You can now start thinking about the cloud as an operating model instead of just a destination. Now, today I've just briefly provided an overview of Nebulon's smart infrastructure. We do have a lot more detail to share, so please check out our resources on our website, nebulon.com/resources. Schedule some time with our solution architects that can walk you through all of the steps that I've shown you today and talked about. They can show you automation, and we can also facilitate remote proof of concepts where you can try this all on your own. In any case, thank you all for attending and listening, and I think it's time to answer some of your questions.
Great presentation, Tobias. We do have some questions for you from the audience, and while we take those questions, I've just brought up this poll for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Nebulon solution? And so this is an exciting new solution that I bet a lot of folks on the event today might not have heard of before. Tobias, you ready for some Q&A?
I am, yes. Shoot them over.
Excellent. Let's see. First question that came in, Guy is asking out there, can Nebulon allow us to instantiate multiple VMware clusters simultaneously? Can this be used with VMware, and could it help with that sort of automated deployment?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So yes, it works with VMware. In fact, it is hypervisor agnostic. It's operating system agnostic and application agnostic. So you could use the solution for your VMware clusters. You can use it for containers, for example, Kubernetes, but also your bare metal databases, bare metal applications. And for the specific questions of instantiating multiple clusters simultaneously, the user interface in and by itself for a single user will drive you down a path that you do one cluster at a time. However, it supports multi-user concept, so a different user can at the same time create a different cluster, of course. And then I mentioned it in the main presentation. Our approach to management is cloud-based, where we basically have a single API that is used by the user interface, but also by automation frameworks, right? Think Ansible, think Terraform, and if you're automating your infrastructure using various different programming languages. In that case, you can run as many simultaneous operations as you'd like. The solution would support that. But the user interface really drives you to do one at a time. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Excellent. And then next question that came in, they're asking, how do you make sure that no one deletes data in my data center in the cloud? Is that possible?
Yeah, that's a quite interesting question. In my presentation, I talked about that the control, right, the administration of your on-prem infrastructure sits in the cloud, and that of course has several benefits, which I talked about. But at the same time, right, there's now this element of management that is just sitting in the public cloud, and some of our customers are concerned about security there, right? So we've built the architecture for the solution with zero trust in mind, and basically what that led to is a unique approach to authorizing commands that affect your on-prem infrastructure. Now, if you think about the elements that are involved for changing infrastructure, you basically get 3 elements in there, right? You have your browser or your SDK that is issuing the command. Then you have the cloud that contains the business logic, and then you have your servers with FPUs in there that are in your data center in your on premises. And now you see this triangle, right? This virtual triangle that incorporates all of the elements that are involved with infrastructure management. And what we have built is, we call that the security triangle, where every command needs to pass through the on-prem infrastructure. And that requires your client, your management station, your browser, or the computer that you use to administrate your infrastructure, to be behind your corporate firewall, right? The security triangle makes sure that you have direct network access to your on-prem infrastructure, and that is another barrier for, let's say, a bad actor to overcome. So we have authentication in the cloud with multi-factor authentication that basically is just securing access to a person's credential, right? We do have role-based access control in there that you can restrict which user in your organization can do which actions with the infrastructure. And then we have the security triangle as the third mechanism to prevent anyone that is not inside of your corporate firewall from affecting anything that is running in your infrastructure. And our goal here was really to make this solution as secure as an on-prem infrastructure management tool would be, but give you the benefits of a cloud experience. So short answer is no. We prevent that using the security triangle.
Okay, got it. And then another question here, you compared the solution to, Nest or other similar technology. They're asking, what's the learning curve to navigate and to, deploy the solution?
Mm-hmm. Right. So we have tried to build the user interface with the application owner or the product owners in mind. So the people that are administrating the application clusters. And we have two phases to the administration user interface. One is for, let's call it for the IT organization, that is contributing to a service catalog, right? And we consider, the administrators using this tool to be somewhat familiar with IT infrastructure tooling, with IT infrastructure concepts. So these personas would configure the more advanced capabilities of different services for different applications, like, the snapshot schedules, what are the data redundancy policies, what are expected data reduction ratios, etc. But then from a consumer perspective, like the user that is actually instantiating infrastructure, they're not exposed with that complexity. So we tried to eliminate all of the knobs and tunes that are otherwise complicated to understand by default for the regular user of the tooling. So the learning curve for the users that are familiar with VMware, that are familiar with Kubernetes, that are familiar with their databases is fairly low. The learning curve for IT administrators that are contributing to the service catalog do need to know some things about our architecture, do need to know some things about data storage, they need to know some things about networking and compute. However, we try to closely align it to industry standards.
Nice. And so if folks want to get started with Nebulon, what do you recommend?
So as I mentioned, right, this is a cloud-based solution, right? Our administration sits in the cloud, so we can easily facilitate remote proof of concepts where you don't have to ship anything into your on-prem infrastructure. You don't need to travel anywhere. You can use our cloud to log in and try it out. And you can basically explore what is possible, how well it fits your needs for your applications that you're running on-prem. At the same time, you can request demos. So one of our solution architects can walk you through all of the capabilities that I've just outlined today, and they can give you a lot more detail about the solution and its benefits. So check out our website. That's a good starting point for you to get more information.
Very nice. Well, thank you so much for being on the event today, Tobias.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And thank you to Nebulon for supporting the event today. Check out the handout that's there in your audience console entitled Smart Infrastructure 101. It talks about the Nebulon solution and how it fits into supercharging your IT infrastructure for the future. And of course, also visit nebulon.com for more information. Thanks to everyone who responded there to the poll question. I'll leave that up while I announce our next 3 Amazon $100 gift card winners. These are going to Jennifer Wayland from Iowa, Aaron Lippman from New Jersey, and Ben Bowman from Wisconsin. Congratulations there to the prize winners. And now it's time for our next grand prizes. We have 5 iPad Airs. These are going to Garrett Workin from Oklahoma, Julie Harrington from Texas, Jay Linberry from Illinois, Bo Miller from Mississippi, and Timothy Rollins from Arizona. Congratulations there to all the prize winners. I will post the names in the questions box as well. And with that, it's now time to move on to our next presentation here on the Summit event. Welcome, Mr. Ed Keene, Senior Manager for Container Adoption, and Marshall Powell, Cloud Native Runtime Practice Senior Manager, both at Red Hat. Ed and Marshall, it's great to have you. Take it away.
Welcome and thank you for joining us on this webinar. We've all heard about cloud native development, and in this session, we're going to talk about how software delivery has evolved to support these new ways of building applications. So getting your applications to production the cloud native way. We're going to start with some quick introductions. Then we'll talk a little bit about the history of software delivery and where it's gotten to. And now what challenges are we facing that have created the need for cloud native delivery? And then we want to spend some time and talk about how to get started and give you some actionable, tangible next steps to get started with this. My name is Ed Keene. I run the container adoption practice at Red Hat Consulting. So this is helping customers build secure, compliant DevOps pipelines. So including the workflows, the tooling, and all the people adoption to help teams get applications out to production securely and rapidly.
Hey everybody, Marshall Powell. I run the Cloud Native Runtimes practice for North America Consulting, and my team focuses on helping customers adopt and mature more cloud native application development capabilities so that they can deliver software more quickly with quality baked in, and making sure that they are able to scale on cloud platforms and that they're building the right software from the beginning. So we mainly focus on the people, process, technical, and implementation, as well as mentoring for all those aspects. Glad to be here.
Excellent. So DevOps and CI/CD reimagined software delivery. And if we go back to the beginning, for me, this is back in 2004. Back then, we had long release cycles. We were doing waterfall development. So we were releasing software probably every 12 to maybe 6 months at the best case scenario. And with these big batches, it meant that we had long, painful regression testing periods and painful remediation periods. This meant we were moving really slowly. And so from the business perspective, hey, we were late to market and slow to market with features and capabilities. If you fast forward a few years, and I've grouped a few together here in 2010. And this is when John Olshaw, back in 2009, John Olshaw and Paul Hammond talked about 10 deploys a day at Flickr, and it was kind of groundbreaking at that time. Others like Martin Fowler and other folks were making huge leaps and bounds forward with defining and driving CI/CD and many components of DevOps as well. And if we skip again another decade over to 2021, CI/CD and DevOps are really like standard. This is the standard way of getting applications out to, or building and getting applications out to production. And speaking of standards, like containers and Kubernetes are really like the de facto way of building and packaging and deploying and running your applications. And we're doing so in these very hybrid cloud environments. And this is where we start to incorporate like the ephemeral nature of the cloud, being able to do things declaratively. We can start to build our environments declaratively. And we'll talk about that as we go through the presentation as well. So this is how things have changed. And with all that movement around the cloud native development side as well, how does it impact us on the delivery side? Some of the big ones here, with the world moving from monoliths to microservices, we're no longer just deploying our application, our one application. We're now looking at deploying dozens or even hundreds of thousands of applications. So each of these microservices might have its own repo and own build and deployment jobs. We're not only deploying many more applications, but we're doing so much more frequently now as well. So back in that 2004 that I mentioned, hey, we were deploying every 12 months, maybe every 6 months. Now we're deploying weekly, daily, even many, many times a day. So the scale now has increased significantly because we've now got many, many more applications deploying many, many more times a day. And the reason being is this is how we get our product into our customers' hands. And so the elite performers are the ones who are able to deliver product much, much faster than the slower performers. And lastly, another significant change caused through cloud native development is the move to containers and Kubernetes. So this has changed how we package and deliver applications. Previously, we might have had our CI/CD tool, for example, with Jenkins. Jenkins would handle all of our CI/CD and kind of just group them together. Now we can start separating off continuous integration from continuous delivery. We can start enhancing and maturing how we do CI. And we'll talk a little bit more about some of the components that we'll bring in to make it more of an enterprise continuous integration workflow. And we've got more advanced capabilities around how we do continuous delivery as well, especially in our Kubernetes environments. And that's what we'll look at with our progressive delivery too. So while we're here, Marshall, we're talking about cloud native development. Like, is there anything that you're seeing around how microservices strategies are maturing?
Absolutely. I would say, microservices became a huge buzzword about, 4 or 5 years ago. And we saw a lot of clients just kind of go full force into microservices without really giving it enough a thought about what the impacts would be. So, we really see microservices as, a compelling movement. However, it should just be a maturation process. So you shouldn't just go ahead and from the start developing your services as microservices. Think more about taking a more of a modular approach to your architecture. And then as your application as you start to understand how your application needs to scale and which parts of it needs to be configured and deployed more frequently, that's really when you should start breaking off your services into microservices. So, we are seeing more companies start implementing more of like a monorepo design with feature toggles, so that one, it eases some of the development burdens that you can see from starting off with microservices out of the gate, and it allows you to be able to have some of the same flexibilities that you have with developing microservices, but it also it eases the development process, and then also lets your application teams be able to break those pieces off into more scalable units as the need arises. But please don't jump straight into microservices. Just a solid modular approach is really where we're recommending clients start.
Yeah, that's great. Avoid oversteering and going too far. And we're going to talk a little bit about feature flags and how you can use them in a few minutes' time as well. So how do we at Red Hat Consulting define cloud native delivery? Well, this is your factory pipeline for getting your products, i.e. your software, out the door and into your customers' hands. So it being your factory pipeline, like, it is an essential part of your business. So this means it needs to be operationally ready. It's an enterprise pipeline, and we'll talk a little bit more about what that means and the things that get baked into it being an enterprise ready in a few minutes. It needs to be secure with continuous security and with compliance built in as well. We can start moving to declarative templates, being able to version control, reuse, recycle, and evolve how we deliver all aspects of our application and our environment. And then lastly, because it's an essential part of your business, you should be monitoring and measuring your performance and how this does impact your business. So that's where the observability comes into play as well.
Right. It's really just as much like people and process as it is about any of the tools. You can adopt the tools, but you will still not deliver software with any more quality if you don't improve the processes too.
Absolutely. There's no single DevOps tool that will solve this, right, Marshall?
Yep.
So production-ready pipelines for your container-based cloud-native applications. So we're going to start here with auditability and traceability. For anybody who's been involved in compliance audits, like SOX audits, ISO audits, like, they'll know the serious investment in time and energy in order to generate, to gather and generate all the information needed for the auditors. So what we're talking about here is very much a trend with it shifting everything left, is also including compliance. So being able to automate compliance and traceability, so you get the full log and audit automated and ready for your compliance reports. Provide those guardrails, so ensure that people are, and software is adhering to the compliance guardrails, and doing so automatically through CI, through CD, so you can still maintain delivery speed. I mentioned a few times about the declarative nature of environments, applications. We want to include pipelines in there as well. So you want your pipelines to be stored in source control, be modularized and able to be reused and rebuilt. And because it's an enterprise pipeline as well, we want to start incorporating enterprise tooling for a full orchestrated pipeline. So this means including security tooling, automated testing, even monitoring. So for example, there's some CD tools out there that will do a deployment and then be monitoring your APM and your logs to see how's application performance, how's the logs, are there any errors popping up with my deployment. So they'll do a small canary deploy, just gauge performance, and then gauge whether to roll out further or to roll back. So you can start doing some more advanced functionality, incorporating monitoring. And then incorporate chat ops as well, so that, hey, as a developer, I can get real-time feedback on the success of my build operation and my deploy operation. Same with operations teams as well. So as they start moving to their environment changes through code, like declarative code, they can start seeing and getting push notifications on deploys coming up and on the success of their jobs too.
Yeah, and just to recap on the auditability and traceability aspect, I mean, how beautiful of a thing would it be if, when your auditors come for SOX, that you can easily map out every single one of the steps that your developers take when they are developing code and pushing it into production, so that your auditors can quickly look and see every single piece of security and monitoring that you're putting into the system without having to dig through scripts and processes that are just kind of manual processes that you need to I guess not reinvent, but do some sleuthing to figure out how it's done. I mean, it's just so much time and stress is alleviated through that.
Yeah, automating the changes there, but still having the gates is huge. As we talk about the production readiness, I really wanted to call out operational readiness. And this is the operator capability models for Kubernetes operators, but it's very applicable for us on the pipeline space, where if we map into pipelines and we look at level 1 is a basic install. Yay, we can deploy our application. Level 2 is, great, now we've got CI/CD in place and we can have application lifecycle management. We can deploy upgrades and updates to our application. Level 3 is full lifecycle. So this now means it's not just the application, but we're starting to incorporate the infrastructure, the application configuration, the environment configuration into that lifecycle. And then level 4, getting into the metrics and the KPIs, knowing how we're performing. And then level 5, where, hey, it's now running on autopilot, and we can start incorporating horizontal, vertical auto scaling, start incorporating some of the anomaly detection that I mentioned with the ML capabilities there too.
Ned, like all of these levels, it can be a little bit messier for that. Like when customers are implementing these kind of capability models, like how can customers like measure how really mature they are getting and where they need to invest more time to, get to that level, true level 5?
Yeah, hopefully this webinar is a good starting point. People can do a gap analysis of like, what are they doing today and what are they missing? But further down the road as well, we also, like Marshall and I are in Red Hat Consulting, and we have a ready to accelerate, like a self-assessment that people can do online to gauge like where are they at, what opportunities do they have, and like how can they start building a roadmap to getting here to level 5. So now moving from CI into CD, I mentioned about some of the more advanced continuous delivery capabilities that are available now. And a lot of these are probably not new to the audience. We've been talking about blue, green, and canary. Oh, well, they're very well hyped for a number of years. But just to do a quick recap, so in our blue-green situation, this is our load balancer option. And this is where, hey, we're deploying a second version of our environment or our application. So that's the blue version. We're going to smoke test that, make sure everything looks good. And then if everything looks good, we flip a switch on the load balancer and we route users over to our blue environment. If there's any issues at all, hey, we flip that switch back and we route them back to our green environment. Next, we've got canary deploys. Again, very hyped up term. This is a performance monitoring approach. So very, very similar. We're going to deploy a new instance of our environment or our application. But instead of it being a binary switch or flip of the switch, we're going to do a subset of our users. We'll say, okay, maybe we want 5% of our users to evaluate this new version of the application. We want to monitor how performance is before we roll out further. So this gives us more control over our delivery, hence the progressive nature here too. And then the last one here, the feature flag. So this is a rule-based approach to deploying features rather than full versions of the application. So in this case, we're going to deploy our application, but maybe certain features are turned off and only available to certain subset of users based on location or user type or role. For example, maybe if I had a new administrator dashboard that I want to just roll out to certain administrators in a certain location, I'm able to do so in production. So with this, we're able to do user acceptance testing and get real feedback from real users in production. And like with this, Marshall, there's a few approaches. Like, is there anything here you'd recommend for like how to simplify like blue, green, and canary releases?
Yeah, I mean, just part of doing cloud native development in general is trying to abstract as much of this complexity away from the developers so that they can just focus on writing code, right? So one of the tools that's become really popular in the industry today is something called Service Mesh, or one tool that we're particularly familiar with is Istio. It's a really easy way to take a the deployment configuration and turn that into a very, very easy to do deploy mechanism for your application, if it's blue, green, or canary or whatnot. So that's one of the, it's a great tool for development teams and security teams to have in their toolbox.
Yeah, and we bake it into OpenShift because it's so mainstream and production ready. Now we start to layer on security as well. And this is Red Hat's approach to continuous security, and it's been a zero trust approach here. We've all heard about shifting left. I've even talked about it here a few times. We'll dig in a couple of minutes to the secure supply chain and how we can start bringing security into that. In the middle here, we've got our cloud security posture management. So this is securing our infrastructure, securing our Kubernetes environment, ensuring compliance within there as well. And then on the right-hand side, like our workload protection. So look at this like RASP as an example here. How are we making sure that the applications and the workloads running are continuously secured? They're not just secured on the left-hand side during the build phase, but they're the workload protection in the runtime as well. So as we dig into our secure supply chain, we'll start with like a very basic software workflow and a container-based workflow at that as well. So we'll commit our change, we'll detect that change, we'll package our application, put it in our application repository. We'll build our container, put our container in our container image registry, and then we'll deploy our container image to Kubernetes. Very, very simple workflow. So how do we evolve this? Well, I started by spreading everything out here, create some space, and we're going to start with adding on automated testing here as well. And it can happen, obviously, pre-commit with IDE controls to give developers real-time feedback on, say, security concerns, other linting as well, baked into the IDE. And then being, obviously, we're assuming that there's unit testing happening pre-commit here as well. As we get into committing our change, then we start looking at code coverage. Further down the road as well, we're then starting to automate our integration testing here as well. And then we start bringing in security as well. We've got our static code analysis, our static application security testing, post-build. We've also got our dynamic application security testing. Then once we've got our container, we can start doing our vulnerability and our compliance scans on our container. And I couldn't fit in on the workflow here, but over on the right here, this is where we can have like our workload protection and our RASP and much, much more. So this is a very simplified diagram for the purposes of fitting it all on this slide, but really at an enterprise scale, we're dealing with like enterprise workflows and pretty advanced like Visio charts with ins and outs for each of these procedures. And Marshall, you've seen like from experience working directly in the field, like how do we work with developers to bake quality in right from the beginning?
Yeah. So, one strategy that we like to do with our customers is, simply from the beginning, when you're collecting requirements, if you're, creating a Jira system or whatever, writing those requirements in like a Gherkin language. So like a given then when syntax. That those requirements then can be turned directly into BDD tests, which can validate that exact software requirement that you defined with your business stakeholders. So I mean, that's a great way just out of the gate to do it. Testing in itself is a very time-consuming activity. Sometimes it's even hard to get your business units to sign off on, especially like going back and adding in some of that regression testing for applications that haven't done it for years because it takes so long. But it is really something that pays huge dividends down the road, and it should just be part of the process. A couple of things that we like to also recommend developers to utilize, so they're not simply covering every edge test that they can as they're writing code, is to use some tools like mutation testing or a tool like Schema Thesis, which does automatically can scan your API and ensure that it is being developed to specification, or mutation testing can help ensure that your unit tests are really covering all of the critical areas to make your software secure. So it's a time-consuming effort, but there are great tools in there to help expedite it, and I can't stress enough how important it is to your actual delivery speed, because the bigger your application gets, the more tests that you're going to have to write, and you'll only be able to deploy software as fast as you can test it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we could do a whole separate session on testing best practices and frameworks. So now we've got our secure enterprise pipelines. Now we can start layering in infrastructure and configuration, and that's where GitOps comes into play. GitOps is a perfect match with Kubernetes because Kubernetes is a declarative environment. Everything is declared, the cluster configuration, application deployments, and it's all declared in YAML. And this allows us to move away from scripting and imperative scripting for environments and move into a declarative nature for everything. So for our application deployments, for our Kubernetes manifest and configuration, and for our pipelines as well. We've got a pretty simple flow diagram here on the right-hand side. Push to commit to Git, basic webhook into Tekton, which is another CI tool. So Tekton's going to do our build for us and push our image to the registry. Now we've separated off CI from CD. We've got a tool called Argo CD doing our continuous delivery. Argo is, instead of it being a push from here, Argo is doing a pull, is continuously syncing and doing a pull based on certain rule sets, like where it's going to deploy to, what progressive deployment mechanism is it going to use, to deliver this, Argo will manage that that from a pull-based approach. And it doesn't just pull from the image registry here, it's also pulling from Git too. And that means that we can start doing continuous delivery for our complete environment. So Argo will maintain a sync record based on what's in Git of our complete environment. If there's something in our Kubernetes environment that's not in Git and Argo isn't aware of, we can, if we wanted to, have Argo remove it. So it's really configuration management for your complete Kubernetes environment, including your applications, including even your pipelines as well here. So we can have our Tecton pipelines delivered and managed like through Argo CD here as well. And Argo is not the only tool. There are other ones like Red Hat. We have Ansible can be used for this as well. And Weaveworks have the Flux CD tool for this too. This declarative nature allows us to manage the entire application stack and environment stack like through a declarative template. And the key thing here, I mentioned a few times about what can be managed in here, is being able to do so at scale and preventing like YAML sprawl. And that's where there's certain tools like Helm and Customize that really help you be able to manage these at scale. And Marshall, is there anything you want to mention around like how using those to manage your cloud native deployments?
No, I mean, the main point is, everything is infrastructure as code. All of your environments should be managed as code. Customize and Helm, they both have their place. I'd say Helm right now is probably the de facto tool that people use, but Customize is lightweight and getting really good. So either one of those tools, you're going to be in a good spot.
Excellent. And then lastly, to bring us home, you're doing all this great work and your factory pipeline is essential to the success of your business. So you now need to start measuring the performance of your software delivery of that pipeline. And so this is based on the 4 key metrics here are based on the groundbreaking work of Nicole Forsgren and Jez Humble and Gene Kim. They published a book in 2018 called Accelerate. And these really allow you to show the business like how software delivery is positively or negatively impacting the business. So key ones around lead time for change, deployment frequency. So how long does it take to get from idea through to the product, the software sitting in a user's hands where they're getting value from it? How frequently are you pushing deployments? And then how reliable is the product that you're building? So your mean time to recovery and your change failure rate. We want to be able to visualize this for everybody to be able to consume and see how they're doing. It's no use if this is sitting in a report filed away in somebody's drawer. We want everybody to be a part of the solution here. So what we're looking at here is an open source tool called Grafana that visualizes these metrics. These metrics are coming from another tool called Polaris, which pulls them in from different systems. So really everybody, whether it's software engineer, operations, management, and leadership, everybody can see like, how are you performing? How is the performance of your software factory, of your pipelines? Got some resources to leave everybody with, a bunch of great resources around Red Hat's approach here, some of the tools that we mentioned too, some further reading with some ebooks here as well. And then lastly, Marshall and I are both with Red Hat Consulting. We would love to talk to you more about how we can help you build these cloud native delivery pipelines. Again, it's more than just throwing a tool at it. There's the workflow, the people side of it as well, and getting into cloud native development as well. If this is a priority for your business, talk to Red Hat, see how we can help here as well. This is also a self-service, ready to accelerate assessment here so you can gauge your maturity and start building a roadmap too. So thanks so much for your time. We hope this presentation was valuable to you. We're looking forward to talking to you soon.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.
All right, great presentation. Thank you so much to the Red Hat team there. I really enjoyed that. That was fascinating, just fascinating what Ed and Marshall there are doing at Red Hat to help enable cloud native delivery. I've just brought up a slide here that I want to call everyone's attention to. We're going to do this for the last few presentations on the event today. We're going to bring in our best question prize, where if you ask a question, you'll be entered into a drawing for another $50 gift card, one for each of the remaining sessions on the event today, including Red Hat. So Red Hat, Sequence, and Ping Identity. That's 3 additional Amazon $50 gift cards for the best question prize. Winners, of course, must still meet the ActualTech Media Prize policy, and we'll contact the prize winners after the event. And with that in mind, I want to call your attention to the poll on the screen. What additional information would you like about the Red Hat solution? And I'll leave that poll up there. Experts from Red Hat are standing by to answer your questions. So I encourage you to respond or ask questions there in the questions box. If you have something that's on your mind, the Red Hat presentation was kind of mind-blowing, and I'm sure there's something that's on your mind. So I encourage you to ask a question now, and that will apply to the best question prize as well. So we've got another 3 Amazon $100 gift cards to award now. These are going out to Mehdi Jakluli. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, from Georgia. Mehdi Jakluli from Georgia. I'll post all the prize winners there in the questions box. Clint Simmons from Louisiana, and Jennifer Thomas from Texas. Congratulations to all the prize winners on the summit today. Don't forget, we've still got 6 more Amazon $100 gift cards and our final grand prize, which is 5 PlayStation 5s that we'll announce at the end of the event today. And so we've got, looks like 2 more presentations left after this one. So make sure you stay tuned for these expert presentations and, of course, the awesome prizes as well. Thank you for all the great questions that came in there for Red Hat. I am routing those over to Ed and Marshall at the Red Hat team. We do appreciate those. It's now time to move on to our next presentation here on the summit. I'm excited to introduce the person that may have the coolest title on the event today, Mr. Jason Kent, Hacker in Residence at Sequence Security. Jason, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
It's great to have you on, Jason. Take it away.
Hey, I appreciate it. And I'm going to have to start preempting everybody with the title and stuff, so that way not everybody says I have the coolest title, because that's what everybody says. Anyway, my name is Jason Kent, and I am a hacker in residence here at Sequence. And what I'm going to be talking about today is API security. And if you don't know what an API is, well, stick around. You're about to learn. If you don't understand API security, I've got some tips and tricks and some things that we should probably chat about. So what is an API is the first thing I'm going to kind of discuss, but then I'm going to talk about APIs being a double-edged sword, and we're going to delve into that just a little bit, and I'll talk about how my company Sequence can help you guys rein in this kind of weird problem. So what is an API? Well, if you go to the textbook definition that Wikipedia is going to spit out, it's an application programming interface, and it defines interactions between multiple software intermediaries. And I'm not talking about that kind of API. What I'm talking about are web application APIs, and what these are basically web endpoints that simplify communication, and it's typically machine to machine. So if you think about using a mobile application, it's your phone talking to the web servers on the other side, and this simplifies that communication. A lot of people don't like to use mobile apps. They'd rather use a website on their phone. But if you're using the mobile app, it makes it a lot faster for the transactions to happen because there's way less data carried. There's no JavaScript. I don't have to tell the phone how to make the page look right. The app does that for me. All we're doing is little data exchanges. And the way that occurs is we build an application and build that application in a web server that has API endpoints that allow for a mobile app or a web application to talk to it. And what we're seeing a lot more now is people design their applications by being API first. So they build the APIs for the application, and then a web application gets built that calls those APIs, as well as a mobile app or any other way that you may want to communicate with this thing, whether it's your fridge or a printer or whatever. It's just going to be doing data transfers that go between the application and the application server. APIs are absolutely driving the digital transformation. And I think the best way to describe the digital transformation is sort of how we're trying to make it so that we can digitize commerce. Ordering things off of websites is a lot different than back in the day when I worked at a third-party fulfillment house and you filled out an order form and mailed a check to somewhere. Making this a much faster transaction platform means that we can get things sold more quickly, and we can do the kinds of things that our businesses like to do. The digital transformation obviously is affecting everybody, and we're starting to see more and more things like services that interconnect things happening on these APIs. So Uber is a pretty good example, right? You push a button on Uber and say, I'd like a ride. You can pull then a map up to see where the car is coming from. You're connected to them. You can actually send them information, and all of this is happening over an API fabric. It's kind of a double-edged sword, though, because it's driving these efforts, and we want to have these applications built, and we want to maintain, delight amongst our users that are using these applications, and that'll, eventually turn into stickiness where people decide this is the thing I'm going to use to solve this kind of problem, or use this kind of service. It's typically deployed out on some kind of container or cloud, a container living in a cloud, and it's usually allows for some kind of elasticity. So, if I use my Uber example, it's when it starts raining in New York City, we're going to need a lot more servers handling a lot more transactions because there's going to be a lot more people wanting Ubers. If we look at key elements that happen here, APIs became really important, especially during the pandemic, because people were doing more and more online transactions, ordering food to their house, ordering groceries to their house. Not going out meant you still needed to bring things in. But these APIs leave a lot of security challenges out there in front of folks. I often am heard saying that if you look at application security in a timeline, API security is living right around the 2009 web attack era. A lot of the attacks are the same. They're pretty easy to do. They're just not as well understood as most of the web attacks that are out there because they work a little bit differently. But it's almost all the same things that have caused this, right? Poor coding practices, lack of authentication. I see that all the time. Lack of access control where I can look at your profile, that kind of stuff. And sensitive data leaking out, right? We see a lot of times when you make an API call, they try to build APIs to be forward-looking. So let's just send all of the data back that we can. And if you need to display a new data field, that's really easy because it will already be there. The problem with that is if I'm an attacker, I'm going to be looking at all that data. Even though you're not displaying it on the mobile device or on the website, I see it in the transaction body. We see a lot of things like logic abuse and denial of service happening on the API fabric because they're built for speed. They're built to have a whole bunch of things hit them all at the same time, but that always has a limit. And so attacking it as fast as you can, as hard as you can, may end up with some terrible problem that goes along with that, including denial of service or logic abuse. The risk of this is, we see a lot of fraud happening because of automated bots that can go hit the API framework. I deal with a lot of bot attacks. Part of my job here at Sequence is to have a good understanding of what kind of data is flying around out there and is part of the e-commerce platforms that we protect. And oftentimes the APIs are less protected, especially against bot attacks or automated attacks that are doing things like account takeover. We see a lot of APIs out there that make it so that the security is a lot easier to bypass. And what I mean by that is if I go to a website, there's a whole bunch of things that are instrumented on my machine so that you understand who I am. There's JavaScript and client-side code that's going to be grabbing some kind of signal data and sending it back to the platform. APIs don't usually have all that stuff. There's no JavaScript, for instance. And so trying to get client-side instrumentation means you have to bake that into your code, or you've got to do something else in order to have a good understanding if there's attacks going against these APIs. And there's all different kinds of problems that go along with this, right? Usually there's no formal publication process for the APIs. There's no way to understand what's the API supposed to look like. We say there's specification non-conformance is a real problem. And what I mean by that is when you build an API, you can build what's called a spec for it. If you look at the open API spec, or if you're a little bit older like me, you might call it a Swagger file. If you look at that spec, it's going to say this parameter needs to be protected by these things. And there's no really good way to say, yes, we did that, right? Without doing a penetration test every time you do something to change the API. So it becomes kind of a really nice place to run attacks. Lots of data there, lots of integrations, lots of suppliers, right? And if we look at some of the attacks that have happened recently, you'll notice patterns that go along with this. John Deere just recently had an attack where all of the customer data, all of John Deere's online customer data was pulled out, and it was pulled through a developer portal because John Deere wants to have partners that can use the APIs that they've made. And so they've opened this up, they meant to control it, and it got out of control. If you look at the Peloton attack, for instance, being able to jump from account to an account and have information about that user, that's just great data for later. And they did this without having to compromise the credentials of the people. They could just log in as themselves and look around. I'm currently working on a responsible disclosure on a platform where I can actually see the SQL requests that they're making, and I can change those SQL requests and get data back that I probably shouldn't be able to get. So when we look at how much risk can come from the APIs, like it says here on the slide, it's a dream come true for an attacker. And in fact, I've really changed from attacking websites when I go to look for places to find flaws to finding out if they have a mobile app, taking that mobile app apart, finding the API endpoints, and starting there. I find that it's a lot easier way to do it. It's usually less protected, and I have a lot more success infiltrating the environment that I'm going after. So having an understanding that there is this thing called an API really is your first step, right? If you look at security and compliance information that's out there, any program that gets built, PCI, HIPAA, any of these things that are being built as compliance standards that organizations have to live by, the very first thing that they always say is inventory. And when you start to talk about web applications, a lot of times an inventory is something that's difficult to do. Think about all the web pages that might be in a website. How do you inventory all the pages? But then when you move into the API world, it suddenly becomes a real problem because you don't have a good way to pull a manifest of that. I can go to your website and I can have a web crawler just follow all the hrefs on each page. So it will follow link to link to link, and it will find all of the pages on your website. I can't send a crawler after an API. There isn't anything in there. Like I said before, it's just data that's being transferred back and forth. So knowing the endpoints is something that's going to be difficult to do. And so you can't protect anything that you don't know that you have. And especially, I like to use this Uber example because you can understand how interconnected it is. If your APIs have a lot of partners and a lot of relationships and there's a lot of different things that are coming in and out, you're going to have a lot of data available on that fabric. If you don't know what's there, it's very difficult to do any kind of protection on it. Now, once you have a good understanding of what you need to protect, then you got to have a good understanding of where are my gaps? Where are the problems that are going to come in when I start to talk about these APIs and things that I have? What kind of security issues could there be? The OWASP Top 10 for API security is a really great place to start with this, just so you have a good understanding of here is what we are really concerned with, and here is what people are making mistakes sort of as a whole on. The OWASP Top 10 for API security really gives you a good idea of what's out there. The first one's broken object level authorization. I can log into my account, I can say edit profile, and then I can just put your profile ID in there, and then I see your profile. That's broken object level authorization. It's the first one, and I say it like that because it's usually the first thing I test, and it usually works. So assessing the risk of the applications that you have out there means that you can find those security gaps and get a good remediation program going against them. And then understanding, well, how do I programmatically fix this going forward means that doing things like conforming to spec becomes a part of the natural cycle. So you got to go find the APIs that are out there. You should assess what you have today. And then you should work with your development team, your operations teams, et cetera, and develop a spec around your APIs so you know what it is that you need to conform to. Once you've done this little bit of work, it makes it a little bit easier for you to adopt a solution that's going to harness those things and make it a little bit easier for you to kind of plug the security holes that you might have. So we actually create a product for this. We have something that will help along these lines so that you can a little bit more easily have an understanding of what's out there. We have a couple of products that will look at your APIs, understand what's available inside of those APIs, and have a good understanding of whether or not you're conforming to spec. Our API Sentinel product allows for you to do that. You can actually programmatically load a spec into us. We will alert and monitor if we see things that are outside of spec, or if we see a brand new API come in place. If that happens, you can then either develop a spec for it, work with your ops teams, and figure that piece out. But in addition to that, you can work with our bot defense solution. So if you have someone attacking your APIs, for instance, or if you just simply have what seems to be anomalous traffic flowing across your APIs, we make a solution that will monitor that as well. So we can both operationalize your security posture and make it so that you can automatically find things, as well as protect them at runtime if you have some kind of problem that's going on inside of that. So being able to stop live attacks sort of as they go becomes a priority after you've got a good understanding of what you might have out there. We help you discover, we help you get to the point where you have a good risk assessment, and we get you to the point where you have sort of automated understanding of what your APIs might need. We deploy pretty easily, and we integrate with most of the services that are out there. So if you're running a SecOps shop and you want to, or a DevOps shop and you want to insert security in there, we facilitate a lot of that. Our API Sentinel product will allow for you to see new APIs as well as run risk assessment on the APIs that you currently have. Our bot defense product and our application firewall products allow for you to block anything that might be coming in or mitigate a risk that might be in place. So having understanding that you've probably got APIs running in your environment, they're probably running amok, and you need to get some control over them, is kind of the first step. Go find your API endpoints, find your applications that are using those API endpoints, and have an understanding that APIs pose a tremendous risk to a lot of organizations. You see in the news more and more every day, John Deere, Peloton, even the latest credit bureau attack was happening over APIs. If you read Brian Krebs's blog at all, you've probably seen APIs come up a lot, and that means that more and more organizations are getting hit with attacks on the API fabric. If you think that you have APIs and you would like to get an assessment of those APIs and have a trial of the products that I've been talking about here today, you can certainly sign up for a free trial. And we welcome bringing you on board as a customer, and we welcome the opportunity to try to help. And I think that's my 20 minutes. We should have some Q&A time.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation, Jason. Thank you very much. While we do some questions here from the audience, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Sequence solution? And we appreciate your participation in that poll. And so let's see, a lot of great questions coming in. I'm not sure exactly where to start with all of these. One question here from Bradford about the trial. Is it fully functional? How does that work?
Yes. Yep, so we give you a fully functional solution. We actually have a team of threat hunters that go on behind it. And our usual trial is about 30 days where we look at the traffic that's coming in, get a good understanding of what kind of problems might be existing, what kind of attacks may be coming into, and then give you weekly reports on what we find.
Okay. And there's another question here about the tool. They're asking if it does it do a health check of the API? Is that how it works?
Yeah, so it does a health check of the API, assuming a couple of things. So you have to be able to tell us what it is that you are concerned with, and we build some signatures around, things like maybe there would be a social security number or credit card number or something like that in the data flow, so we can alert you to the things that you're interested in.
Got it. Okay. And then questions from Samuel here. He's asking, does the setup of the tool interrupt the current API production? Is there any downtime associated?
No, usually we do this in a completely SaaS environment, and oftentimes these environments are front-ended by CDNs, and it's just a simple record change on your CDN that'll push your traffic over to us. You don't have to have us sit in line. You can ship us off a tap some traffic, and we can analyze that, or you can send us all the traffic. It doesn't really matter.
Okay. And then question here, they're asking, does this protect not only public-facing APIs, but also internal or custom-developed APIs?
Yeah, we can. We refer to that as east-west traffic, internal traffic. And in order to deploy an environment like that, you have to deploy our solution inside your environment, but it's all containerized. It's a pretty easy thing to set up and spin up. So if you're not public-facing and you're interested in still seeing if your APIs are have any kind of problem, we just deploy internally.
Nice. Nice. And then let's see, a lot of good questions coming in here. Oh, okay, so how about this one? Once an inventory of APIs is discovered, does the security provide sort of a red light or green light certification of individual APIs, or how do you know if the APIs are secured?
Yep, we have a dashboard with risk scoring on it, so we can tell you sort of how secure or unsecure, what risks you might be you might have on a specific endpoint or a specific data flow, as well as the ability to add additional things in to check for. So if you are looking for authentication on a specific endpoint or something like that, we can simply analyze those things as it goes.
Nice. And then what about any sort of latency that might be caused by, this sort of API security tool? Could it possibly slow down the performance of the process providing the API?
Yeah, our latency addition on average is about 2 milliseconds. So it's a pretty quick thing. It's just how fast Nginx grabs the traffic and throws it on.
Nice. And then another question here, they're asking, who is tracking the API vulnerabilities? Like, how do you know, is there a database, kind of like security scanning tools that look for known vulnerabilities? Does this use that sort of data?
Yeah, so that's where this space is pretty immature. We have classifications of problems that are out there, but specific vulnerabilities like you would find in like a JavaScript library or something like that don't exist in APIs. Almost all of them are business logic attacks. You know, you're messing with parameters and things like that in the APIs. So the best place to go to see the different categories and how they work is OWASP. OWASP is doing the most tracking here, and there's an OWASP API security top 10.
Nice. Okay. And then why is it that we're hearing so much about API attacks in the news recently?
Yeah, and I get this question from folks all the time, and I think that it's because of adoption. It's kind of a combined thing. It's adoption. More and more folks are using APIs. More and more people understand how to attack the APIs, and more APIs are getting published with flaws in them. So there's a maturity model here that we haven't quite achieved. And like I say, if you look at the attacks that were happening against websites in 2009, we're running with just about the same pace as that.
Got it. Wow. Scary times. Another question here, if folks want to get started with the Sequence security tool, can you kind of walk us through the process?
Sure. So you reach out to us, and what we're going to do is sit down and have a technical conversation with somebody at your organization to figure out how we're going to plumb it in. Either it's a CDN change or we need to deploy a box, and the box is in quotes. It'll be a virtual container system that gets set up. Once we have that established, then we have to push traffic to it somehow. So you're either going to give us a tap that represents all of your traffic, or you're going to give us some amount of your traffic, or you're going to make a change on your CDN that just pushes it to us as the origin server. And the traffic will then start to flow to us. At that point, we're going to have another conversation about what it is that we are finding and what it is that you're concerned about. Then we stand up a Slack channel, and we basically stay in communication with our customers 24/7, and sort of use a bunch of threat hunting techniques, et cetera, to look at the traffic that's flowing in, and make suggestions about things that we're finding, and you give us an indicator of what it is that you're interested in. So obviously, I'm not going to go threat hunting a bunch of health records if you're a bank. I'm not going to be looking for credit cards if you're, a healthcare institution. So we have to have a little bit of a conversation and understanding of what it is that you're concerned with. And then we're going to give you output each week during the trial that says, these are the things that we found, these are the things that we worked on. Perhaps we set up blocking, for something. If anything during the threat hunting process looks really nasty to us, so if I am threat hunting and I find something bad inside of your environment, we immediately call you and say, hey, we need to turn this off, or whatever, and make remediation suggestions at that point.
Excellent. Yeah, sounds like a great process there. I know this could help a lot of companies out there who are struggling with API security. Really great presentation. Again, thank you so much for being on the event today.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Great presentation there by Jason. For more information on Sequence security, make sure that you check out sequence.ai, and you can go download or sign up for a trial of their API security tool, and it's called API Sentinel, and hopefully that will help you out with your challenges in this area. Thank you to everyone for all the excellent questions. Again, that will help you to be entered into the best question prize drawing. We do appreciate that. Thank you to all those who responded to the poll question. It's now time for our next gift card winner. We have 3 Amazon $100 gift cards, and these are going out to Doug Grammer from Ohio, Sean Voss from Minnesota, and Joe Mollendorf from Texas. Stay tuned. We've still got 3 more gift cards to give out and 5 PlayStation 5s as our final grand prize coming up after our next presentation. And now I'm excited to introduce you to our next presenter on today's summit event. Welcome Aubrey Turner, Executive Advisor at Ping Identity. Aubrey, it's great to have you on again. Take it away.
Hello there. Supercharging IT is the name of this event. Supercharging is about giving a boost or adding speed. I'm a car person, so I think how a supercharger turns a Dodge Charger or Dodge Challenger into a Hellcat or a Demon. Today, I'm going to be telling you why and how delivering frictionless experiences can promote productivity, security, and happiness for customers and employees, and why it will ultimately lead to business growth for organizations that adopt it. So in other words, providing a boost and adding speed without having to make a Faustian bargain to get it. So you may be wondering who I am. My name is Aubrey Turner. I'm an executive advisor at Ping Identity. That's me on the left, and on the right are some career highlights. I've been at this cyber and identity thing for roughly 20 years. And while no one can claim to have seen it all, I've certainly seen a lot. Which brings me to our conversation today. So passwordless as a term has been around for years. And I can, recall kind of hearing that kill the password, roughly 8-ish years ago. But it might be time for a change in terms of how and who we talk to about passwordless. And so the conversation we've typically had around passwordless has been with security teams and CISOs. But we want to expand the conversation to include other stakeholders. And that's more of a experience-driven conversation. And by talking about frictionless experiences, we also engage the business. And that's what we're really after, is extraordinary, frictionless end user experiences. So brief background, what is passwordless? So I'll start there with that background. Passwords are easily lost or stolen, which is why they're the leading cause of many breaches. Passwords are also easy and inexpensive to deploy, which is why they are ubiquitous. But like one of my colleagues said, passwords are like fast food. They're quick and easy, immediate hunger satisfaction or satisfaction from hunger. But the long-term benefits are dubious. So back to this, what is passwordless and defining it? Ask 10 security practitioners, 10 identity practitioners what passwordless is, and you're probably going to get 15 different answers. But what I'll say is it boils down to those 2 things there on your screens. It boils down to reducing passwords and ultimately eliminating passwords altogether. What people can agree on, though, in terms of what passwordless is when it's done right, we get a better experience and better security versus traditional logins. At Ping, we've been doing this for years, but we're also taking the next step and moving to frictionless logins. Again, adjusting the conversation for today's reality and what we've all dealt with in the last year or so, and how we need to move forward in some of those adaptations that we've made that we're not going back. We're not going back to. So it's frictionless. Speed, like you get from supercharging. That's one of the main parts of frictionless. But we also, or rather, it's also about intelligence, identity intelligence, and risk signals. And lastly, it's about convenience, not having to re-enter passwords continually, which can become tedious, like peeling or deveining shrimp if you've ever had to do that, or more relative, staying on top of your personal email and trying to get rid of all the spam that you get on a daily basis, or even doing your taxes. It's tax day, so get your taxes done. So that's what frictionless is about: speed, intelligence, and convenience. But back to this notion of this passwordless, versus frictionless, or let's just say passwordless juxtaposed against frictionless. So the notion of CISO and security teams juxtaposed against the business. And on the left, we've got some more technical terms: man in the middle and session hijacking, terms you would never use to really describe this to, your grandma or grandfather, right? But we see that passwordless again tied sort of these more security-driven terms, and that's on the left. And on the right, some more layman's terms: onboarding and resets, those kind of things. So sort of more productivity-related terms. And so in this idea of driving frictionless experiences, we do want to have conversations on both sides, and ultimately we want to end up with frictionless experiences. But again, we want to make sure we are using the right terminology, and like I said, a time to adjust the conversation and bring in more of these business terms, make sure we're inclusive of the business from a productivity perspective. So that's the relationship that we're talking about here between passwordless and frictionless, security and productivity. So why now, right? There's some obvious things here, but allow me to kind of walk you through it. One, security. Passwords are the number one cause of breaches, and you can check any, for example, a Verizon data breach report or some of the other data breach reports out there. I think it's 80% or something in that neighborhood, and that hasn't changed. It's remained the same for many years. So that's number one. Two, end user experience. Employees are demanding better technology. I can recall, a decade or so ago when the leadership of the company that I was at, the iPhone had just came out, and they wanted to use that in lieu of the devices that they had at the time because it had a better user experience. And so IT teams had to figure out how to allow iPhones and eventually Androids to be used. And so that's the whole consumerization of IT and that end user demand. So end user experience being absolutely key there. And then technology. Hardware has finally evolved. The kill the password, one of the challenges was the technology hadn't caught up to the hype, and that's finally started to happen. And so a lot of hardware today comes with a biometric reader on it, so we can begin employing some of these other methods. Overall, I'd say technology in the world has rapidly changed since the computer password was the computer password as we first know it was introduced 60 years ago. And how we access systems hasn't kept up. So, for example, how we shop, how we get medical attention has changed, but how we access those systems via password has not. And the risk, again, back to security, has grown dramatically over that time. So that's the why now, and why we need to do something. So this is about eliminating the weakest authentication factor, which shocker, the password, right? We want to eliminate that and increase adoption in the other factors, something you have, something you are, something you do. And those are again, we're talking about moving towards passwordless and eventually frictionless, this process that we're going to go on. Again, we want to start by reducing our password footprint and leveraging other factors. And again, the risk is a key part of that, and we'll get to that here in a minute. So passwordless methods, pros and cons. This is a snapshot of the methods for passwordless. So from one-time passcodes to authenticator apps, biometrics, which I mentioned, security keys. How you sort of interpret this, besides the obvious frowny face and smiley face, is that depending on your environment, your risk tolerance, how you quantify risk, your existing infrastructure, what you have in your environment, and your desired end user experience, those are the criteria that will determine what works best, what method works best for your organization. Chances are it's going to be a combination of things. The one thing I would say, it's not obvious here, but the one common factor will be certainly your risk tolerance to the method that you use. So risk signals and intelligence are going to be key to drive which method that you ultimately use. And then the last thing I'll call out is that, the other way to interpret this is that frictionless user experience leads to smiley faces. So the passwordless journey. I live my life a quarter mile at a time, said Dominic Toretto in the Fast and Furious, for those of you that are Fast and Furious fans. So I thought we'd break down your passwordless journey into sort of 4 segments. And that first being centralized authentication. And this, again, SSO everything, and as well as with that centralized authentication and SSO everything is MFA everywhere. Again, I know those are notions. I know you're going to do that based on risk, but centralizing the user journey is the key here. So we also want to do this because the road to passwordless is paved by SSO and MFA, and that's where the journey starts. You also want to understand user authentication flows and how users currently interact with passwords, because you're going to be changing their behavior, and you want to make sure that you positively impact their productivity. So start there. Talk about phasing out passwords. You begin by eliminating them, and then eventually moving to standards-based. FIDO is the de facto standard for passwordless authentication. Doing these things, in this fashion, will put you on the road to frictionless, which is about better security and ultimately that frictionless end user experience that we are looking for. So that's the high level sort of passwordless journey. To add to that, some of the capabilities. I've talked about SSO and MFA and how those are sort of foundational to this password and frictionless journey. And again, these are those capabilities. So many of us are already doing SSO and MFA. We want to continue doing that. The idea being SSO everything and MFA everywhere. Again, as notions and concepts, in reality, we're going to do those things based on risk. Biometrics, as a means to a method to replace passwords, and standards. And I want to pause, well, I don't want to pause here, but I want to highlight the standards-based authentication. I mentioned FIDO being the de facto passwordless standard. This is critical because we want to be standards-based, so we streamline development and we're not reinventing the wheel. We have patterns that we can employ, and that, again, means our DevOps teams aren't continually reinventing the wheel when it comes to building apps. So it makes us faster. Again, supercharging IT. And then last but not least, certainly the risk engine. We want to be able to process these risk signals so we sort of orchestrate this user journey. So these are capabilities that we've identified that, again, from a maturity perspective and heading towards this frictionless future. These are the things that you should be looking to acquire. So in summary, we talked about starting to reduce, eventually eliminating the password. And can you imagine an experience where you kind of just look at your phone and you're recognized and you have access? Even from a registration perspective, think, consumer apps. You just look at your phone, and you have access, right? So, but before we get to that, and I won't even call that Star Trek type stuff. Before we get there, we want to begin the process of reduction. And we talked about the roadmap and journey for that. I would say no one size fits all approach. That's key. Each organization has got unique technology investments and or technical debt, different user scenarios. Important to understand the impact of how passwords and being passwordless will affect those users and those scenarios. And then absolutely important, identify specific success metrics and the criteria so you can measure and track your process. To me, passwordless equals addition by subtraction. So fewer passwords, more security, and a better end user experience. And then last but not least, true partnership equals scalability. We've got to identify our internal and external partners that'll help you gain the most scale from your initiative. And that includes finding, executive sponsorship, talked about adding additional stakeholders to the conversation, expanding the dialogue from just security-driven conversation to productivity ones. So we talk about passwordless and move to sort of frictionless, and that's going to take partnerships and various stakeholders to help us achieve that real scalability. So with that, I hope you're feeling like you have some options to supercharge IT. And if we throw in some zero trust, you're now supercharged and turbocharged, best of both worlds. My DJ and I have a short video of how ping can help. So please stay tuned for that. It's coming up in just a second. And after the video, we would love to hear from you and continue the conversation. So I encourage you to reach out. Thank you very much.
All right, cool video, great presentation. Aubrey, really great job there. You ready for some Q&A?
Absolutely. Let's go.
All right. Yeah, we got a lot of great questions coming in. Thank you, everyone, for that. I do want to encourage the audience out there to check out the poll question that's on the screen while we do Q&A. We want to hear your feedback, what additional information you would like about the Ping Identity solution. So a lot of good questions here. First one I want to ask you, Aubrey, is they say that they're having trouble getting executives and business leaders to get interested in this topic here. Do you have any suggestions for them? Are there videos or resources that you would recommend?
Yeah, I think there's certainly some content that we can provide that talks about some of the pre-work, homework, if you will, that speaks to sort of the programmatic side of things, the things that you need to do before you can actually begin work in some of this. And so teeing up, this is an idea, socializing it, and getting that executive buy-in. One of the customers that I'm working with, what they are doing is continuing to drive MFA adoption and doing a small sort of POC. So they partnered with us to build a small POC while they're simultaneously working to do that MFA everywhere idea. And once this POC is successful, again, begin messaging that. And so kind of letting that build organically, right? The success of the POC, again, a very sort of constrained use case for a certain set of users. So kind of attacking it from sort of top down and bottoms up, grassroots, organic, while they're continuing to sort of measure the success. And this is important, is being able to capture some before state measurements and then after state measurements. I think that's one way that you can tell the story. But certainly we've got some content and collateral that I can obtain and make available as part of this session and conference.
Excellent. Yeah, I think that sounds very helpful. Another question here, Dean is saying that he's seen facial and fingerprint recognition or authentication, potentially being able to be hacked. Do you still recommend it?
Yeah, I still would recommend it, right? We even see, SMS being spoofed, but that kind of attack would largely be somewhat sophisticated, right? And in the section there where I talked about some of the methods, if you feel that those items are likely, susceptible to compromise, then there are other things like keys that you could potentially use. And nothing, let's start with the premise of that, like the truth, right? Nothing is quote unquote hack proof. There's no such thing as zero risk. But again, I hopefully, the kind of points I made underlying sort of your risk and understanding what your risk tolerances are. I do feel that, FIDO is nothing. It's kind of like, sticking an alarm sign in front of your house, even if you don't have an actual alarm, right? Versus your neighbor who may not have anything, right? Or putting it, making sure your car has an alarm or those kind of things, right? Taking one step additional further kind of makes you less likely to be a target than somebody who's taken no measures or no steps at all. And it's kind of like that. I'm going to mess up this saying, but like, that whole being chased by a bear thing, who you got to be faster than the guy next to you, right? And again, I'm messing up that saying, but you get the idea, right? You got to run faster than the guy next to you to avoid being caught. That's how I would sort of talk about this, because biometrics and other methods for authentication are inherently stronger than the password. FIDO is that standard, right, that I talked about. It's the de facto standard, but there's no passwords to guess. There's no centralized stored credentials to breach. You mitigate man in the middle and session hijacking, and it's based on cryptography. So immediately you can see that there's some benefits over the password. So yes, nothing is, risk-free or security-proof. But those measures are better than some of the things that we're doing today, and we've got to change. So I'll leave it there. But that's a great question, certainly.
Excellent advice. Yeah, I like that. What about compatibility? There's a number of questions here around compatibility. Does this work for Office 365? There's one about, does it work for legacy applications? What's the compatibility, or how do folks know?
Yeah, that's a another great question, right? I'll say right off the top, one of the things that Ping is known for is integration with non-standard applications. That's legacy apps. That's one of the things that we do great. And in that journey, right, I live my life at a quarter mile slide and breaking the journey down into quarters. That first piece and kind of centralizing authentication, being able to sort of orchestrate the user journey and define the pre-authentication and post-authentication, and being able to centralize authentication, we can bring in non-standard applications and have them be part of that centralized authentication service. At Ping, we call it a global authentication authority. The other thing is certainly an application like Office 365, supports standards. Another thing that Ping is known for, supporting open standards. So the applications that support open standards, we can again onboard them to that centralized authentication, as well as the non-standard systems that you may have. We'll be able to sort of connect to those and figure out how to integrate those as well. And of course, there's an order of operations here based on risk, based on priority, based on user and churn. We can pull all those factors in. But I'll say, yeah, the short answer is we can pull those things in and have them be part of a passwordless experience. The other thing that I will say, and I want to acknowledge this because this is a great question, and I believe I said this right, a lot of hype around passwordless. The technology in some cases is just now catching up to it. So, the devices that you have in your environment, the desktops and the laptops, right, as you refresh those, they're likely have the ability to support some type of passwordless mechanism. So you may have to wait a cycle as those, the machines that you have for your employees, are deprecated, and you get new ones. That's certainly a factor. So I would look at that as part of that infrastructure piece. What do I have? What am I getting? Making sure that you're even working with procurement to order devices that support passwordless. But hopefully that answers it. And again, quite a few things there that you need to triangulate, but certainly not impossible.
Absolutely, yeah. So I know we're running out of time here. There's literally a ton of questions coming in for you. This is obviously a very hot topic for folks out there on the event today. If folks want to get started with Ping Identity, what's the first step? What do you recommend?
Yeah, well, certainly, you can feel free to reach out to myself or George. Hopefully, again, if there's interest, and I ended the presentation on saying I encourage continue the conversation. So I'd love to hear from each and every person. We can figure out a way to answer some of the questions that went unanswered. Sorry, we don't have enough time, and thank you for the interest in this topic, and certainly Ping. But yeah, there's mechanisms in place for you guys to get a hold of me or another representative at Ping, and then potentially there's attendees of this particular session, if they are interested in more conversation and some working, if they're interested in working with Ping, we can figure out how to get that done, certainly. So, and I'm always available. I'm on LinkedIn, so if all else fails, you can hit me up on LinkedIn, and my Ping email is aubreturner@pingidentity.com if all else fails and somehow we have like a misconnection.
Excellent. Well, thank you again so much, Aubrey, for the great presentation. We've got 52 questions in the queue for you. We're going to be routing those up to you. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's fantastic. Yeah, let's make sure we get those, because I'd love to be able to answer them and fulfill this conversation. So that's great. Awesome.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you, and have a great day. We'll have you on another time, I hope. Hope to see you again. And thank you to Ping Identity for supporting. Yeah, thank you to Ping for supporting the event today. Make sure that you check out the handouts tab there for additional information. There is a resource entitled Passwordless Authentication, How to Get Started on Your Passwordless Journey from Ping Identity. And of course, we appreciate you filling out the poll question there as well. And with that, it's time for our final prize announcements. We have first 3 Amazon $100 gift cards to give out. These are going to Jason Michaud, I believe is how you pronounce it, from California, Vishal Pasari from Georgia, and Luke Schoenblem from Kansas. Congratulations. And then we have, moving on to our final grand prizes, 5 PlayStation 5 consoles. These are going out to Gabriel LaRusso from Missouri, Christopher Emerson from Arizona, Jeffrey Armstrong from Texas, and Robert Lundgren from Connecticut, and finally Greg Vising from Kentucky. We'll be contacting all the prize winners after the event, as well as our 3 best question prize winners as well, for 3 more Amazon $50 gift cards. I hope that you enjoyed the event, and you'll subscribe to all of the ActualTech Media social channels on LinkedIn, Twitter, the 10 on Tech podcast, and over on our YouTube channel. We publish all of our events over on our YouTube channel. So, we hope to continue the conversation here on all of our social channels. If you are a potential sponsor of an upcoming event, reach out to us at connect@actualtechmedia.com. After this event, your web browser will be automatically redirected to our events landing page, where you can register for all of the upcoming ActualTech Media events at events.actualtechmedia.com. We'll see you next time, and have a great day. Bye-bye.